You are now listening to the Mafia's Quadruplets by Bella King, produced and published by Novel Nectar. Copyright 2025. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Claire. My hands move swiftly, arranging bouquets in the quaint family shop, Bloomhouse. The Philly streets never stop buzzing outside, a familiar background to the quiet place I've poured my heart into since Dad's health began to fail. The sweet scent of new lilies mingles with the earthy aroma of fresh soil, and it all feels so comfortable and normal. But it's not really normal because I shouldn't be here today. Claire, honey, you didn't have to come in, Mom says, her voice warm but tinged with an undercurrent of concern. She adjusts a vase of sunflowers, their cheerful yellow petals a contrast to the worry lines around her eyes. Dad nods in agreement, his movements slower than they used to be as he waters a row of potted plants. You should be promoting your own business, not worrying about our little shop. I shake my head. Unless you hire a new employee like I've been urging you to do for months, I'll show up during your busy hours, no matter what. Or if your brother bothers to help out, Mom teases, but there's a hint of sadness in her voice. The mention of Jay makes my chest constrict. I force a smile, focusing on the delicate petals of the rose I'm trimming. Yeah, well, we both know how likely that is. Dad sighs, setting down his watering can. Claire, we appreciate your help, but your massage therapy business? Can wait, I interrupt, my tone firmer than I intend. I soften it with a smile. Really, it's fine. I have appointments later this afternoon. Right now, I'm exactly where I need to be. The bell above the door chimes, signaling a customer. I turn, plastering on my best professional smile. A man in a crisp suit strides in, his gaze darting around the shop with barely concealed impatience. Welcome to Bloomhouse, I greet him with a cheerful tone. How can I help you today? He barely glances at me. I need flowers. Something impressive. Money's no issue. I raise an eyebrow, intrigued. Any particular occasion? An apology. He grunts, checking his watch. My wife, I forgot our anniversary. I wince internally. I doubt flowers are going to help him at this point, especially since he seems bothered that he has to apologize in the first place. Ah, I see, I say. Let's see what we can do to help smooth things over. As I guide him through our selection, suggesting arrangements and explaining the meanings behind different flowers, I think of Jay. How many times has he shown up with apologies as lacking in sincerity as this guy's gesture to his wife, trying to make amends for his latest transgressions? More times than I can count, and honestly, with Dad's health problems, it's starting to make me hate Jay. The customer settles on an extravagant arrangement of red roses and white lilies. As I wrap it, he taps his foot impatiently. You know, I say, tying the ribbon with practiced ease. Flowers are a nice gesture, but they're just the beginning. The real work comes after. He looks at me, really seeing me for the first time. What do you mean? I hand him the bouquet. Show her you're sorry through your actions, not just your wallet. Be present. Listen. Make an effort to remember the important things. He blinks, then nods slowly. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. As he leaves, the bell chiming behind him, I catch Mom watching me with a proud smile. What? I ask, feeling self-conscious. She shakes her head. Nothing, sweetie. You just have such a good heart. You always know what to say to people. I shrug, busying myself with cleaning up the workstation. It's not a big deal. Just common sense, really. Dad comes over, resting a hand on my shoulder. It is a big deal, Claire. You have a gift for helping people, whether it's through your massages or just lending an ear. Don't sell yourself short. Their words warm me, but there's a nagging voice in the back of my mind. If I'm so good at helping people, why couldn't I help Jay be closer to the rest of our family? Why couldn't I see how far he was getting before it was too late? The bell chimes again, and this time it's Mrs. Rossi, one of our regulars. Her eyes are red-rimmed and she clutches a handkerchief. Oh, Mrs. Rossi, Mom says, hurrying over. What's wrong? The elderly woman sniffs. It's Charlie. He passed away last night. My heart sinks. Charlie, Mrs. Rossie's husband of 50 years, had been battling cancer for months. We'd seen her come in regularly, always leaving with cheerful bouquets to brighten his hospital room. "I'm so sorry," I say, moving to her side. "Charlie was a wonderful man." She nods, dabbing at her eyes. "He was. I need flowers for the service. Something beautiful. He always loved your arrangements." "Of course," Mom says gently. "Why don't you sit down? Claire can help you choose something perfect." I guide Mrs. Rossi to a chair and catch Dad's eye. He nods. "This is why we do what we do. It's not just about selling flowers. It's about being there for people in their moments of joy, sorrow, and everything in between." I spend the next hour with Mrs. Rossi, listening to her stories about Charlie, helping her choose flowers that represent their life together. By the time she leaves, her eyes are still sad, but there's a small smile on her face. "Thank you, dear," she says, squeezing my hand. "Charlie would have loved this." As the door closes behind her, I let out a long breath. Mom comes over, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "You did well, sweetie," she says softly. I lean into her embrace, feeling the morning settle on me. I wish we could do more, you know? Dad joins us, his presence solid and warm. We do what we can. Sometimes that's enough. I nod, straightening up and squaring my shoulders. There's work to be done, orders to fill, and people who need the small bit of beauty and comfort we can provide. It's not saving the world, but maybe in our own small way, we're making it a little bit better. As I move back to the workstation, my mind drifts to Jay again. I wonder if he knows how much we miss him, and how much we need him. How much I need my big brother. But those thoughts won't change anything. All I can do is keep moving forward, one flower at a time. A couple of hours later, the bell above the door jingles as Jay bursts into Bloomhouse, his dark eyes wild and hair disheveled. My stomach clenches at the sight of him. He's wearing a designer jacket that looks new, but there are scuff marks on his expensive shoes. "Claire!" He rushes over, nearly knocking over a display of carnations. "I need to talk to you. It's important." I glance at Mom and Dad, who are helping the last customer of the day. They haven't noticed Jay yet. It annoys me that he's bursting in like this, disrupting the peace we found in his absence. Can it wait? We're about to close up. Jay runs a hand through his hair, messing it up even more. "No, it can't. Please, just give me 5 minutes." I sigh, leading him to the back room. The scent of soil and flowers is stronger here. "What is it this time, Jay?" He paces the small space, his movements jerky and agitated. I've done it. I've finally cleaned up my act. For real this time. I cross my arms, leaning against a shelf of empty pots. Where have I heard that before? "I'm serious." Jay stops in front of me, his eyes pleading. "I've been going to meetings. I haven't placed a bet in 3 months. I even got a job." "A job?" I can't keep the skepticism out of my voice. "Doing what?" Jay grins, and for a moment I see a glimpse of the charming brother I used to know. "I'm working at the Grand Casino, in security." My eyebrows shoot up. "You're working at a casino?" "Jay, that's like an alcoholic working at a bar." His face falls. "It's not like that. I thought if I could be around it and resist, it would prove I'm really changed." I shake my head, frustration bubbling up inside me. "That's not how addiction works, and you know it. You're just setting yourself up for failure." "You don't understand," he insists. "This is different. I'm different. I've got it under control now." The desperation in his voice makes my heart ache. I want to believe him, I really do. But I've been down this road too many times before. "Do Mom and Dad know about this job?" He looks away, guilt flashing across his face. "Not yet. I wanted to tell you first. I thought you'd be proud of me." I wince, remembering countless nights spent worrying about him, bailing him out of trouble, covering for him with our parents, And now he wants me to be proud of him for taking a job that puts him right back in the line of fire? I can't do this anymore, I say gently but firmly. I can't keep hoping you'll change only to be disappointed again and again. Jay's expression drops in a way that breaks my heart. Claire, please, I'm trying. I really am. I inhale sharply, preparing myself. If you're really serious about getting better, you need to quit that job. Find something else, anything else, and you need to tell Mom and Dad everything. They won't think I'm doing the right thing, will they? He says, his voice small. Probably not, but keeping secrets isn't going to help anyone. Least of all you. The bell jingles again, and I hear Mom's voice. Claire, are you back there? Jay's eyes widen in panic. I should go. I grab his arm as he turns to leave. Number, you're going to stay and talk to them. Right now. For a moment, I think he's going to bolt, but then his shoulders slump and he nods. Okay, you're right. We walk out to the main shop area together. Mom and Dad are by the register counting the day's earnings. They look up when we approach, surprise and wariness on their faces. Jay? Mom says with hope and a hint of concern. What are you doing here? Dad's expression hardens. If you need money... No, Jay interrupts. It's not that. I need to talk to you both. I squeeze his shoulder, offering silent support. As Jay begins to speak, telling our parents about his job at the casino, I move away to give them privacy. I busy myself with closing up the shop, locking the door and flipping the sign to closed. The familiar routine is soothing while I listen to the murmur of voices behind me. There are tears and raised voices, but also moments of quiet understanding. It's not perfect, but it's a start. I finish my closing tasks, running my hand along the smooth wood of the counter. This shop isn't just a business, it's our family's legacy. The thought of losing it has kept me up more nights than I can count since Jay has sunk into his addiction, leaving the rest of us to pick up the slack. I glance back at my family, still deep in conversation. Jay looks exhausted but relieved, like a weight has been lifted from his shoulders. Mom is holding his hand, her eyes shining with unshed tears. Dad's face reveals myriad emotions I can't quite read. A tiny flicker of hope tries to spark to life. Maybe this time will be different. Maybe Jay really is trying to change. But I squash it down quickly. I've been burned too many times before to let myself believe just yet. The conversation behind me winds down and I hear footsteps approaching. I turn to see Jay standing there, his eyes red-rimmed but clear. Thank you for making me stay and talk to them. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. He hesitates, then pulls me into a tight hug. For a moment, I let myself sink into it, remembering the big brother who used to protect me from schoolyard bullies and sneak me extra dessert when our parents weren't looking. When we pull apart, he gives me a watery smile. I'm going to make this right, Claire. I promise. I want to believe him. God, how I want to. But the cynical part of me, the part that's been hurt too many times, holds back. Actions speak louder than words, I say firmly. Show us you mean it this time. Jay nods, determination settling over his features. I will. You'll see. As he walks back to our parents, I turn to face the darkened shop. The scent of flowers surrounds me, a reminder of everything we've built here, everything we stand to lose if things go wrong.
Chapter 2. Valyrian. I settle back in the leather chair of my Rittenhouse Square mansion, savoring the smooth whiskey in my glass. The familiar burn slides down my throat while I contemplate the skyline I've been away from for months. The crystal tumbler clinks against the mahogany desk as my phone buzzes, its screen showing with Dimitri's name. Setting aside the 30-year-old dowers, I swipe to answer. Boss, I've got some intel for you. Dimitri's gravelly voice cuts straight to business, characteristics of my most trusted lieutenant. Go on. I turn toward the window, watching a news helicopter sweep across the skyline. The Petrov Syndicate's got a new leader. His name is Matvey Petrov. The whiskey burns pleasantly when I take another unhurried sip, letting the sweetness linger on my tongue while processing this development. Interesting. What else? He's young and ambitious. Took over after his brothers. Dmitri pauses, and I can practically see the sardonic twist of his lips. Unfortunate accident. I smirk. The accident involved a warehouse, 3 bullets, and a message that needed sending. The memory of that night still lingers in my mind. The rain, the gunfire, and the satisfaction of eliminating a threat to my family's empire. And what does Matvey Petrov think of me? The whiskey catches the light from the window as I swirl it, creating amber waves against the crystal. That's the best part, boss. Dmitri's voice carries a note of satisfaction. He has no idea you're back in Philly. Your time overseas kept you off their radar. As far as he knows, you're still closing deals in Moscow. I smile to myself. Excellent. Let's keep it that way for now. You got it. Anything else you need? I pause, considering. Set up a meeting with our contacts at the docks. I want to review our import operations. Consider it done. The line goes dead, and I set the down phone. I stand, moving to the window. The city sprawls before me, a grid of opportunities and threats. Matvey Petrov's ignorance of my return is an advantage I intend to exploit to the fullest. My reflection stares back at me in the glass. Dark hair, slightly tousled from running my hand through it. Piercing blue eyes that have seen more than their fair share of violence and betrayal. The tailored suit I wear is an armor of sorts, giving a look of power and control while expertly hiding my engraved Makarov PM in its holster at my back. I turn away from the window, already formulating plans. The velvet cage, my underground gambling den, will need to be prepped for my return. It's been too long since I've walked those opulent halls, where the walls tell stories of fortunes won and lost. I always win in the end. My phone buzzes again, and I drop into my chair once more before answering. This time it's Alexei, my right-hand man in the legitimate side of my business empire. Valyrian, hello. The board is getting antsy about the merger with Steel Industries. They're pushing for a meeting. I suppress a sigh. The corporate world, with its endless meetings and politicking, is a necessary evil. Schedule it for next week. I'll need time to review the latest projections. Of course, and the charity gala. The Children's Hospital is expecting you to make an appearance. I'll be there, I assure him. These events are crucial for maintaining my public image as a philanthropic businessman. The irony isn't lost on me. The leather executive chair protests with a soft groan when I shift my weight after hanging up. I return to perusing the meticulously kept records spread across my mahogany desk. The stark black ink of J. Bennett's name draws my attention like a bruise on pristine paper. Next to it, the mounting figures tell a grim story. In my absence, a manager let him rack up $80,000 in gambling debts, plus accumulated interest. He should have cut off a loser with no prospects at $50,000, but Bennett put up his parents' flower shop to secure a higher credit limit. Sir? My accountant David hovers in the doorway. Should I proceed with the property acquisition paperwork for Bloomhouse? I tap my Mont Blanc pen against the ledger. Not yet. But Mr. Rostova, the standard protocol. I'm well aware of our usual procedures. The pen stops moving between my fingers. Bloomhouse sits on a corner lot in one of the city's most rapidly gentrifying neighborhoods. The property value alone would more than cover Bennett's debts. Tell me what you know about the family. David adjusts his wire-rimmed glasses. The Bennett family runs it, mainly the parents, but their daughter helps sometimes. Jay is as useless as one would expect based on his addiction. The girl is Clara, I think. A masseuse? Claire, I correct without thinking how much that reveals. What the hell? Not owing him an explanation, I add. Keep the paperwork on hold. As you wish, sir. David retreats, leaving me alone with columns of numbers and unanswered questions. I slide open the manila envelope, letting glossy photographs cascade across my mahogany desk. Dmitri commissioned the private investigator to ensure there were no nasty surprises before going ahead with the repossession of the flower shop, and I've stared at them far too many times to justify. The sharp scent of fresh ink mingles with leather and devoirs as I arrange them in a semicircle, creating a window into the Bennett family's world. Street scenes, storefront captures, and intimate moments stolen through telephoto lenses. Claire Bennett. The name slips from my lips as I lift one particular image. She stands outside the shop, head thrown back in uninhibited laughter at something beyond the frame. Afternoon sunlight streams between the buildings, catching her loose waves and transforming them into sheets of molten amber. The corner of her coral-painted lips curves upward, creating delicate creases around her eyes. Her simple blouse and fitted jeans speak of understated elegance, a sharp contrast to the artificial women I typically encounter. I never did like them. Despite my wealth, I've always favored natural women. It's something more honest than the synthetic world I'm from, and I hate the idea that money can buy beauty. Real beauty is a state of mind. The photograph feels warm between my fingers when I trace its edge. "What makes you different?" I whisper, unable to tear my attention from the pure, unrestrained joy captured in that single frame. Something about her authenticity pierces the carefully constructed walls of my world. My chest tightens with an unfamiliar, unwelcome sensation. I start to set down the photo, then stop, drawn back for one more look. The fact that she affects me at all is disturbing. Yet I can't seem to look away from that brilliant smile and those honey-flecked eyes that seem to peer straight through the glossy paper into my soul. A sharp knock at the door breaks my reverie. I set down the photo this time while schooling my features into their usual mask of cool indifference. "Come in," I call out, my voice carrying the authority that has become second nature. Dimitri enters, his hulking frame filling the doorway. He's been with me since the beginning and is one of the few men I trust implicitly. "Boss, we've got a situation at the docks," he says without preamble. I lean forward, instantly alert. "What kind of situation?" Dimitri's expression darkens. Petrov's men were sniffing around. Looks like they're trying to muscle in on our territory. I rise from my desk, adjusting my suit jacket. "Tell me everything." Dimitri moves to the window, his reflection merging with the city lights beyond. "They're getting bold. 3 of Petrov's men approached our dock supervisor, Pushka, this morning. Made it clear they expect a cut of our shipments." Pushka's response? "He told them to go through proper channels. They didn't like that answer." Dimitri turns. "Left him with a broken nose and a message for you." My fingers brush against the Makarov PM at my back. "What message?" "Blood demands blood. Matvey thinks you killed Anseli." I pour another measure of Duars, the amber liquid catching the light. He's not wrong. "No proof, though," Dimitri points out. "Just suspicion. For now." I take a measured sip. "Have our people at the docks double security. I want eyes on every shipment." "Already done." Dimitri crosses his arms. "Should we move against him now?" he asks. "Before he builds alliances or something?" "No." I stand walking to the window. "Let him make the first move. Right now, he's operating on emotion, seeking revenge for his brother. That makes him predictable. And dangerous." "Yes." Philadelphia spreads before me. "Have David review our legitimate business holdings. I want to know every point of intersection between our interests and the Petrovs." "What about the Bennett situation?" Dimitri was the one to alert me that the former manager let Bennett slip the leash. The photograph of Claire still lies on my desk, her smile frozen in time. "Leave it for now. We have bigger concerns." "As you say, boss." Dimitri moves toward the door, then pauses. "One more thing. Matvey's been asking questions about your time in Moscow." I turn sharply. "What kind of questions?" "About what really happened the night Anseli died. He's got people digging into phone records, security footage." "Let him dig." I return to my desk. The truth is buried too deeply. If he turns up something, I won't bother to deny it. Dimitri nods and exits, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the lingering taste of whiskey. The night I killed Anseli Petrov plays through my mind. The warehouse, the rain, and 3 precise shots. No witnesses, no evidence. Just another tragic accident in a dangerous business unless Matvey can prove differently. The phone on my desk buzzes. David's voice comes through the speaker. "Sir, The latest figures from the docs show a 15% decrease in revenue since last quarter. Send me the full report. I pick up Claire's photograph again. And David? Get me everything you can on the Rossi family's current shipping contracts. Of course, sir. He doesn't waste time with a parting, and the line goes dead a second later. I move toward the minibar in my kitchen. The city lights of Philadelphia twinkle beyond the huge windows. I pour another splash of Duars and take a small sip, savoring the amber liquid. My thoughts are too full of Claire Bennett. I tell myself it's just business, that collecting this debt is no different from any other. But deep down, I know better. I return to my desk, setting down the glass with a soft clink. The ledger lies open before me, J. Bennett's name evidence of promises broken and debts unpaid. I trace the edge of the page, a habit I've developed over years of making difficult decisions. Dimitri, I call out, knowing he's never far. The door opens a moment later and he steps inside. Boss? I've changed my mind. It's time to collect from the Bennetts, I say, my voice steady despite the turmoil in my gut. Bring me Claire. Dimitri nods, his expression neutral. When? I consider for a moment. Tomorrow. First thing. As Dimitri leaves to carry out my orders, I turn back to the window. The city sprawls before me. I've spent years building my empire, carefully maneuvering each piece into place. Yet now, faced with the prospect of meeting Claire Bennett, I feel something unfamiliar stirring within me. Something dangerous. I roll my shoulders, trying to ease the tension that settled there. My muscles ache from the constant vigilance required to maintain my position. I press my fingers into the knot at the base of my neck, working at it absently while I contemplate my next move. Life's gotten a bit stale lately, I realize. The thrill of the game has dulled, replaced by routine and predictability. Perhaps that's why the idea of meeting Claire intrigues me so. She represents something new, an unknown variable in my carefully controlled world. Something soft and sweet in the stiff bitterness of my reality. Something I can sink my teeth into. I drain the last of my whiskey, relishing the warmth that spreads through my chest. It's time to shake things up, to remind myself and everyone else why I'm the one in control. Returning to my desk, my gaze once again falls on the stack of photos spread across my desk, the Bennett family coming to life before me. Candid shots of their daily routines and glimpses into a world so far removed from my own. The worst darkness to have touched their lives seems to be the burden of Jay's addiction. I pick up the well-handled photo that's my favorite one of Claire, studying it more closely. There's something about her that draws me, a warmth that seems to radiate even from this frozen moment in time. Tomorrow I'll meet her face to face, and the thought sends a thrill through my body.
Chapter 3. Claire. The sharp trill of my phone pierces through the gentle afternoon hush of Bloomhouse, making me jump and scatter rose petals across the wooden counter. The screen illuminates with Jay's name, accompanied by a photo of us from happier times, his arm slung around my shoulders, both of us grinning at the beach. My fingers tremble slightly as I swipe to answer the call, the knot of anxiety tightening my gut. There's always something with him, some kind of reason. He's never just calling to see how I'm doing. Claire? Jay's voice crackles through the speaker, thick with emotion and tinged with that particular tone I've come to recognize, the one that signals another crisis. I messed up. I messed up bad. His words quiver like autumn leaves in the wind, each syllable heavy with regret. My stomach plummets as if I've missed a step going downstairs, the sensation so visceral I have to grip the counter's edge. The sweet scent of lilies suddenly feels cloying, suffocating. What did you do? The words escape in a whisper, though I already sense the magnitude of what's coming. I got arrested. He chokes out the words, followed by a sound that might be a sob. They did a sting at this underground gambling place in Little Odessa. I swear I didn't know. His voice cracks, the desperation in it making my heart ache despite the anger beginning to simmer beneath my skin. You promised me, Jay? I interrupt, my voice rising. 3 days ago, you looked me in the eye and said you hadn't gambled in months. I know. Jay's voice quivers, his shoulders dropping. I'm sorry. I thought I could win enough to settle some debts. What debts? I demand, gripping the phone tighter. Static crackles through the line, followed by silence. My stomach twists into knots as the quiet stretches between us. Jay, answer me. Look, he says finally, each syllable dragging like lead through molasses. Static crackles through the prison phone line, nearly drowning out his shaky exhale. I need you to take care of Mom and Dad, okay? Make sure they don't... His voice splinters, the sound raw and vulnerable in a way that makes my stomach clench. I don't think I'm getting out of this one. The evidence, the charges, they're bad, Claire. Really bad. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead as I pace the length of my kitchen, phone pressed against my ear. Memories flash through my mind, the time he borrowed my savings for college, the countless IOUs, and Mom's tears when he pawned her wedding ring. That should have been unforgivable, and yet we forgave him. How many more times will that happen? How much more do we need to suffer because of what he's doing? And why should I clean up your mess this time? The words rip from my throat, sharp enough to cut. My free hand balls into a fist at my side. I'm done bailing you out, Jay. I mean it. Claire, please. There's something else you need to know. Something important. The bell above the shop door jingles, cutting him off. I have to go, I say quickly. A customer just came in. Wait, Claire, you don't understand. I hang up, my hands shaking as I set down the phone. Taking a deep breath, I plaster on a smile and turn to greet whoever has entered. My smile freezes as two men in impeccably tailored suits stride in, their expressions unreadable. Something about their purposeful gait makes me uncomfortable. Can I help you, gentlemen? I ask, my voice wavering slightly. The taller man shifts his weight, causing the floorboards to creak beneath his Italian leather shoes. His hand disappears beneath his charcoal jacket, emerging with a matte black pistol. The metal catches the morning light streaming through the shop windows. My throat constricts as he angles the weapon downward, keeping it partially concealed behind his thigh, but ensuring I see it clearly. Miss Bennett. His voice carries the practiced smoothness of expensive whiskey. Our boss would like a word with you. You're going to come with us, nice and quiet. The bell above the door chimes again as another customer enters, browsing the displays of daffodils near the front. Beyond them, past the rows of sweet-scented lilies and vibrant carnations, my mother hums softly while arranging white roses in the workspace behind the counter. The second man follows my glance toward her, his thin lips curling upward. I wouldn't try anything foolish, he says as he steps closer, his cologne sharp and expensive. We'd hate for your mother to get caught in the crossfire. He gestures subtly toward the elderly woman, now examining our selection of sympathy cards. Not to mention any innocent bystanders once we're out on the street. Things get messy fast when people don't follow commands. My heart pounds while I weigh my options. These men are clearly professionals, and I have no doubt they'd follow through on their threats. I nod slowly, trying to keep my voice steady. Just let me tell my mother I'm stepping out for a moment. The first man shakes his head. No time for goodbyes. You'll walk out with us now. Act natural. I swallow hard and force a smile. Mom, I call out, my voice only slightly strained. I'm running a quick errand. I'll be back soon. She waves absently from behind a massive arrangement of lilies. Okay, honey. Don't forget we have that big order coming in later. The men flank me as we exit the shop, their bodies tense and alert. A sleek black limousine idles at the curb, its windows tinted so dark they're nearly opaque. One of the men opens the rear door. After you, Miss Bennett, he says with mock politeness. I hesitate for a split second before climbing in, my legs shaky. The interior is all buttery leather and polished wood. Under different circumstances, I might have been impressed, but this is terrifying. The men slide in on either side of me, effectively boxing me in. The limo pulls smoothly into traffic. Where are you taking me? I ask, hating how small my voice sounds. You'll find out soon enough, says the taller man. Our boss doesn't like to be kept waiting. The drive seems to take forever, though in reality it's probably no more than 20 minutes. We wind through the busy streets of downtown Philadelphia before pulling up in front of a towering skyscraper of glass and steel. My captors usher me out of the limo and through the building's imposing lobby. Heads turn as we pass, but no one intervenes, and I don't cry out, not wanting anyone to be shot. We enter an elevator, and one of the men produces a key card, swiping it to access the penthouse level. As the elevator ascends, my mind races. Who is this mysterious boss? What could he possibly want with me? The only thing I know for certain is that this has something to do with Jay and his gambling debts. My brother's words from our earlier phone call echo in my head suddenly. There's something else you need to know. Something important. The elevator chimes when we reach the top floor. The doors slide open to reveal a reception area decorated in stark blacks and whites. A statuesque blonde woman sits behind an imposing desk, her gaze cool as she takes us in. Valyrian Rostova is expecting you, she says, gesturing toward a set of heavy double doors. One of the men grips my arm, propelling me forward. I brace myself for whatever, or whoever, waits on the other side. The heavy double doors swing open, revealing a spacious penthouse office that takes my breath away. Huge windows show a panoramic view of Philadelphia's skyline, and the furniture looks so expensive I'm afraid to even touch it. And is that a real Monet painting? It certainly looks like it, but it's the man standing behind an imposing black desk that truly captures my attention. Valyrian Rostova radiates power and danger, his tailored charcoal suit accentuating broad shoulders and a lean physique. His dark hair is artfully tousled, and chilling blue eyes examine me with the intensity of a hungry jaguar. My stomach drops as I step into the room. The doors close behind me with a metal click that sounds oddly final, and I gulp audibly. Miss Bennett. Valyrian's deep voice rolls through the space. Please have a seat. I perch on the edge of a sleek leather chair, smoothing my jeans with damp palms. The office temperature must be 70 degrees, yet goosebumps ripple across my skin. Do you know why you're here? Valyrian circles his desk with fluid grace, coming to settle against the front edge. His proximity sends my pulse skittering. I assume it has something to do with my brother, I say, proud that my voice remains steady. The corner of his mouth lifts. You assume correctly. He studies me for a long moment. Jay has accrued quite a substantial debt at my establishment. My throat tightens. How substantial? Enough to cost him everything. Valyrian's tone is matter of fact. Including your family's flower shop. The words hit me like a physical blow. That's impossible. The shop belongs to my parents. In my world, Miss Bennett, the sins of one family member become the responsibility of all. His gaze is unyielding. Your brother gambled away far more than he could ever hope to repay. The shop now belongs to me. Panic claws at my chest. There has to be another way. Please, my parents have put their entire lives into that shop. They don't deserve to lose everything because of Jay's mistakes. Something flickers in Valyrian's eyes, perhaps a softening so brief I might have imagined it. He pushes off the desk and moves to the window, hands clasped behind his back. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement, he says after a long pause. Hope flares, desperate and wild. Anything. I'll do anything. Valyrian turns, his expression unreadable. I find myself in need of a personal masseuse. You have the necessary skills, do you not? I nod, hardly daring to breathe. Then I propose you work for me, applying your talents to ease the tensions that come with my position. In exchange, I'll consider your brother's debt paid after you've served me a sufficient amount of time. I think of my parents, of the devastation they'll face if they lose the shop, and with Jay's latest legal troubles. I accept, I hear myself say, but I have conditions. You credit me $500 an hour and I only provide legitimate massage services. No happy endings. I feel the need to add the last bit because of how his cold blue eyes are traveling over my body. He's handsome, yes, but I would never be intimate with a man who is obviously a criminal. I'm not that kind of woman. Valyrian's eyebrows rise as a hint of amusement lifts the corners of his mouth. Agreed. I gave up on happy endings a long time ago. There's something in his tone, a flicker of vulnerability beneath the cool exterior, that makes me look at him more closely. For just a moment, I think I see behind the composed mask to a man who seems lost. "You'll be moving into my mansion tonight," Valyrian says, his earlier vulnerability vanishing behind a mask of authority. "I need you available whenever I require your services." I spring up from the chair. "That's ridiculous. I have my own apartment, my own life." "Which you'll maintain during daylight hours." He moves closer, his tall frame towering over me. "You may continue helping at your parents' shop and seeing your regular massage clients. My men will drive you wherever you need to go." "I don't need a chauffeur." I cross my arms, lifting my chin. "Or a new address." "This isn't a negotiation, Miss Bennet." His blue eyes pierce into mine. "Consider it insurance against you running. You'll sleep at my estate each night, available whenever I need you." "What about my cat?" The question slips out before I can stop it. I don't even own a cat. A flicker of amusement crosses his face. "Bring the cat." "My clothes? My things?" "My staff will pack and move everything you need." He walks to his desk and picks up his phone. "Your new bodyguards, Ivan and Sergei, will take you wherever you need to go today, back to the shop or to your massage clients. The choice is yours." His lips curve into a cold smile. "Enjoy having choices while you still do." I dig my nails into my palms. What if I refuse? "Then your parents lose their shop immediately instead of having the chance to earn it back through your service." He speaks with the casual indifference of someone discussing the weather. "Which would you prefer?" My shoulders slump. He knows he has me cornered. "Fine, I'll move in." "Excellent." He presses a button on his phone. "Ivan will be waiting in the lobby. Don't try to run. My men will be watching." I turn toward the door, my legs shaky. "Oh, and Claire?" I pause with my hand on the doorknob. "Pack something nice for dinner. We'll be dining together tonight." I glare at him and say coldly, "Of course, Mr. Rostova." "Valyrian," he corrects. "When we're alone, you'll call me Valyrian." I nod, unable to form words under the intensity of his stare. Despite everything, a small thrill runs through me at the way he issues the command. "Welcome to your new life, Miss Bennet," he says as I reach the door. "I have a feeling we're going to work very well together." The moment I step out of Valyrian's office, my stomach lurches violently. The world spins, and I press my hand against the wall to steady myself. "Bathroom," I mumble as bile rises up my esophagus. The man who greeted the two men bringing me in materializes beside me, his expression somewhere between annoyance and disgust. He grabs my elbow, steering me down a hallway to a pristine guest bathroom. I barely make it to the toilet before emptying my stomach. The marble floor is cold against my knees when I heave as tears prick my eyes. When the nausea finally subsides, I splash cold water on my face and rinse my mouth, avoiding my reflection in the mirror. Dmitri stands waiting when I emerge, his arms crossed. "What's the matter? You pregnant or something?" "The boss won't like that." A harsh laugh escapes me. The doctor's words from 10 years ago flash through my mind. Polycystic ovarian syndrome, difficulty conceiving, and potential infertility. "No, I'm not pregnant." "Then, what's your problem?" "My problem?" My voice rises. "My problem is that my entire life just got hijacked because my brother can't control his gambling addiction. My problem is that I'm being forced to work for and live with a man who thinks he can own people. My problem is that everything I've worked for is being taken away from me." Dmitri rolls his eyes. "Don't be so dramatic. The boss is being generous. He could have taken the shop and thrown your brother in the river." The casual way he mentions violence makes my skin crawl. These people really do live in a different world. "Ivan and Sergei will drive you back to the shop," Dmitri says, gesturing to the two men who brought me here. "Try not to puke in the car. It's new." The ride back is silent. I stare out the window, watching the city blur past. The familiar storefront of Bloomhouse comes into view too quickly. Mom will be wondering where I've been. How am I supposed to explain any of this?
Chapter 4. Valyrian. I lean back in my leather chair, replaying Claire's shifting expressions. The anger in her eyes, the defiance in her posture, and finally, the resignation that settled over her features. A twinge of something unfamiliar tugs at me. Guilt? I push it away, burying it deep. This is business, nothing more. It's about the money, I mutter to myself, running a hand through my hair. That's all. But even as I say the words, I know they're not entirely true. There's something about Claire that challenges me in a way I'm not accustomed to. Her fierce loyalty to her family, her willingness to sacrifice herself for them. It's admirable, if also a little misguided. A knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. "Come in," I call out, straightening in my chair. Dimitri enters, his face impassive as always. "Boss, there's something you should know about the Bennett girl." I raise an eyebrow. "Go on." "After you dismissed her, she got sick in the bathroom. Heaved her guts out. She said she wasn't pregnant, but who knows?" The information upsets me more than I'd expect, but not because I think she's pregnant. She doesn't strike me as a liar. More realistically, she's stressed to the point of sickness about our little deal. I picture Claire bent over and retching, her body rebelling against our agreement. The guilt resurfaces, sharper this time. I clench my jaw, forcing it back down. "I see," I say, keeping my voice neutral. "Anything else?" Dimitri shakes his head. "That's all for now. Do you want an update on the Petrov situation after the docks incident?" I nod, grateful for the change of subject. "Yes. Give me a full report." As Dimitri launches into the details of our latest clash with the Petrov syndicate, I try to focus, but my mind keeps drifting back to Claire. I imagine her hands on me, kneading away the tension in my muscles. The thought sends a jolt of heat through my body. I recall her condition. No happy endings. A smirk tugs at my lips. I've never expected that anyway. Certainly not from someone in her position. Still, I can't deny the attraction I feel. If things were to turn physical between us, I wouldn't object. "Valyrian?" Dimitri's voice cuts through my wandering thoughts. "Did you hear what I said about Matvey's new shipment?" I blink, forcing myself back to the present. "Sorry, Dimitri. Could you repeat that?" As he continues his report, I make a conscious effort to listen, but even as I nod and ask questions, part of my mind remains fixed on Claire. On the way, her eyes flashed with defiance, on the curve of her lips as she agreed to my terms. I shake my head slightly, trying to clear it. This is dangerous territory. Claire is here to work off her brother's debt, nothing more. I won't complicate things by allowing my attraction to cloud my judgment. And yet, the image of her persists. The way she stood up to me, refusing to be intimidated even in the face of my power. It's refreshing. Intriguing. "That's all for now, boss," Dimitri concludes. "Anything else you need?" I wave him off. "No, that's fine. Keep me updated on any developments with Petrov." As the door closes behind him, I lean back in my chair once more and try to work, lighting a cigar to pacify my nerves. My gaze drifts to the clock on the wall. It's taking too long for it to be time for my first massage appointment with Claire. Despite my best efforts, a thrill of anticipation runs through me. I stand adjusting my suit jacket. As I move toward the door, I catch sight of myself in the mirror. My expression is composed, revealing nothing of the turmoil beneath the surface. Good. That's how it needs to stay. Remember, I tell my reflection sternly, this is about the debt. Nothing more. But even as I say the words, I know they're a lie. Claire Bennett has already become more than just a means to collect on her brother's gambling losses. She has become a pretty little present with a bright pink bow, and I bet the inside is even pinker. I stride through the halls of my mansion across the imported Carrara marble. My mind drifts to Claire's face and the slight lift of her chin when she stood up to me. Most people cower. She didn't. At least not until I threatened to make her parents pay the debt. Even then, she capitulated, but she didn't quiver with fear. Movement catches my attention as the familiar silhouette of my head butler appears from the east wing. "Anatoly," I call out, my voice carrying through the cavernous space. He materializes at my side within seconds, his black suit pristine, his silver hair neatly combed. At 65, he moves with the same efficiency he showed when I was a boy, serving first as a footman, and finally, as my father's butler before he passed away. "Yes, Mr. Rostova?" He folds his hands behind his back, posture military straight. Decades of service have taught him to read my moods. Today, his usual formality carries a hint of curiosity. "Prepare the blue room for our guest, Miss Bennett. She'll be staying with us for the foreseeable future." I run my finger along the polished mahogany of my desk, picturing the room with its sapphire silk drapes and antique Fabergé collection. Anatoly nods, his expression unchanging. "Of course, sir. I'll have Maria change the linens and refresh the flowers. The blue room overlooks the rose garden. Perhaps Miss Bennett would appreciate that view." I pause, considering it. The memory of her earlier defiance, that flash of spirit, suggests she needs more than just a gilded cage, no matter how luxurious. "Yes, and inform Chef Mikhail to prepare a special dinner tonight. I want both Russian specialties and some American dishes. Beef stroganoff, perhaps, alongside a good old-fashioned steak. Something familiar for Miss Bennett." "Very good, sir." Anatoly straightens his already impeccable posture. "I'll speak with Mikhail about incorporating both cuisines. Would you prefer service in the formal dining room or the private alcove?" "The alcove. No need to overwhelm her on her first night." "I'll see to it immediately, sir," says Anatoly with crisp efficiency. He executes a perfect about-face, his polished shoes pivoting on the gleaming marble floor without a sound. His movements are fluid, reminiscent of his military background. As he glides away, I call out, "Anatoly?" He halts mid-stride, turning back to face me with an expectant expression. "Yes, Mr. Rostova?" "Did the items I ordered arrive today?" I ask, my tone casual but my interest keen. A flicker of understanding crosses Anatoly's face. "Indeed they did, sir. As per your instructions, we've converted the smallest guest room, the gray one, into a massage space. Everything is set up and ready for use." I nod, satisfied. "Very good. Carry on." Anatoly inclines his head respectfully before resuming his silent departure. I watch him disappear around the corner, then turn toward the grand staircase leading to my private quarters. As I ascend, trailing my hand along the cool, polished banister, my thoughts drift again to Claire. I'm used to inspiring fear. It's a tool of my trade, and as natural to me as breathing. But Claire's fear gnaws at me, an uncomfortable sensation I can't quite place. Reaching the landing, I pause before a large window overlooking the manicured grounds. I loosen my tie, feeling inexplicably constricted. Why does her fear bother me so much? I murmur to myself, my reflection in the window frowning back at me. The answer eludes me, slipping away like smoke through my fingers. With a shake of my head, I continue down the hallway to my rooms, determined to unravel this puzzle that is Claire Bennett. I enter my bedroom and yank at my silk tie, the expensive fabric slipping through my fingers as I cross to the window. Through the wall of glass, with the blinds currently open, my estate unfolds like a master painting with its manicured gardens, stone fountains, and the long driveway lined with Italian cypress trees. All mine. All meaningless right now. Control, I say, pressing my forehead against the cool glass. Repayment. Business. The words taste hollow on my tongue. She's just another debt to collect. Even as I speak the lie, Claire's face appears in my mind. Running a hand down my face, I turn from the window. The manila folder on my nightstand draws my attention like a magnet. It contains identical copies to the information contained in the other folder I keep in my office. I pick it up, though I could recite its contents in my sleep. Claire Bennett, 27, massage therapist, no criminal record, outstanding student loans, close relationship with her soon-to-be incarcerated brother. Damn it. I flip through the pages, but the black and white text fails to capture what I've witnessed firsthand. How she lifted her chin and stared me down in my own office. How her voice never faltered when she stood up to me. And how she eventually accepted my maneuvering with quiet grace. I shouldn't be doing this. I slam the folder shut and toss it back on the nightstand. She's nothing more than her brother's debt, I tell the empty room. But the words ring false, even to my own ears. I look at the report again, but its clinical facts feel hollow. What makes you smile like that? I whisper to her absent form. What keeps you awake at night? Questions I'd never bothered asking anyone before. In the master bath, I hang my suit with mechanical precision. The shower hisses to life, filling the marble space with billowing steam. Hot water washes over my stiff shoulders, but my mind wanders to golden-flecked eyes and a voice that trembles yet never yields. Damn you, Claire, I murmur, my voice rough with frustration. I brace one arm against the cool tile, feeling the smooth surface beneath my palm. Rivulets of hot water cascade down my back, but they do nothing to ease the fire burning inside me. My other hand slides down my abdomen, muscles tensing beneath my touch. Fingers seek lower, desperate for relief from this maddening tension that's been building since I first laid eyes on her. I grasp my cock with a grunt. Behind closed eyelids, I see her as clearly as if she were standing before me. Those lush curves barely contained by whisper-soft silk, teasing and tempting. That stubborn mouth, usually set in defiance, finally yielding to mine in a passionate kiss. I speed up the pace of my hand, squeezing hard as though punishing myself for this stolen pleasure, while yearning for it to be her mouth instead of my hand working my shaft. Claire. I groan, her name catching in my throat as pleasure crests and breaks. My balls tighten, and I come on the tile floor before the water swirls it down the drain. The intensity of it leaves me weak-kneed, sagging against the shower wall. Water pounds against my shoulders, but I barely notice, lost in the aftershocks and the lingering image of golden-flecked eyes. I draw in a ragged breath, trying to regain my composure. But even as my body relaxes, my mind remains fixated on her, on the enigma that is Claire Bennett, and the inexplicable hold she has over me. What are you doing to me, Claire? The words dissolve in the steam, unanswered. Afterward, as I dry off and dress for dinner, I tell myself I'm not ashamed. It's a natural response to an attractive woman. Nothing more. But the memory of the guilt I felt earlier in my office resurfaces. I banish it quickly. There's no room for such weakness in my world. I check my watch. Claire will be arriving soon. Despite my best efforts to remain detached, a thrill of anticipation runs through me. Tonight's dinner will be interesting, to say the least. As I adjust my cufflinks, I catch sight of myself in the mirror. My expression is composed, revealing nothing of the turmoil beneath the surface. Good. That's how it needs to stay. Remember, I tell my reflection sternly, this is about the debt. Nothing more. Even as I say the words, I know they're a lie. Claire Bennett has already become more than just a means to collect on her brother's gambling losses. If things get heated and physical between us, I'll have no regrets.
Chapter 5. Claire. I sit at the kitchen table, hand around a mug of mint tea. The worn wooden surface beneath my tea holds years of family memories. Homework sessions, holiday dinners, and late-night confessions. Now it's about to become the stage for the hardest conversation of my life. Mom bustles in, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Claire, honey, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Dad follows closely behind, his brow wrinkled with concern. They take their seats across from me, and I force myself to meet their gazes. It's about Jay. I inhale deeply and exhale slowly. He's in jail. Mom's hand flies to her mouth, stifling a gasp. Dad's expression crumples, the lines around his eyes deepening with pain and disappointment. What happened? He asks, his voice rough. I take a deep breath, preparing myself for their reaction. He got caught up in some illegal gambling, but that's not the worst of it. I pause, the words sticking in my throat. He He gambled away Bloomhouse. Mom's eyes widen in disbelief. That's not possible. How could he? To a man named Valyrian Rostova, I continue, pushing through their shock. He's some kind of businessman, I think. I purposefully hide the fact that he's obviously a criminal, too. This is already traumatic enough for them. Dad's fist clenches on the table. We'll fight this. It can't be legal. I shake my head. It's not that simple. I don't think we can go the conventional route here, Dad. He told me that in his world, a family shares the burden of one member's sins. However, I've made a deal to save the shop. Mom leans forward with hope in her eyes. What kind of deal, Claire? I'm going to work for Valyrian. I carefully omit the part about living at his mansion. As his personal masseuse, I'll work off Jay's debt, and we get to keep Bloomhouse. Absolutely not, says Dad, his voice firm. We'll find another way. Take out a loan or sell the house if we have to. No, I interrupt, surprising myself with the hardness in my voice. This is my choice. I won't let you lose everything you've worked for because of Jay's mistakes. Mom reaches across the table, grasping my hand. Sweetheart, you don't have to do this. It's not your responsibility. But it is, I insist. We're family. We take care of each other, and right now, this is how I can take care of you. Dad shakes his head, his eyes glistening. Claire, we don't know anything about this man. It could be dangerous. I know, but I've met him. He's intense, but I don't think he'll hurt me. This way, we keep the shop. Your legacy stays intact, and we can move on from this. It won't even be that long. Our legacy isn't worth your safety, she says with a sniff. I squeeze her hand. I'll be careful, I promise, but this is the best solution we have right now. Dad stands abruptly, pacing the small kitchen. There has to be another way. We could talk to a lawyer, see if there's any legal recourse. And risk angering Valyrian? I counter. Dad, you don't understand how powerful he is. Jay messed around with the wrong people, and this goes way beyond legal action. Doing a little extra work is the safest option for all of us. Mom's voice is quiet when she speaks. How long will you have to work for him exactly? I hesitate, trying to do mental math. I'm not sure. Until the debt is paid off, but I forgot to ask the amount. I did get him to agree to credit me $500 per hour of massage time. So if Jay owes $25,000, that'll take... Mom blurts out, 50 hours. She looks at Dad. That's not so bad. Unless it's way more than 25,000, says Dad with a twist of his lips. He stops pacing, turning to face me. And what exactly does this job entail? Are you sure it's just massage therapy? The implication in his tone makes my cheeks burn. Yes, Dad, I'm a professional. That's all it is. And I'll find out the exact debt. I'm an adult and I know what I'm doing. An uncomfortable silence settles over the kitchen. I can see the worry on their faces and the fear for my safety warring with the desperation to save their life's work. Finally, he sighs heavily. I don't like this, Claire, not one bit. I know, but I'm going to do it anyway. Jay can't pay this off when he's behind bars, and things could get much worse if we don't just get this debt out of the way. I need you to trust me. She stands, circling the table to wrap me in a tight hug. We always trust you, sweetheart. We're just scared. First Jay, now you. I lean into her embrace, drawing strength from her warmth. I'm scared too, but I'm also determined. I'm not going to get into trouble like he did. I'm going to fix this. Dad joins our hug, his strong arms encircling both of us. You shouldn't have to, he murmurs. I know, but I want to for our family. It's a good thing Jay is going to be in prison for a while, he says, tone laced with anger. I might just about cool off enough to forgive him by the time he's released. I nod my agreement, glad they aren't going to bail out Jay this time. I don't want to see my brother suffer, but every time we help him, we're enabling him. My parents might forgive him, but I don't think I'm ready to even consider that until I'm finished paying off his debts. The sleek black limo glides to a stop in front of Valyrian's mansion. I grip my suitcase so hard my hand hurts. The huge house is even more impressive than the building with the penthouse. House isn't the right word. Mansion, for sure. It's like a physical manifestation of the power Valyrian wields. Ivan opens the car door. "We've arrived, Miss Bennet." I step out, and the crisp night air nips at my exposed skin. But it's not the cold that makes me shiver. Sergei retrieves the rest of my luggage from the trunk. "This way, please." They flank me as we approach the grand entrance. Ornate iron gates swing open silently, revealing a path lined with meticulously manicured topiaries. The scent of roses mingles with something darker, expensive cologne and cigar smoke. The massive front doors open before we reach them. An older man in a dark suit greets us. "Welcome, Miss Bennet. I'm Anatoly, the butler, and I'll see to your needs. Mr. Rostova is expecting you." I swallow hard, forcing myself to nod. The foyer is a study in opulence. Gleaming marble floors, a crystal chandelier that probably costs more than my parents' house, and artwork that belongs in a museum. It's beautiful, but the grandeur feels suffocating rather than impressive. "This way." The butler leads us deeper into the mansion. We pass silent staff members who avert their gazes as we walk by. Their rigid postures and carefully blank expressions concern me. What kind of life do they lead here, under Valyrian's watchful eye? We enter a spacious study. Floor-to-ceiling built-in bookshelves line the walls, interrupted only by a massive fireplace. And there he is. Valyrian Rostova stands with his back to us, silhouetted against the fire. He turns slowly, and his gaze locks onto mine. My breath sticks in my throat like a lump of dry bread. "Claire." My name on his lips sounds like a caress and a threat all at once. "I trust your journey was comfortable?" I lift my chin. "It was fine, thank you." He moves closer, and I resist the urge to step back. "I'm glad to hear it. Shall we discuss the terms of your employment?" The way he says employment makes my skin prickle. I nod stiffly. Valyrian gestures to a pair of leather armchairs. "Please, sit." I perch on the edge of the seat, my back painfully straight. Valyrian settles into the chair across from me, his movements fluid and controlled. He studies me for a long moment, and I force myself to meet his gaze. "Let's establish some ground rules, shall we?" His voice is deceptively calm. "First, you will be available to me at all times after your workday ends. Evening or night, whenever I require your services, you will provide them without question." My jaw clenches. "And what exactly do those services entail?" A small smile plays at the corners of his mouth. "Massage therapy, of course. What else did you think I meant?" Heat rises to my cheeks. "Nothing. Please continue," I mutter. "You will have your own suite of rooms," he says. "You're free to use the gym, the pool, and the gardens. However, certain areas of the house are off limits. My security team will make those boundaries clear." I nod, committing the information to memory. "You won't leave the premises without my express permission," Valyrian continues. "Ensure you send me a copy of your daily calendar the night before, and Sergei and Ivan will drive you wherever you need to go. Your meals will be provided, and any personal items you require can be purchased and delivered. Is that understood?" "Yes." The word comes out harsher than I intend. His gaze bores into mine. "One last thing, Claire. While you're here, you belong to me. Your time, your skills, your very presence. They're mine to command. Do we have an agreement?" Every instinct screams at me to run, to tell him exactly where he can shove his agreement. But I think of my parents, of Bloomhouse, and of everything I'm here to protect. I exhale raggedly. "We have an agreement, Mr. Rostova." "Excellent." He stands, moving to a nearby bar cart. "Care for a drink?" I shake my head. "No, thank you." Valyrian pours himself a glass of amber liquid. "You should try to relax, Claire. This doesn't have to be unpleasant." "Forgive me if I'm not jumping for joy at being a prisoner in a gilded cage," I snap before I can stop myself. His eyebrows raise slightly. "Careful, Zvedocek. There are far worse cages I could put you in." The threat, veiled as it is, makes my blood run cold. I force myself to soften my tone. I apologize. It's been a long day. Valyrian nods, seemingly satisfied. Of course. What does that mean, the word you used? Little flower. He lifts one side of his mouth in a partial smile. Considering your family business, it seems appropriate. I nod, unexpectedly flustered by the endearment in spite of it being included in a threat. Before I can think of a reply, he speaks again. Please, join me for dinner. Valyrian gestures toward an ornate dining room. My chef has prepared a selection of Russian and American dishes. I think about refusing, but my stomach growls. With a small blush, I nod instead and follow him through the house. The dining room takes my breath away. A crystal chandelier sparkles above a long mahogany table with at least 12 place settings, but we bypass it for a smaller alcove down the hallway. It's still grand, but on a smaller scale, and currently only set for 2. Fine china and gleaming silverware catch the light. The aroma of rich, savory food makes my mouth water. I hope you're hungry. Valyrian pulls out my chair. I slide into the seat, smoothing my skirt. I am, thank you. A footman appears with the first course, which is a delicate mushroom soup garnished with fresh dill. The earthy aroma mingles with notes of cream and white wine. This is incredible, I say after my first spoonful. The flavors dance across my tongue. Mikhail trained at Le Cordon Bleu before working in Moscow's finest restaurants. Valyrian watches me over the rim of his wineglass. I stole him away with an offer he couldn't refuse. Did that offer involve breaking his kneecaps if he declined? Valyrian's lips twitch. Actually, it involved a salary that would make Gordon Ramsay weep, though the other option was available. I shouldn't laugh at that, but I do. The wine must be getting to me. The next course arrives of tender beef stroganoff alongside perfectly seared salmon. Tell me about your family, he says between bites, beyond what I already know from my background check. You ran a background check on me? My fork hovers above my plate, the knowledge taking some of the enjoyment from the aroma of perfectly seared salmon wafting up. I run background checks on everyone in my orbit. He looks at me with an intensity that roots me to my chair before he taps his fingers once against his wineglass. Standard procedure. There's nothing interesting to tell. I concentrate on dissecting my salmon into precise geometric portions, watching the pink flesh flake apart. My parents own a flower shop. My brother's in jail. You know all this. What I know are facts. He sets down his fork with a delicate clink. I want to know who they are. Who you are. I raise my head, examining his expression. Behind his usual mask of cool control, genuine interest softens the sharp angles of his face. The dinner candle's flame reflects in his pupils. My dad taught me to ride a bike in the alley behind Bloomhouse, I say, my voice going quiet with the memory. He'd close the shop early on summer evenings so we could practice. The air would be sweet with leftover flowers, and Mom would bring out her homemade mint lemonade and Hello Kitty bandages for my scraped knees. You were close. His words come out more statement than question. We still are. I lift my wineglass, letting the rich burgundy coat my tongue. The alcohol has warmed my cheeks, making me bold enough to turn the tables. What about your family? Something dark flickers across his features, like a shadow passing over still water. His jaw tightens, and he runs his finger along the rim of his wineglass. My parents, especially my father, were reserved. The words come out clipped, each one precise and well-considered. I'm sorry. The inadequacy of the phrase hangs between us in the soft evening light. He waves off my sympathy with an elegant flick of his wrist, his ring catching the glow from the ceiling fixtures. It was a long time ago. My father wasn't particularly warm or paternal, but he taught me the family business. The legitimate parts or the other parts. The wine makes me bold enough to ask what sobriety would warn against. I lean forward, elbows on the table, watching his reaction. His laugh is unexpected and rich, rolling through the room like distant thunder. The sound transforms his face, softening the sharp edges of his cheekbones, crinkling the corners of his eyes. Both. He believed in a comprehensive education. He takes another sip of wine, but his smile lingers, a rare glimpse behind the mask. He shrugs. My mother believed in maintaining an image and relished her role as my father's partner, above everything. Including motherhood? At his nod, I frown. That's unfair. He laughs lightly. Life is unfair. The wine warms my blood as our conversation flows more naturally. What else about you? He hesitates. I speak 5 languages. My mouth drops open. Wow, 5? Well? He laughs again. Very well for Russian, English, French, and Italian. Valyrian lists off, swirling his wine. My Mandarin needs work. That's incredible. I barely managed high school Spanish. I sample the chocolate mousse that's appeared for dessert. The rich flavor melts on my tongue. Languages came easily to me as a child. My father insisted on total immersion, different tutors speaking only their native tongue. He watches me enjoy the dessert, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. What made you choose massage therapy? I wanted to help people. The mousse is divine, and I take another spoonful. There's something powerful about being able to ease someone's pain, even if just for an hour. My first client was this elderly woman, a retired dancer with arthritis. After our session, she cried because it was the first time in years she could move her knees without pain. She still can't dance, but with regular massages, she can walk better than she has in years. Of course, her other treatments help too, but my service makes a difference. A noble pursuit. His tone holds no mockery. Do you enjoy historical romance novels for the same reason? The healing power of love? Heat rises to my cheeks. How did you know about that? Background check, remember? His lips quirk. Your library card gets quite a workout. They're an escape. I set down my spoon and pull my shoulders back defensively. And they're well researched. I've learned more about the Regency era from romance novels than I ever did in history class. I prefer action movies myself. He signals for more wine. The plots may be ridiculous, but there's something satisfying about watching things explode. Die Hard is the best. Really? I wouldn't have pegged you for a Die Hard fan, I say with a slight laugh. The first 3 are classics. His eyes spark with genuine enthusiasm, though the 4th one had its moments. He frowns. The 5th one set in Russia was Govno. I don't require a translation for that. Being able to infer his opinion was negative even without understanding the word. What about music? I ask, curious about this unexpected side of him. Classical, primarily. Tchaikovsky, Rachmaninoff. He names composers I vaguely remember from music appreciation class. Modern music lacks sophistication, says the man who enjoys watching Bruce Willis blow up things. His laugh rolls through the room. Point taken. I tried learning guitar once, lasted about 2 weeks before my neighbors threatened to call the police. That bad? Worse. My rendition of Wonderwall made cats cry. The conversation shifts as servers clear our plates. Valyrian's expression turns more predatory. Tell me about your past relationships, he says, and his words sound more demanding. I stiffen. Nothing serious, a few dates here and there, a couple of longer relationships. One guy I lived with in college, but it fell apart when he was offered a job in California, and I didn't want to leave Philly. No one else special? No. I keep my answer short, unwilling to discuss my romantic history in detail with a man who essentially owns me. Interesting. He studies me over his wine glass. I find commitment to be a bit inconvenient myself. My liaisons rarely last beyond sunrise. The crude implication makes my cheeks burn. How fortunate for them. Indeed. His eyes darken. Though perhaps it's time for a change. A yawn catches me by surprise as the dessert plates are cleared away, saving me from having to respond to that loaded comment. It's been a long day. I'll show you to your room, he says. I should give you a massage first. The words come out slightly slurred. Maybe that last glass of wine wasn't the best idea. Not tonight. He stands, offering his hand. You're exhausted, and I prefer my massage therapists alert and coordinated. His palm is warm against mine when he helps me up. The contact sends tingles up my arm. We climb the grand staircase in comfortable silence. The plush carpet muffles our footsteps. The closer we get to stopping, the more my stomach twists. Will he really respect this agreement to be strictly professional, or is he planning to try to join me in my bedroom?
Chapter 6. Valyrian. I lead Claire down the hallway, where the blue room awaits at the end of the corridor, its sapphire silk curtains visible through the open doorway. As we approach, I notice her hesitation, gaze darting between me and the room. This will be your quarters during your stay, I say, gesturing for her to enter. She takes a tentative step inside, sweeping her gaze over the opulent furnishings. The Fabergé egg collection catches her attention, and she pauses to admire the intricate designs. They're beautiful, she murmurs, her fingers hovering near one of the eggs without touching it. I remain in the doorway, giving her space to explore. Feel free to look, but please don't handle them. They're quite fragile. Claire nods, moving away from the display. She sets her bag on the bed and begins unpacking with deliberate movements. I watch as she arranges her belongings, noting the tremor in her hands as she places a framed photograph on the nightstand. Your family? I ask, though I already know the answer. She glances at me, her expression guarded. Yes, my parents and brother. For a moment I feel like an intruder in her life. This glimpse into her personal world is both fascinating and unsettling. I remind myself this arrangement is her choice, a deal she agreed to. Yet, as she turns to face me, her eyes filled with defiance and fear, I realize I don't want to break her spirit. I want to unravel her, layer by layer, until she's mine. Mind, body, and soul. Claire pulls a pair of pajamas from her bag and lays them on the bed. Her movements are precise, almost robotic. Mr. Rostova, she says, her voice steady despite her obvious discomfort. I need to ask again. Are you going to keep things professional between us? I consider her question, admiring her boldness. I won't promise that, Claire, but if anything happens between us, it'll be not only consensual, but enthusiastic. Her eyes widen slightly at my words as a flush creeps up her neck. I see. I take a step into the room, closing the distance between us. She tenses but holds her ground, chin lifted defiantly. You're not like anyone I've ever dealt with before. You're ordinary, yet extraordinary in your determination to stand your ground. I'm not sure how to take that, she says, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. I chuckle, genuinely amused by her spirit. Take it as a compliment. It's interesting to encounter someone who doesn't immediately cower in my presence. Claire's eyebrows crease. Is that what you want? Someone to cower? No, I say, my gaze locked on hers. I want someone who challenges me, who keeps me on my toes. She swallows hard, searching my eyes. And you think that's me? I step closer, close enough to catch the scent of her perfume that is something light and floral. I know it's you, Claire. From the moment you walked into my office, I knew you were different. Claire takes a step back, her legs bumping against the bed. Mr. Rostova, Valyrian, I interrupt. When we're alone, call me Valyrian, I remind her again. She nods, her breath coming faster now. Valyrian, she says, testing the name on her tongue. I need to know what you expect from me. Beyond the massages, I mean. I consider her question carefully. I expect your honesty, your loyalty, and your discretion. Everything else, we'll discover together. Claire's eyes narrow. That's not a very clear answer. No, it's not, but it's the truth. I don't know what will develop between us. I only know I want to find out. She takes a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. And if I'm not interested in exploring anything beyond a professional relationship? I smile, admiring her bravery. That's your choice, and I'll respect it. But I think you're curious too, aren't you? A flicker of desire flashes in her eyes before she looks away. I should finish unpacking, she says, avoiding my question. I nod, stepping to the doorway where I remain, watching her unpack. The sight of her arranging her belongings in this room stirs something unexpected within me. Her presence here feels both intrusive and oddly right. Claire? She turns, a wary look in her eyes. Yes? I was wondering if you'd like to watch a movie before bed. Die Hard, perhaps. The invitation surprises even me. I hadn't planned it, but now that it's out there, I hope she'll accept. At least she doesn't seem as tired as she did when she was yawning over the end of dinner. My reluctance to end this time with her is telling me something I don't want to acknowledge, so I ignore it. Claire blinks, clearly caught off guard. Are you sure? She asks. I nod, maintaining my composure despite the strange flutter in my stomach. There's a lounge downstairs. We could watch it there. She hesitates, and for a moment I'm certain she'll refuse. To my surprise, she nods. Okay. Just let me change into something more comfortable. Of course, I'll meet you downstairs in 15 minutes. I leave her to change, heading to my own room to swap my suit for lounge pants and a t-shirt. It's a far cry from my usual evening attire, but it's appropriate for a casual movie night. 15 minutes later, I'm in the lounge, setting up the movie when Claire enters. She's wearing flannel pajama pants and an oversized t-shirt, her hair pulled back in a messy bun. The sight of her so relaxed and unguarded catches me off guard. Make yourself comfortable, I say, gesturing to the plush leather couch. She sits, curling her legs underneath her. I settle on the opposite end, careful to maintain a respectful distance. A bowl of popcorn sits between us, which is a strangely normal touch to this surreal situation. As the movie starts, I'm hyper-aware of her presence. It makes me feel as nervous as my first real date, also a movie. But this isn't a date, I sternly remind myself. I haven't seen this movie in years, she says, breaking the silence. I glance at her, surprised by the hint of a smile on her face. It's a classic. My dad loves it. We used to watch it every Christmas. The mention of her family reminds me of the circumstances that brought her here. An unexpected twinge of... Something hits me. Guilt? Regret? I push aside the feeling, focusing on the movie. Claire shifts on the couch, pulling up her legs and wrapping her arms around her knees. She's careful not to invade my space, maintaining a respectful distance between us. The bowl of popcorn sits on the cushion, a neutral zone neither of us breaches. On screen, John McClane crawls through an air duct, muttering to himself. Claire chuckles softly. I'm watching her more than the film, fascinated by her reactions. You know, she says, her gaze still on the screen. Jay always wanted to be an action hero like McClane. He'd run around the house in his underwear, wielding a banana like a gun. The image makes me smirk. I'm sure that was quite a sight. Claire nods, her smile fading slightly. He was always so full of energy, always dreaming big. I guess that's what led him to... She trails off, her expression clouding. I resist the urge to reach out and touch her. Instead, I say, people make mistakes. It doesn't define who they are. She turns to look at me. Even when those mistakes hurt the people they love. The question hangs in the air between us. I consider my words carefully. Especially then, it's how we choose to move forward that matters. Claire nods slowly, returning her attention to the movie. We lapse into silence. The only sounds the crunch of popcorn and the gunfire from the TV. As the film progresses, Claire's eyelids grow heavy. She fights it at first, blinking rapidly and shifting position, but eventually her head begins to nod, jerking up each time she catches herself drifting off. I pretend not to notice, keeping my focus on the screen. Part of me wants to suggest she go to bed, but a larger part enjoys her presence too much to send her away. Finally, Claire loses the battle with sleep. Her head tilts to the side, coming to rest on the back of the couch. Her breathing evens out, deep and steady. I allow myself to study her openly now. In sleep, The wariness that usually tightens her features is gone. She looks younger and more vulnerable. A strand of hair has fallen across her face, and I fight the urge to brush it away. The movie ends, rolling credits across the screen as I turn off the TV, plunging the room into darkness save for the soft glow of a nearby lamp. Claire doesn't stir. I stand, stretching muscles stiff from sitting still for so long. I should wake her and send her to her room. It's the sensible thing to do. Instead, I move around the couch. With careful movements, I slide one arm under her knees and the other behind her back. She's lighter than I expected, fitting easily against my chest when I lift her. Claire murmurs something unintelligible, her head lolling against my shoulder. I freeze, certain she'll wake, but she merely sighs, burrowing closer to my warmth. I carry her through the silent house. The blue room isn't far, but the journey seems to stretch on endlessly. Every tiny movement Claire makes is magnified in the stillness. Pushing open the door with my shoulder, I enter the blue room and lay her down gently, careful not to jostle her. She rolls onto her side, curling into a ball. I pull the comforter over her, tucking it around her shoulders. My hand lingers for a moment, hovering just above her hair. I step back, taking in the sight of her. The moonlight catches her face, highlighting the curve of her cheek and the sweep of her lashes. She looks peaceful, unburdened by her family's troubles or her deal with me. A frown creases my brow as I consider the complications she brings to my life. She's unlike anyone I've ever dealt with before. I can't predict how her presence will affect my carefully ordered world. Maybe she'll be good for me, shaking up the monotony of my existence. Or maybe she'll be my downfall, a weakness my enemies can exploit. Perhaps she'll be both, a blessing and a curse wrapped in one intriguing package. I turn away, forcing myself to leave the room before I do something foolish, like touch her hair or kiss her forehead. As I close the door behind me, I take one last look at Claire's sleeping form. Whatever complications she brings, I'm looking forward to unraveling them. The following scene is too steamy to include in this version. For the full unedited audiobook, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. Chapter 8. Valyrian. A couple of days later, killing time before my massage, I spend some rare downtime sprawled in a leather recliner, a glass of 30-year-old Dewars in hand. The amber liquid catches the fading light as day gives way to night, making the whiskey glint like liquid gold. It reminds me of Claire's eyes, and I groan, remembering how it felt to have her hands on me last night. How I maintained any control is a mystery to me. My phone buzzes, and I recognize the number of my contact in the district attorney's office. Sheila, what do you have for me? Her voice crackles through the speaker. Hello, Mr. Rostova. I have more information about Jay Bennett. The DA's pushing for 25 years. I take a slow sip of my whiskey, savoring the burn. And? They'll accept a plea. 10 to 15 if the judge signs off. Of course, that's contingent on his cooperation with the ongoing investigation, she adds, her voice scratchy through the phone's speaker. I set down the glass on my mahogany desk, the crystal making a soft clink against the wood. Leaning forward in my leather chair, I press the phone closer to my ear. Has Jay made a decision? Not yet, but there's more to the story. Paper rustles on her end. I've got the full report right here. I listen as Sheila lays out the details of Jay's predicament. Her words paint a grim picture. A Petrov gambling den hidden behind a bodega in Little Odessa, the tables stacked with dirty money. 2 friends had been with Jay that night. Derek Carmichael, a small-time thug with priors, and an unidentified woman in a black hoodie. I tap my fingertips against the glass. Let me get this straight. Bennett was playing poker with a bunch of thugs when the police stormed in? Exactly, she says. Officer Martinez was first through the door, gun drawn. According to witnesses, Jay stood up, knocked over his chair, and started arguing about police brutality. Created quite the scene. While this mystery woman slipped away, the Dewars burns down my throat. Right, but here's where it gets worse. Derek Carmichael pulled his piece and shot Martinez point blank in the shoulder. The bullet shattered his collarbone and severed some nerves. Doctor says he'll never regain full mobility. I drain the glass, ice cubes clinking. And because Jay created the diversion that let Derek get close enough. Accessory to attempted murder, she finishes, plus gambling charges, resisting arrest, the works. I shake my head. He's an idiot, and now he's facing accessory to attempted murder charges. Exactly. If he testifies against the shooter, he can get the plea bargain. Otherwise, he's facing the same charges and time. I shake my head, disbelief washing over me. What a waste. There's one more thing, Valyrian. The woman who escaped was picked up a few blocks later. She's in jail but not expected to be charged in the attempted murder of the officer. Jay and Derek are facing the brunt. Okay. Keep me informed if anything new comes up. After hanging up, I shift in my chair, staring out at the Philadelphia skyline. Jay Bennett's recklessness has finally caught up with him, and in spectacular fashion. The damage he's done to his family, especially Claire. She doesn't deserve this burden. None of her family does. I stand pacing the length of my office. The plush carpet muffles my footsteps while I consider my options. I could intervene and use my influence to lessen Jay's sentence. But at what cost? Would it truly help in the long run? He's still an addict not facing his problems. I can't see helping him off the hook, especially when his debt gives me leverage over his lovely sister. A knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. Come in. Dmitri enters, his face grave. Boss, I've got an update on the Petrov situation. I gesture for him to continue, returning to my desk. Dmitri nods. Remember that shipment we intercepted last month? Turns out it was just a decoy. The real goods made it through on a different route. I curse under my breath. Matvey's cleverer than I gave him credit for. Ramp up our surveillance on all Petrov operations. I want to know every move they make. Already on it, boss. With a respectful nod, he departs. As Dmitri leaves, I down the last of my drink. The burn in my throat matches the fire building in my veins. I check my watch. It's almost time for my massage appointment with Claire. I'm looking forward to her hands on my skin. I move to the adjoining bathroom to prepare for the session. My cock is trying to stiffen, and I'm doing my best to rein in that impulse. She's supposed to be helping me relax, but that's the last thing I feel around her. A short time later, I settle onto the massage table, my face pressed into the cushioned headrest. The scent of eucalyptus oil fills the air as Claire's hands begin working the knots from my shoulders. Her touch is firm yet gentle, easing the tension from my muscles. How's that pressure? She asks, needing a particularly tight spot. Perfect, I murmur, allowing myself to relax under her skilled hands. As she works, I debate how much to reveal about her brother's situation. Part of me wants to shield her from the harsh reality, but she deserves the truth since she's already stuck paying off his debt to me. I heard from my contact at the DA's office today, I say casually, turning my head slightly to gauge her reaction. About your brother, Jay. Claire's hands pause for a moment before resuming their steady rhythm. Oh? Her voice is carefully neutral. I prepare myself for her response. The charges are serious, Claire. He's facing accessory to attempted murder of a police officer. Her fingers dig into my shoulder hard enough to make me wince. What? The word comes out as a strangled whisper. I explain the raid on the Petrov gambling den, Jay's drunken outburst creating a distraction, and his friend shooting the officer. With each detail, Claire's movements become more tense and erratic. The DA is pushing for 25 years, especially since the officer will never be able to serve again. But there's a plea deal on the table, 10 to 15 if he cooperates with the investigation. Claire's hands still completely. I can hear her ragged breathing in the silence. She finally says, "He's probably too loyal and stupid to do that." "Either way, your brother's going away for a long time," I say, watching her carefully. "I'm sorry, Claire." She takes a shuddering breath, then resumes the massage with mechanical precision. "I know," she says flatly. "It doesn't surprise me. At least he won't be messing up our lives anymore." I raise an eyebrow, intrigued by her ability to accept it so easily. You seem resigned to this. Claire's voice softens while she continues working the muscles of my back. I just want to pay off his debt so my family can move on, get past all of this. I roll onto my side, propping myself up on one elbow to look at her directly. Her face is a mask of forced calm, but I see the pain in her eyes. And how are you holding up with all of this? She bites her lip, avoiding my gaze. I'm fine. It's not like this is the first time Jay's been in trouble. But it's never been this serious before. I press gently. Claire's composure cracks for a moment. No, she whispers. It hasn't. She takes a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. I can't fall apart now. My parents need me to be strong. I reach out, gently catching her wrist. And who's being strong for you? Her gaze clashes with mine, eyes wide with surprise at the question. For a moment, I see the vulnerability she's trying so hard to hide. Then she pulls away, her professional mask sliding back into place. I don't need anyone to be strong for me, she says firmly. I can handle this on my own. There's a certainty in her words that grabs me. She's willing to endure whatever it takes to protect her family. I study her, lightly brushing my fingers over her wrist before she pulls away to resume the massage. You don't always have to be so strong, I say gently. You can be angry at him, you know. You don't have to hide it around me. Claire pulls her arm away, eyes flashing with defiance. I'll be angry when I want to, she snaps. Without another word, she turns and walks out, leaving the massage unfinished. I watch her go, my curiosity about her only deepening. The door closes behind her with a soft click, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Sitting up, I roll my shoulders, feeling the lingering warmth from Claire's hands on my skin, along with the lingering traces of massage oil. Her abrupt departure leaves me unsettled. I'm not used to people walking away from me, especially not mid-conversation. It's refreshing in a way. I stand, stretching my arms above my head. The tension in my muscles has eased, despite the unfinished massage. I walk to the window, gazing out at the Philadelphia skyline. I don't really see it, preoccupied as I am with a stubborn massage therapist who refuses to bend to my will. A knock at the door interrupts my musings. Come in, I call, not turning from the window. Dmitri enters, his footsteps nearly silent on the plush carpet. Boss, we've got a situation. I turn to face him, raising an eyebrow. What kind of situation? Our guys at the port intercepted a courier. He was carrying documents detailing the next 3 shipments. Dmitri hands me a folder. It looks like Matvey's getting sloppy. I flip through the papers, a smile tugging at my lips. Or he's setting a trap. This is too convenient. Dmitri nods. My thoughts exactly. What do you want to do? I close the folder, tapping it against my palm. Set up surveillance on all the locations mentioned, but don't interfere. Let's see what Matvey's game is. Got it, boss. He hesitates, his gaze flicking to the massage table. Everything okay with the girl? I follow his gaze, remembering Claire's defiant exit. She's interesting. Didn't take the news well about her brother. I fill him in, but realize it was more her reaction to my offer to let herself be genuine about her feelings in my presence that prompted her to scurry out. Not that I'm going to share that with Dmitri. He nods and leaves, closing the door behind him. I return to the window, thoughts once more turning to my reluctant houseguest. Claire Bennett is proving to be more of a challenge than I anticipated. The question is, do I enjoy the challenge or eliminate it? The thought of Claire brings a smile to my face. Her fire, her determination. It's been a long time since someone challenged me like this. Part of me wants to break her, to show her the futility of resisting me. But another part, a part I thought long buried, admires her strength. As I prepare for bed, I look forward to my next encounter with Claire Bennett. She may think she can handle everything on her own, but she has no idea what she's up against. I always get what I want in the end.
Chapter 9. Claire. I paced the length of my room, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. The memory of Valyrian's touch lingers on my skin, sending an unwelcome surge of desire through me. I stop abruptly, pressing my palms against my temples. Stop this shit, I mutter to myself, shaking my head as if I could physically dislodge the thoughts of Valyrian's piercing blue eyes. The room suddenly feels too confining. I move to the window, pushing it open to let in a rush of cool air. The sprawling grounds of Valyrian's estate stretch out before me. My reflection in the glass catches my attention. I hardly recognize the woman staring back at me, with her hair slightly disheveled and her cheeks flushed. Is this what Valyrian sees when he looks at me? The thought makes my stomach flip. No, I say firmly to my reflection. This isn't about him. This is about Bloomhouse, about Mom and Dad. I turn away from the window, my gaze falling on the small, framed photo on the nightstand. It's a snapshot from happier times. My parents, Jay, and me, all smiling in front of the flower shop. The sight of it sends a pang through my chest. I pick up the frame, running my thumb over the glass. I'm doing this for you, I whisper to the smiling faces. All of you. Even Jay's face in the photo brings a mix of emotions. Anger bubbles up, warring with lingering affection for my brother. I set down the frame with more force than necessary. Damn it, Jay, I hiss through clenched teeth. How could you be so stupid? I sink onto the edge of the bed, my head in my hands. Jay's actions, my parents' worry, and the precarious situation with Bloomhouse settles heavily on me. I take a deep breath, bracing myself for the conversation ahead while lifting my phone. I finally tap my mom's contact, and the line rings twice before she picks up. Claire, is everything all right? The concern is obvious in her voice. Hi, Mom. I'm okay. I pause, gathering my thoughts. Is Dad there? Can you put me on speaker? There's a rustling sound, then Dad's voice joins in. We're both here, sweetheart. What's going on? I sink onto the edge of the bed, running a hand through my hair. It's about Jay. I know you've heard he's been arrested, but there's more to it. Mom's sharp intake of breath is audible even through the phone. What do you mean, more? I close my eyes, wishing I could soften the blow somehow. The charges. They're worse than we thought. Jay's facing accessory to attempted murder charges. The silence on the other end is deafening. When Mom finally speaks, her voice trembles. Attempted murder? Our Jay? There was a raid on a gambling den, I explain, the words tasting bitter in my mouth. Someone got hurt. Jay was there, and now... Dad's voice cuts in, tight with barely contained anger. How could he be so reckless, after everything we've been through? Robert, Mom chides gently, this isn't helping. I grip the phone tighter. There's a plea deal on the table. 10 to 15 years if he cooperates with the investigation. Another heavy silence falls. I can picture them in the back room of Bloomhouse, Mom's hands clasped tightly while Dad paces the worn linoleum floor. 15 years, she whispers. He'd be middle-aged by the time he got out. I know, I say softly. I'm so sorry, Mom, Dad, I wish... It's not your fault, Claire, Dad interjects. His voice softens. How are you holding up with everything that's happening? I swallow hard, thinking of Valyrian and of the strange new world in which I've found myself. I'm managing. Mr. Rostova hasn't mistreated me. The work is challenging, but I'm handling it. Are you sure? Asks Mom, her protective instincts clearly kicking in. You can come home anytime. You know that, right? I know, Mom, but I'm okay, really. This is something I need to do. I take another breath before asking, how's the shop doing? To steer the conversation to safer territory. Business is good, says Dad. His voice brightens. Remember Mrs. Henderson? She ordered 36 roses for her granddaughter's wedding. The one who used to sneak me caramels? A smile tugs at my lips. Is she still coming in every Thursday? Mom laughs, the genuine sound warming me through the phone. Like clockwork, always asks about you and Jay. The mention of my brother brings a heavy silence. Dad clears his throat before we dance around other topics. Dad's new supplier for tulip bulbs, Mom's book club, and the unseasonably warm weather, but underneath it all runs an electric current of worry, of questions they won't ask, and truths I can't share. I should go, I say finally. I love you both. We love you too, sweetheart, whispers Mom. After hanging up, I press my forehead against the window pane. Outside, the city sparkles, beautiful and oblivious to the dull throb in my chest, to all the words trapped behind my teeth about Valyrian, about debts and danger and decisions I never wanted to make. I set down the phone and moved to the ensuite bathroom, going through the motions of my nightly routine. The face in the mirror looks tired and older somehow. I splash cold water on my cheeks, trying to wash away the stress of the day. Back in the bedroom, I change into a soft nightgown and slide between the luxurious sheets. The bed is impossibly comfortable, but sleep eludes me. I toss and turn, my mind racing. When I finally close my eyes, it's not the comforting faces of my family I see. Instead, Valyrian's intense gaze fills my vision. The memory of his voice, low and commanding, sends an involuntary shiver through me. I snap open my eyes, heart pounding. What is happening to me? This man, this dangerous, enigmatic man, has somehow wormed his way into my thoughts. The way he looks at me, like he can see right through me, both terrifies and exhilarates me. I roll onto my side, hugging a pillow to my chest. The rational part of my brain screams at me to be careful, to remember why I'm here. But another part, a part I'm not entirely comfortable acknowledging, whispers of possibility. Valyrian Rostova is a puzzle I can't seem to solve. One moment he's all cold efficiency, the next there's a flash of something almost tender. The dichotomy is maddening, and I want to unravel the mystery. I groan, burying my face in the pillow. This is dangerous thinking. Valyrian is my employer, nothing more. I'm here to pay off Jay's debt and protect my family. Anything else is just too complicated. I give up on sleep, tossing back the luxurious sheets and swinging my legs over the side of the bed. The plush carpet cushions my bare feet as I pad toward the door, my nightgown swishing softly around my knees. The hallway is dimly lit as I make my way to the kitchen. My mind races with thoughts of Jay, my parents, and the impossible situation in which we found ourselves. The cool tile of the kitchen floor makes me shiver when I step on it with my bare feet. I move on autopilot, retrieving a saucepan from a nearby cupboard and filling it with milk. The gentle clinking of the pan against the stovetop breaks the silence of the night. As the milk starts to simmer, bubbles rising lazily to the surface, I reach for the cocoa powder, my movements slow and distracted. Couldn't sleep? Valyrian's deep voice startles me. The saucepan slips from my grasp, splashing hot milk across my hand. I gasp, more from surprise than pain. Then the pain hits. Shit, he mutters, crossing the kitchen in 2 long strides. He gently grasps my wrist, guiding my hand under a stream of cold water from the tap. The sudden temperature change makes me hiss. I'm sorry, he says softly. I didn't mean to startle you. I shake my head, unable to form words as the pain in my hand intensifies. Valyrian's touch is surprisingly gentle when he examines the reddening skin. It doesn't look too bad, he says after a moment, but we should keep it cold for a while longer. He reaches for a clean dish towel, wrapping it around a handful of ice cubes. With careful movements, he presses the makeshift cold compress against my hand. Hold that there, he says firmly. I'll clean up and make the cocoa. I nod mutely, watching while he moves around the kitchen with surprising efficiency. He mops up the spilled milk, rinses the saucepan, and starts the process anew. The familiar scent of warming milk and cocoa soon fills the air. I'm sorry for storming out earlier, I say softly, breaking the silence. When you told me I could express my true emotions about the situation, I guess I wasn't ready to face them. He glances over his shoulder, his expression unreadable. You don't need to apologize. Your reaction was understandable. I shift the cold compress on my hand, wincing slightly. It's just, since Jay has done so much damage to our family, I've always tried to be the strong, sensible one. I didn't want my parents to worry about both their kids. Valyrian turns back to the stove, stirring the cocoa. I understand that feeling. He pours the cocoa into 2 mugs, then reaches for a bottle on a high shelf. The amber liquid splashes into both cups. A little something to help you sleep, he explains, handing me a mug. I take a small sip, the rich chocolate flavor mingling with the burn of alcohol. Thank you. He just slouches against the counter, his own mug cradled in his hand. He seems to be wrestling with something internally. Finally, he takes a deep breath. I had a cousin, he says hesitantly, as if he's really not sure he wants to speak. Ivan. He lived in Moscow and got himself into trouble with a Bratva group there. I blink in surprise, both at the unexpected revelation and the pain I hear in Valyrian's voice. What happened to him? I ask softly. Valyrian's jaw tightens. He didn't come to me for help. Ended up dead when he got too deeply in debt. His vice was drugs. The kitchen falls silent, save for the soft ticking of a clock on the wall. I struggle to find the right words, struck by the raw emotion in Valyrian's voice. I'm so sorry, I finally manage. That must have been awful for you. The surprise on his face would be amusing if the atmosphere weren't so grim. He seems to realize how much he's revealed as a flicker of vulnerability crosses his face before it's quickly masked. I haven't shared that with anyone outside my inner circle. He still speaks softly. I still carry guilt from being unable to save Ivan, but the truth is, I could do nothing for him while the addiction had him in its grip. I nod. That's so true, and it's something the family of an addict understands. It doesn't make it any easier that we can't save them from themselves. Yes. He blinks, saying nothing else. The intensity of his experience settles between us. I take another sip of cocoa, savoring the warmth spreading through my chest. Thank you for telling me, I say softly. I know it isn't easy to talk about such things. He nods, keeping his gaze on his mug. We drink our cocoa in companionable silence, the tension from earlier dissipating like mist in the morning sun. As I drain the last of my drink, a wave of drowsiness washes over me. The combination of warm milk, alcohol, and emotional lethargy is finally taking its toll. I should probably try to get some sleep. I stand and set empty mug in the sink, along with the makeshift ice pack. Your hand? He nods toward it. I look it over. It's a bit pink where the milk splashed, and it stings just a little. I think it'll be fine. I don't expect any blisters. Valyrian nods, taking the mug from me and rinsing it out. Good. You should get to bed, as you said. You've had a long day. I nod and turn away, but hesitate at the kitchen doorway, turning back to face him. Valyrian? He looks up with an arched brow. Thank you for the cocoa, the company, and for sharing that story about your cousin. It's good to know you have some idea what I'm dealing with. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. Good night, Claire. Good night. As I make my way back to my room, I'm surprised to find my thoughts of Valyrian are no longer filled with irritation or confusion. Instead, there's warmth and a sense of understanding that wasn't present before. I slip between the sheets, my body relaxing into the mattress. As sleep begins to claim me, my last thoughts are of Valyrian's gentle hands tending to my burn, and the vulnerability in his eyes as he spoke of his cousin. The man is still an enigma, but perhaps not as unknowable as I once believed.
Chapter 10. Valyrian. I settle back in my chair, eyes narrowing as I read the report on Jay's gambling history, the debts, the losses, and the poor decisions. Each page reveals the man's reckless nature. What catches my attention is the link to the Petrov syndicate. Jay's trouble runs deeper than losing money at a Petrov gambling den in Little Odessa. Dmitri, I call out, my voice sharp. The door opens and Dmitri enters, his face a mask of professional neutrality. Yes, boss? I toss the file across the desk. Did you see this? The Petrov connection. His fingers trace over the damning evidence as he flips through the pages. A muscle twitches in his jaw. That's unexpected. Unexpected is an understatement. My chair creaks while I push away from my desk to pace. They've been manipulating him from the start. 5,000 here, 10,000 there, making sure his bet's paid off just enough to keep him coming back. Classic predator behavior, Dimitri. They were grooming him, molding him into their perfect little soldier. The paper crinkles as Dimitri's grip tightens on the file. Those bastards made him dependent. Each win was another link in their chain. Exactly. I pause at the window, watching the last rays of sunlight glint off the Philadelphia skyscrapers. The glass is cool against my fingertips. And now their investment is sitting in a concrete cell. Matvey Petrov isn't known for his patience or understanding when his plans go sideways. What's our play? Dimitri's reflection appears behind me in the glass, his shoulders squared and ready for action. I pivot to face him, already mapping out the strategy in my mind. Time isn't on our side. I want someone on the inside today. Use whatever connections necessary to get one of our men transferred to Jay's cell block. Whether he takes the plea deal or fights the charges, I need surveillance in place. The judge denied bail, so he's not going anywhere. I drum my fingers against the polished surface of my desk. The moment a Petrov associate so much as breathes in Jay's direction, I want to know about it. No exceptions. Dimitri nods. Consider it done. Anything else? Yes, I want a full background check on Claire Bennett. Dig deep. I need to know if she has any connections to the Petrovs that we might have missed. You think she might be involved? I shake my head. No, but I can't rule it out. Her brother's in deep with them. We need to be certain she's not compromised. Understood. Dimitri hesitates. And what about the girl herself? Do you want us to increase surveillance? I consider this for a moment. The thought of having Claire watched more closely doesn't sit well with me. Number for now, we maintain our current level of observation, but I want daily reports on her movements and interactions. Dimitri nods and turns to leave. One more thing, I call out. He pauses at the door. Arrange a meeting with our contacts in the DA's office. I want to know exactly what kind of deal they're offering Jay. We need to make sure he keeps his mouth shut about any Petrov connections. Got it, boss. Anything else? I wave him off. That's all for now. Keep me updated. As the door closes behind Dimitri, I sink back into my chair. The situation with Jay Bennett has become far more complicated than I initially anticipated. The Petrov involvement changes everything. I pull out my phone, scrolling through recent messages. There's one from Claire, sent late last night after I was asleep. Thank you for the hot chocolate, and for listening. It helped. I stare at the message, myriad emotions churning inside me. She's become an unexpected variable in this equation, one that I'm finding increasingly difficult to ignore. I type out a reply. You're welcome. My door is always open if you need to talk. My finger hovers over the send button. Is this wise? Am I letting myself get too close? I delete the message, opting instead for something more neutral. Glad I could help. Get some rest. I hit send before I can second-guess myself again. Setting the phone aside, I turn my attention back to the matter at hand. The Petrov Syndicate, Jay Bennett, Claire. I lean back in my chair, fingers steepled under my chin as I contemplate the situation. The Petrov Syndicate's involvement with Jay complicates matters exponentially. If they catch wind of Claire's arrangement with me, it could put her and her family in grave danger. My jaw clenches as I imagine Matvey Petrov's men anywhere near Claire or Bloomhouse. The thought of her parents, Robert and Linda, caught in the crossfire of this underworld feud makes my blood boil. Dimitri? I say loudly. The door opens and he enters, his face a mask of professional neutrality. Yes, boss? I need you to put some men on Bloomhouse. Discreet observation, round the clock. If anyone so much as looks at that flower shop sideways, I want to know about it. Dimitri nods, already pulling out his phone. Consider it done. Anything else? I pause, weighing my next words carefully. Increase security here at the mansion as well as the penthouse when we're there. I want Claire protected at all times, whether she's here or out in the city. A flicker of surprise crosses Dimitri's face before he schools his expression. Understood. I'll make the arrangements immediately. He hesitates at the door. If I may ask, why all the extra precautions for Miss Bennet? I narrow my eyes. Because the Petrovs will be looking for leverage, and I won't give them the satisfaction. Dimitri nods, accepting my explanation without further question. As the door closes behind him, I'm left alone with my thoughts once more. I rise from my desk, pacing the length of my office. The city sprawls out before me through the windows, a landscape of steel and glass that I've spent years conquering. Yet now, all of it seems insignificant compared to keeping one woman safe. I sift through endless columns of numbers, but the quarterly reports blur before my eyes. My phone sits within reach, its screen dark and silent. Too silent. Damn it. I grab it, thumbing open my messages to Claire. Everything okay? I type, then delete it. Too obvious. Instead, I write, checking in. Her response comes quickly. All good. Just finished with a client. Heading to lunch. Relief courses through me, but it's short-lived. I tap my pen against the desk, staring at the financial statements spread before me. The numbers should command my full attention, but all I see is Claire's face. My phone buzzes with a longer message from her. Your security detail is very thorough. Pretty sure they counted how many times I blinked during my sandwich. I smile despite myself. Good. That's their job. They're scaring my customers. Better scared than dead. I pause, then add, I'll tell them to be more discreet. I set down the phone, turning back to the papers that demand my attention, but the numbers still refuse to make sense, and my hand keeps straying toward the phone, ready to check on her again. Everything okay? Where are you now? Let me know when you're heading back. By the time evening rolls around, I've sent her no less than a dozen messages. The last one comes back with a curt reply. I'm fine. On my way back now. I lean back in my chair. Perhaps I've been a bit overzealous in my concern, but the stakes are too high to take chances. The elevator dings, announcing her return. I rise from my desk, straightening my suit jacket as I make my way to the penthouse's main living area. The doors slide open, and there she stands. A vision of irritation wrapped in a light blue sweater and jeans. Welcome back, I say, keeping my tone neutral. Claire's eyes narrow slightly as she steps into the room. Thanks. She hefts a large paper bag in her arms. I brought dinner. The aroma of Thai food wafts through the air, making my stomach growl. It's then I realize I haven't eaten since breakfast, too consumed with work and worry to notice. That's thoughtful of you, I say, genuinely surprised by the gesture. Claire shrugs, moving past me to set the bag on the coffee table. I figured your staff might be hungry too. There's enough for everyone. She begins unpacking containers of pad thai, green curry, and spring rolls. The domesticity of the scene strikes me, so at odds with the danger lurking just beyond these walls. Shall we eat in the entertainment room? I suggest, gesturing toward the adjacent space. We could put on a movie. Claire nods, gathering up the food. Sure, as long as it's not a mob flick. I've had enough real-life crime drama lately. I chuckle despite myself, following her into the room. How about Die Hard 2? Perfect, Claire says dryly, but there's a hint of a smile on her lips. We settle onto the plush leather couch as the movie's opening credits roll across the massive screen. For a while, we eat in companionable silence. The only sounds the clinking of chopsticks and Bruce Willis's wisecracks. It's during a lull in the action that Claire finally speaks up. So, are you going to tell me what's going on? I turn to face her, my expression carefully neutral. What do you mean? Claire sets down her container of pad thai, fixing me with a pointed stare. The constant check-ins? The extra security I noticed tailing me today? Something's changed, Valyrian. I want to know what it is. I sigh, setting aside my own food. There's no point in trying to deflect. She's too perceptive for that. You're right. There have been developments regarding your brother's situation. She stiffens. What kind of developments? I let out a harsh breath. We've discovered that Jay wasn't just gambling at a Petrov-owned establishment. He was being groomed as an asset for their organization. They must have lured him back after his brief stint with avoiding gambling while he worked at the casino. One of Petrov's legitimate holdings, by the way. They would have been watching him the entire time. Maybe someone applied pressure that sent him to the gambling den while trying to get him back into gambling with the casino and running up his tab. They couldn't have known he'd go to the illegal den, or the cops would pick that night to raid it. The color drains from Claire's face. What? That's impossible. Jay wouldn't. It wasn't entirely voluntary, I interject gently. The Petrovs are masters at manipulation. They likely started small, offering him wins and making him feel indebted. Before he knew it, he was in too deep to back out. Maybe they hadn't even made the offer yet, but you can bet it was coming. No pun intended. This is one of the ways our world operates. Claire's hands clench into fists in her lap. And now? Now Matvey Petrov is aware that his investment is sitting in a jail cell, and he's not the type to let such things go easily. He's probably invested at least $100,000 in ensnaring your brother, which is a bargain for a foot soldier who can't afford to be disloyal or ask for much of a cut of anything. Not a good deal if that asset gets put in prison. Matvey Petrov, Claire repeats. Who is that? A rival of mine in the same line of work.
Claire's eyes narrow, a spark of defiance igniting in their depths. So, what you're saying is that you and Matvey are actually quite similar. You're both using my family to settle your scores.
Her words hit me sharply. I open my mouth to protest, but the truth of her statement silences me. In a way, she's right. I'm holding her here to settle Jay's debt, just as Matvey would use her family if he decides to get back the money he spent trying to trap Jay. The difference, I say finally, more harshly than I intend, is Matvey won't be content with letting you massage him. He'll expect far more, Claire, and he might never let you go. Claire goes very still, her face paling further. What can be done? She asks quietly. I rest my elbows on my knees. I'm increasing security for you and adding a detail for your parents. My men will be watching Bloomhouse around the clock. Sergei and Ivan will be your shadows as they have been, but more visibly as a deterrent and as a way to get closer to you faster if need be. Claire nods slowly, processing this information. Thank you, she says, and I'm surprised by the sincerity in her voice. You didn't have to do all this. Of course I did, I say, perhaps more forcefully than intended. Your safety is paramount. Claire studies me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Finally, she stands, smoothing out her jeans. I should go shower before your nightly massage, unless you'd prefer to skip it tonight. No, I say quickly, perhaps too quickly. The massage would be appreciated. Claire nods. All right then, I'll see you in an hour. As she leaves the room, I'm struck by an overwhelming urge to follow her, to offer comfort, and to soothe away the worry I can see etched in the lines of her face. But I have no right. We have what's supposed to be a business arrangement that doesn't include anything personal. She wouldn't appreciate my efforts to comfort her, I'm sure. I sink back into the couch, letting out a ragged breath. This woman has gotten under my skin in a way no one ever has before. I should pull back and maintain professional distance. It's the smart thing to do. I won't. I can't. Despite the danger, despite the complications, I'm falling for Claire Bennett. I have no intention of stopping before we figure out how and where this spark can lead. And I'm sure she feels it too, despite the brevity of our acquaintance and the situation into which I've maneuvered her.
Chapter 11. Claire. I pace the foyer, my heels clicking against the marble floor. The sound echoes through the cavernous space, amplifying my frustration. Valyrian's men hover just out of sight, their presence a constant reminder of my golden cage. This mansion feels suffocating. I can't even visit my parents without Valyrian or one of his goons escorting me. Sure, they make themselves scarce when I'm at Bloomhouse, but I still sense their watchful eyes. It's maddening. I've had enough. My hand reaches for the doorknob, ready to make a break for it, but before I can turn it, Valyrian materializes in front of me, his broad shoulders blocking my escape route. "You're not going anywhere," he says, his voice low and firm. The words ignite a fire in my belly. "What about my parents?" I snap, my voice rising with each word. "Are you really protecting them? I haven't seen any sign of those guards you supposedly assigned." Valyrian's face remains impassive, his calm demeanor only fueling my anger. "They're there, Claire. My people are professionals. They don't need to be visible to be effective." His reasonable tone grates on my last nerve. I'm not angry at him, not really. It's this whole situation, feeling trapped, powerless, scared for my family. But he's here, a convenient target for my frustration. Before I can stop myself, my fists connect with his chest. It's like hitting a brick wall. "I can't trust you." The words explode from me, raw and desperate. In an instant, Valyrian's hand wraps around my wrist. He pulls me close, our bodies nearly touching. His grip is firm but not painful, his eyes boring into mine. "You can trust me with your life, Claire," he says, his voice low and intense. "And with the lives of your family." I try to wrench my arm away, but he holds fast. "How can I? You've turned my world upside down. I'm practically a prisoner here." Valyrian's jaw tightens. "You're here for your protection. The Petrovs." "The Petrovs, the Petrovs!" I cut him off. "I'm tired of hearing about them. They're just another bogeyman you've conjured up to keep me under your thumb." His eyes flash dangerously. "You have no idea what they're capable of." "And you do?" I challenge, tilting my chin up defiantly. "What makes you so sure they're after me? After my family?" Valyrian tightens his hold on my wrist, but it feels more protective than confining as my anger peaks and starts to wane. "Because I know how they operate. I've seen firsthand what they do to people who get in their way." Valyrian's grip on my wrist sends electricity coursing through my body. His touch is firm, yet gentle, a contradiction that mirrors the man himself. For a moment, I consider giving in to the pull between us, but before I can make a decision, Valyrian closes the distance. Our lips collide, and heat explodes between us.
The following scene is too steamy to include in this version. For the full unedited audiobook, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. Chapter 12. Valyrian. Nearly a week later, I stride into the kitchen as Claire stands at the counter, a glass of red wine in her hand. Her back is to me, but I notice the slight tension in her shoulders as she senses my presence. "Good evening, Claire," I say, keeping my voice low and smooth. She turns, her cheeks flushing as our eyes meet. "Oh, Valyrian, I didn't hear you come in." I move closer, noting how she shifts her weight, almost imperceptibly angling her body away from me. "May I join you for a drink?" Claire hesitates, then nods. "Of course. There's plenty of wine left in the bottle, and it's your wine and your house." Not exactly an enthusiastic invitation. I bite back a small smile while pouring myself a glass, savoring the rich aroma before taking a sip. The Cabernet is excellent, but I'd expect nothing less from my cellar. "You've been scarce lately," I say, watching her reaction carefully. Her fingers tighten on the stem of her glass. "I've been busy," she says, not quite meeting my gaze. "Busy enough to skip 3 of my massage appointments?" I raise an eyebrow. "I'm beginning to think you're avoiding me." Claire's cheeks darken further. I suppose I have been," she admits quietly. "May I ask why?" She takes a long sip of wine before answering. "It's complicated. There's no need to press for an answer since I know why she's been avoiding me since that kiss." I lean against the counter, close enough to catch the faint scent of her shampoo. "I enjoy complicated. It keeps life interesting." She laughs, a short, nervous sound. "I'm sure you do." Her gaze flicks to mine, then away again. "I received a letter from Jay today. He wants me to visit him in jail." The abrupt change of subject doesn't surprise me. I've been expecting this. I see. When do you plan to go? Claire blinks, clearly caught off guard by my calm response. I'm not sure. Soon, I suppose. I nod, swirling the wine in my glass. I'll accompany you. What? Her eyes widen. Valyrian, that's not necessary. I can handle it on my own. I'm sure you can, I say, my tone gentle but firm. But I have business with your brother as well. It makes sense for us to go together. Claire's shoulders slump slightly. She knows she can't argue with me on this and expect to win. All right. I study her face, noting the worry lines creasing her forehead. Tell me about Jay, I say softly. There's more to his story than simple gambling, isn't there? She looks up at me, surprise evident in her expression. Why do you say that? I've been in this business a long time, Claire. I can recognize when there's more beneath the surface. I take another sip of wine. Talk to me, please. Claire is quiet for a long moment, her fingers tracing patterns on the countertop. When she finally speaks, her voice is quiet, as she reveals more to me about him than she's already shared. Jay wasn't always like this. He used to be different. I remain silent, giving her space to continue. He had such big dreams when we were younger, she says, a wistful smile touching her lips. He wanted to open his own restaurant and be this famous chef, but he never had a real plan, and he's never been one for hard work. He always thought luck would be enough. I nod, encouraging her to go on. That's what led him to gambling in the first place. He thought he could make enough money to start his business. Or, of course, it spiraled out of control so quickly. She takes a shaky breath. I became the responsible one. I had to step in when Jay couldn't pull himself together, hide the worst of it from our parents, until it became impossible to hide after he was arrested for robbing a convenience store to get money to gamble a few years ago. That was his first time in rehab, but not his last. She shakes her head, looking somewhere between sad and disgusted by his failings. You've been handling this alone for a long time, I say softly. No wonder she's disappointed at his constant failure to reform when it so deeply affects her life. Claire nods, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I had to. Every addict's family goes through something like this, I guess, but I wanted to shield our parents as much as possible. I set my glass down and take a step closer to her. You don't have to do it alone anymore, Claire. She looks up at me with a touch of hope, but mostly wariness. What do you mean? I'm here, I say simply. Let me help you. She shakes her head, a rueful smile on her lips. I don't know how to do that, Valyrian. I've been on my own for so long. I reach out, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. She shivers at my touch but doesn't pull away. Start small, I murmur. Let me come with you to see Jay. For a moment, I think she might refuse. Then slowly she nods. Okay, she whispers. I smile, feeling warmth spread through me that has nothing to do with the wine. Good. We'll make the arrangements tomorrow. Claire takes a deep breath, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. Thank you, Valyrian. I lift my glass in a small toast. Anything for you? My tone is light, masking the sincerity behind the sentiment. The security guard at the prison barely glances at my credentials before waving us through. I place my hand on Claire's lower back, guiding her down the sterile hallway. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows, emphasizing the dark circles under her eyes. Are you ready for this? I ask quietly. Claire takes a deep breath. As ready as I'll ever be. We're led to a private conference room, which is a perk of my connections. We bypass the usual communication through a glass window. Jay is already seated, his hands cuffed to the table. The conference room is all about Claire's comfort, not his, and I don't push for the guard to unlock him. His orange jumpsuit hangs loosely on his frame and stubble darkens his jaw. His eyes widen when he sees us. Claire, I didn't think you'd actually come. His gaze flicks to me. And you brought company. I remain standing as Claire takes a seat across from her brother. Hello, Jay. You're looking well. He snorts. Yeah, prison's been great for my complexion. What are you doing here, Rostova? I have business with you as well, I say smoothly. First, I believe you and your sister have some catching up to do. Jay shifts uncomfortably. Claire, I'm sorry about all this. I never meant for things to get so out of hand. Claire's jaw tightens. Really? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you knew exactly what you were doing. It wasn't my fault, he protests. Derek was the one who… Derek? Claire interrupts. Who's Derek? Jay pales. The guy I was working with. He's the one who got us into this mess. If it wasn't for him… He cuts himself off. Claire leans forward. Jay, why did you want to see me if you're just going to make excuses? You helped a woman escape, and a cop got shot. Do you understand how serious this is? Jay's shoulders slump. I know. I need your advice, Claire. They're offering me a plea deal. If I testify against Derek, they'll reduce my sentence, but I'm not a rat. How can I do that to a friend? Her expression softens slightly. You need to take the deal. What Derek did was terrible, and that officer could have died. You both deserve consequences, but you don't deserve as much time. It would be easier on Mom and Dad if you take the plea. Jay nods slowly. You're right. I'll do it. It seems clear to me he was already leaning that way and just needed someone to assuage his conscience for betraying his friend. Of course, he'd dump that on Claire. I have to breathe in and out to restore calm before speaking. If you don't mind, I'd like a moment alone with Jay. Claire's eyes narrow. I'm not going anywhere. I sigh internally. Her stubbornness is admirable, if inconvenient. Very well. I give her a look of irritation before proceeding. I study Jay's face intently. His gaze darts between Claire and me, a sheen of sweat visible on his forehead, despite the cool temperature of the room. I've seen that look countless times before. The nervous fidgeting of a man with something to hide. I keep my voice low and measured. I'm going to ask you a question, and I need you to be completely honest with me. Your parents' and sister's safety may depend on it. Jay swallows hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. What do you want to know? I lean forward, resting my elbows on the table. Were you aware the Petrov Syndicate was grooming you to be one of their foot soldiers? His eyes widen and he shakes his head vigorously. No way, man. I had no idea about any of that stuff. I was just gambling. That's all. I glance at Claire. Her expression is unreadable, but I notice the slight tightening of her jaw. She already knows about this possibility from our previous discussion, but it's still clearly painful for her. Are you certain? I press. Think carefully. Even the smallest detail could be important. He runs a hand through his disheveled hair. Look, I swear I didn't know anything about the Petrovs or foot soldiers or whatever. I was just trying to make some quick cash, you know? Things got out of hand, but that's all it was. I study him for a long moment, searching for any sign of deception. His story seems plausible enough, but something doesn't sit right. What about Matvey Petrov? Did you have any direct contact with him? Jay shakes his head again. Matvey? No, I never met the guy. I only dealt with some lower-level guys at the casino. Derek was my main contact, but he never mentioned anything about the Petrovs. Derek, I repeat, recalling the name from earlier. Tell me more about him. Jay shifts uncomfortably in his seat. He was just a guy I met at the casino. Seemed cool, you know. He started giving me tips and showing me the ropes. Said he could help me make some real money. Claire lets out a sound of exasperation. You didn't think that was suspicious? Some random guy offering to help you make money? He has the decency to look ashamed. It sounds stupid now, but at the time I was desperate. I was already in hock to Mr. Rostova, so I figured if I could make enough to pay him off, then I could focus on winning enough to open a restaurant. I hold up a hand, silencing their brewing argument. I need you to be absolutely certain about this. Matvey Petrov doesn't have anything over you besides gambling debts. Jay meets my gaze, and for once I see a flicker of genuine sincerity in his eyes. I swear, Mr. Rostova, it's just the gambling debts. I never got mixed up in anything else. I settle back considering his words. Part of me wants to believe him because it would certainly make things simpler. Years of experience have taught me to be cautious, especially when it comes to the Petrovs and guys like Jay, who never take responsibility for their actions. All right, I say finally. I'll take you at your word for now. But if I find out you're lying to me, I let the threat hang in the air, unspoken, but understood. Jay nods quickly. I understand. I'm telling you the truth, I swear. Claire clears her throat, drawing my attention. Valyrian, what does all this mean? Is Jay in more danger than we thought? I choose my words carefully. It means we need to be vigilant. The Petrovs may have had plans for Jay of which he wasn't aware. We can't rule out the possibility that they still see him as a potential asset. Claire's face pales slightly, but she nods, accepting the situation. What do we do now? I stand, straightening my suit jacket. For now, we proceed with caution. Jay, you'll take the plea deal as discussed. It's the safest option for you at this point. He nods, relief evident on his face. Thank you, Mr. Rostova. And I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused, and the money I owe. I'll pay you back. I wave off his apology. Save your apologies for your sister and your parents. They're the ones who've truly suffered from your actions. I could reveal Claire is paying off his debt, but I decide not to. There's no reason to be cruel when he's already half broken. My mercy will end if I find out he's lied to me and hidden something that could put her in danger, though. She rises as well, resting her hand briefly on Jay's shoulder. No more secrets, okay? Jay nods, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I promise. No more secrets. As we prepare to leave, I have a nagging feeling there's more to this story than Jay is letting on. The Petrovs aren't known for their subtlety. If they were grooming him, it's unlikely he would have been completely unaware. On the other hand, he's demonstrated many times that he's an idiot with poor judgment. I guide her out of the room, resting my hand lightly on the small of her back. As we walk down the sterile hallway, I keep my voice low. I hope he's being honest. Claire looks up at me and nods. Me too. Truthfully, I'm not sure he's capable of full disclosure anymore. Is it naive of me to want to give him the benefit of the doubt? I nod, keeping my expression neutral. Definitely, but I understand why you want to. We'll just be cautious for now, right? At her nod, I nod as well. When we exit the county jail, the cool air hits us, a relief from the stuffy interior. She shivers slightly, and I resist the urge to pull her closer. I guess he won't be here for long, huh? They'll send him to prison somewhere after the plea deal. I nod. Yes, though I don't know where. Maybe I can pull some strings to ensure he serves his time at Curran-Fromhold Correctional Facility, so he's close enough for you and your parents to visit. She slides me a glance. How much will that cost me? I glare at her. Nothing. I'm occasionally capable of being nice. Sorry, I'm just tense and shouldn't take it out on you. I know you aren't looking for ways to bind me to our agreement for longer. She straightens her shoulders. If you can arrange that, I'd appreciate it. I nod but don't verbally reply. She's wrong after all. I'm getting so ensnared by this woman who hasn't even graced my bed that I'd gladly latch onto any excuse to keep her with me for as long as possible. A dangerous thought in my world, but something about her makes me willing to be less risk-averse than usual.
Chapter 13. Claire. I stare at the end-of-month statement, tracing my fingers over the neatly typed rows of numbers. Each massage session meticulously logged, with the hours credited as $500 per session against Jay's debt. In the 3 weeks I've been here, I've made a dent, but it feels like I still have a long way to go. I've worked off $10,000, but that leaves $70,000 to go. The billing statement is so clinical, professional. I shouldn't feel hurt by this, but a twinge of disappointment hits me. What did I expect? A personal note? A thank you? I shake my head, chiding myself for such foolish thoughts. Valyrian Rostova is a businessman and a crime lord. Our arrangement is nothing more than a transaction. Yet I can't reconcile this cold, impersonal document with the man who comforted me about Jay, and who shared his own painful family history of his cousin's addiction and death. The Valyrian who kissed me with such passion it left me breathless seems so different than this statement of accounting suggests. A knock at my door startles me from my musings. "Come in," I call, hastily folding the statement and tucking it into a drawer. Valyrian enters, looking as impeccable as always in a charcoal suit that accentuates his broad shoulders. "I have a proposition for you." His voice sends an involuntary flush of heat through me. I raise an eyebrow warily. "Oh?" He takes a seat across from me, leaning forward slightly. "There's a community picnic tomorrow for foster children. I'd like you to accompany me." Of all the things I expected him to say, this wasn't even on the list. A picnic? For foster kids? Valyrian nods, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Is that so hard to believe? Honestly, yes. I study him, searching for some hidden motive. Why do you want me there? I narrow my eyes. I'm not some cover so you can assassinate someone, am I? He blinks as if he's trying to decide how to react to that. Outrage briefly flashes across his face, followed by amusement. "No," is all he says to that before shrugging. "I thought you might enjoy it and—" He pauses, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his face. "I'd appreciate your company. No assassination planned." I'm torn. Part of me wants to refuse, to maintain the professional distance I've been struggling to keep. Another growing part is curious. What would Valyrian be like outside of this mansion, away from his role as a feared crime boss? "All right, I'll go. Thanks." A genuine smile breaks across Valyrian's face, transforming his features. "Excellent. We'll leave at 10 a.m. As he exits, I'm left wondering what exactly I've gotten myself into. I have a hard time picturing him in such a relaxed, normal setting. The next morning dawns bright and clear, a perfect day for a late spring picnic. I dress casually in jeans and a soft sweater, unsure what to expect. Valyrian meets me in the foyer, and I'm struck by how different he looks in dark jeans and a navy pullover. More approachable and human. We ride in comfortable silence, the city giving way to a sprawling park on the outskirts of town. As we pull up, I see colorful balloons and banners and hear the excited shrieks of children carrying on the breeze. Valyrian leads me toward a group of adults setting up tables laden with food and games. A plump woman with graying hair spots us and hurries over. "Valyrian, so glad you could make it." She turns to me with a warm smile. "And who's this?" "Claire," I say, extending my hand. "I'm Valyrian's friend." The word feels strange on my tongue, but it's the simplest explanation. "Wonderful to meet you, dear. I'm Margaret, one of the event organizers. Valyrian's been a godsend for our program." I glance at Valyrian with surprise. He looks almost embarrassed. "It's nothing," he murmurs. Margaret laughs. "Nothing?" This man has single-handedly funded 3 new group homes and a scholarship program for our kids aging out of the system. He's in the process of helping us set up another program to help aged-out kids have a place to live by building an apartment complex, and has his hand in an endeavor to get local merchants to donate furnishings for the apartments. He's changing lives. Before I can process this information, a small whirlwind collides with Valyrian's legs. "Mr. Valyrian, you came." His expression softens when he crouches down to the little girl's level. "Of course I did, Lily. I promised, didn't I?" Lily nods solemnly, bobbing her pigtails. "Will you push me on the swings again?" "In a little bit. First, I want you to meet my friend, Claire." She turns her big brown eyes to me. "Hi, Claire. Do you like swings too?" I smile. "I love swings. Maybe we can all go together." Lily's face lights up. "Yes! Come on!" She grabs both our hands, tugging us toward the playground. For the next hour, I watch in amazement as Valyrian transforms. Gone is the intimidating crime boss, replaced by a man who laughs freely as he pushes giggling children on swings, who patiently helps a young boy learn to ride a bike, and who lets a little girl braid dandelions into his hair. As I help a group of kids decorate cupcakes, I can't take my gaze off him. He's in his element here, radiating a joy I've never seen before. It's beautiful. It makes me a little melancholy for a minute, because I bet he'd be a great father, and I'm not sure I can ever be a mother. I quickly squashed that thought. A Bratva boss would be the last man I'd choose for fathering my children. Still, there's something so warm and paternal about him. He's pretty great with them, huh? I turned to see Margaret beside me, a knowing smile on her face. Yeah, I say softly. He really is. Her eyes twinkle. Valyrian's been coming to these events for years. Started anonymously at first by just sending donations. Then one day he showed up in person. Said he wanted to see where the money was going. She chuckles. The kids adored him instantly. Now he never misses a picnic or holiday party. I watch as Valyrian lets a little boy climb onto his shoulders, parading him around like a conquering hero. I had no idea, I murmur. There's a lot of good in that man, she says. More than he gives himself credit for, I think. She sighs. He's very discreet about his life and business, but I get the feeling he's not exactly an accountant. It's a pity, because he'd be a prime candidate for adopting some of these kids otherwise. She slants me a glance. What do you think? I freeze and clear my throat, still staring at him. Not my business. Of course, she says with a smile. Just sending out feelers, you know. Patting my arm, she moves on. As if sensing my gaze lingering on him, Valyrian looks up and catches my eye. The smile he gives me is soft, unguarded. My heart does a little flip. I've spent weeks trying to reconcile the different sides of Valyrian, the ruthless crime lord, the passionate man who kissed me senseless, and the broken soul who shared his pain. Now I'm seeing yet another facet. He's a man who genuinely cares, who uses his wealth and power to make a difference in children's lives. It's becoming harder and harder to keep my walls up, to remember why I should keep my distance. As I watch Valyrian laugh, his head thrown back in genuine mirth, I realize I'm fighting a losing battle against my growing feelings for this complex, infuriating, wonderful man. A couple of hours later, the SUV glides through the city streets, leaving behind the laughter and joy of the community picnic. Ivan navigates traffic with practiced ease while Sergei fiddles with the radio, settling on a classical station. Soft strains of Tchaikovsky fill the car. I turn to Valyrian, who sits beside me in the back seat. I had no idea you were so involved with foster kids. Valyrian's lips quirk into a small smile. There's a lot you don't know about me. Clearly. I hesitate, then ask, how long have you been supporting these programs? He shifts, and his arm brushes against mine. About 5 years now. It started with anonymous donations, but eventually I wanted to see the impact firsthand. That's really admirable. I struggle to reconcile this version of Valyrian with the ruthless crime lord I first met. Do you support other causes too? He nods. Several. There's a women's shelter downtown, a veterans rehabilitation center, and a scholarship fund for underprivileged youth. My eyebrows shoot up. Wow, that must cost a fortune. It's a significant portion of my income, yes? Valyrian's gaze is steady. Money has never been my primary motivation. Power and control certainly, but not wealth for its own sake. I process this information. Is that why you run the Velvet Cage? To fund these programs? It strikes me that the profits might benefit some while hurting others, like my brother, who is a gambling addict that frequented his casino before someone finally cut off his line of credit. Too bad it wasn't before Jay lost $80,000 I have to repay. Valyrian's expression tightens. Partially. The Velvet Cage is a necessary evil. It provides legitimate income and helps maintain my territory, but it's not about luring in addicts or ruining lives. What about Jay? The words slip out before I can stop them. Valyrian sighs. Your brother was a complicated case. We try to keep problem gamblers out, but some slip through the cracks. Jay was particularly persistent. I cross my arms, a familiar defensiveness rising. He's not a bad person. He just made mistakes. I never said he was bad, Claire. Valyrian's voice is gentle. Addiction is a disease, not a moral failing. That's why I've been working to get him into a rehabilitation program as part of his plea deal. This revelation stuns me into silence. I've been so focused on protecting my family, on shouldering everything myself, that I never considered Valyrian might actually be trying to help. You don't have to do everything alone, you know, he says softly, as if reading my thoughts. I stiffen. I'm fine. I can handle my family's problems. Valyrian's eyes narrow slightly. No one's questioning your capability, Claire, but even the strongest people need support sometimes. I don't need... I start, but he cuts me off. You're allowed to lean on others. It's not a weakness. His words hit a nerve, and I turn to look out the window, blinking back unexpected tears. The city blurs past, a kaleidoscope of lights and shadows. He covers my hand, his touch warm and surprisingly comforting. You don't have to carry that burden anymore. I really look at him. The hardness in his eyes has softened, replaced by something that looks suspiciously like concern, maybe even affection. I don't know how to let go. I've been doing this for so long, but I'm trying. I whisper. He nods. The rest of the ride passes in comfortable silence. As we pull up to his penthouse, apparently staying in the city tonight instead of in the mansion, I'm reluctant to let go of his hand. Thank you, I say as he opens the car door. For today. His smile is genuine, reaching his eyes in a way that makes my pulse skip. You're welcome, Claire. I hope we can do more days like this. As I climb out of the SUV, I'm mildly alarmed. The walls I've built so carefully are starting to crumble brick by brick. For the first time in a long time, the thought of letting someone in doesn't terrify me. That it should be Valyrian is terrifying, but somehow also reassuring. A few days later, we're in the dining room. I smooth my napkin across my lap, inhaling the rich aroma of steak and chimichurri. Across from me, Valyrian cuts into his ribeye with practiced precision, his movements graceful and controlled. I have news about Jay, he says, setting down his knife. I pause my fork halfway to my mouth. What kind of news? He looks solemn. Sheila confirmed he signed the paperwork. He'll be transferred to Curran Fromhold within the next 2 weeks. The bite of steak and vibrant chimichurri turns to ash in my mouth. I set down my fork, struggling to swallow. That's good, right? It's what we wanted. It's a step in the right direction. His voice is gentle. He'll be closer to you and your parents. The rehabilitation program there is one of the best in the state. I nod, blinking rapidly. Right, of course. My vision blurs and I press my lips together, fighting the sudden ache in my throat. His chair scrapes against the hardwood floor as he stands. He moves around the table, coming to crouch beside me. It's okay to be upset. The dam breaks. Tears spill down my cheeks, hot and relentless. I'm sorry, I choke out. I don't know why I'm crying. This is what we wanted, what I wanted. You're allowed to have mixed feelings. His hand hovers near my arm, not quite touching. It's a complicated situation. I laugh, the sound watery and bitter. Everything about this is complicated. I gesture between us, encompassing the opulent dining room, the mansion, and our entire arrangement. Valyrian's lips quirk into a half smile. True enough. He hesitates, then asks, May I hug you? The question catches me off guard. I nod, not trusting my voice. His arms wrap around me, strong and warm. I bury my face in his chest, inhaling the scent of his cologne. My tears soak into his expensive shirt, but he doesn't seem to mind. I pull back slightly, looking up at him. His eyes are soft and filled with an emotion I can't quite name. Thank you for getting him a local prison. Valyrian's gaze drops to my lips, and for a moment, I think he might kiss me. My heart races with anticipation and fear before he blinks, and the moment passes. You don't have to thank me, he says, his voice low. I'm just glad I could help. I nod, suddenly aware of how close we are, and how intimate this position feels. I clear my throat and sit up straighter. I should probably go clean up, I say, gesturing to my tear-stained face. He stands, offering me his hand. I take it, allowing him to pull me to my feet. Of course, he says. Take all the time you need. I nod, then slip out of the dining room. As I make my way upstairs to my room, I can't ignore the lingering warmth of Valyrian's embrace, or the way my skin tingled when he almost kissed me. I close my bedroom door behind me, leaning against it with a sigh for a moment. Crossing to the ensuite bathroom, I splash cool water on my face, watching my reflection in the mirror. My eyes are red-rimmed and my cheeks flushed. I look vulnerable, raw. A knock at the door startles me. Claire? Valyrian's voice is muffled through the wood. Are you all right? I inhale and exhale to steady myself before answering. I'm fine, I call back. Just freshening up. There's a pause, then, may I come in? My pulse skitters, and I smooth my hair, then open the door. Valyrian stands in the hallway, his expression concerned. I wanted to make sure you were okay, he says. I'm better, I say, offering a small smile. Thank you. Valyrian nods, his gaze searching my face. Good. He trails off, looking uncharacteristically uncertain. I meant what I said earlier. You can lean on me if you need me. The sincerity in his voice makes my chest tighten. I appreciate that. I say softly. We stand there for a moment, the air between us charged with unspoken words. He takes a step closer, and I hold my breath. Claire, he murmurs, cupping my cheek. I lean into his touch, my eyelids fluttering closed. It would be so easy to give in, to let myself fall into his arms again, to seek comfort in his kiss. But I can't. Not yet, when everything is still so uncertain. I take a step back, breaking the connection. I should get some rest, I say after clearing my throat. He lets his hand fall to his side as he nods, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face before his usual mask of control slips back into place. He doesn't remind me I walked off in the middle of dinner or it's barely 7 p.m. Of course. Sleep well, Claire. Good night, Valyrian, I say, closing the door softly. I lean against it, listening to his retreating footsteps. Only when I hear the distant sound of his feet on the stairs do I allow myself to breathe. Moving to the window, I gaze out at the twinkling lights of Philadelphia. Somewhere out there, Jay is preparing for his transfer. Mom and Dad are probably worrying about both of us. And here I am, caught between gratitude and guilt, fear and something dangerously close to desire.
Chapter 14. Valyrian. I retreat to my home office, closing the door behind me with a soft click. The room's familiar scents of leather and aged whiskey do little to calm the storm brewing inside me. I loosen my tie and unbutton the top button of my shirt, suddenly feeling constricted. The memory of Claire floods my senses like a shot of pure adrenaline. I can still feel the ghost of her warmth and see the flecks of gold in her eyes as they darkened with desire. Her coral-painted lips had been so close I could taste her breath, hinting of mint and something sweeter. The way she'd trembled slightly, her pulse visibly fluttering at her throat. My hands shake slightly as I reach for the crystal decanter and pour a generous amount of 30-year Dewars into a heavy-bottomed glass. The amber liquid catches the lamplight, throwing honey-colored reflections across my mahogany desk. Stop this nonsense, I say under my breath, taking that first burning sip. The scotch blazes a familiar trail down my throat, its smoky warmth spreading through my chest. This is what I need. Something real to anchor me. I've built an empire on calculated risks and ice-cold logic. The Bratva demands nothing less. But Claire demolishes every carefully constructed wall with nothing more than a glance. I start to pace. 9 steps from wall to window, 9 steps back. The city lights blur beyond the glass. What are you doing to me, Claire? The words escape in a rough whisper when I press my forehead against the cool window pane. The glass fogs with my breath, and my reflection is ghostly pale against the darkness beyond. You're making me question everything I thought I knew. The truth is, I know exactly what she's doing. She's awakening parts of me I thought long dead, stirring emotions I've kept buried beneath layers of carefully constructed control. I take another sip of whiskey, savoring the burn. The Bratva has rules about such things, about becoming entangled with civilians, especially those indebted to us. It's a complication I can't afford, a weakness my enemies would exploit without hesitation, and it puts me in a position of power over her that implies coercion. And yet, I return to my desk, sinking into the leather chair. I trace the edge of a framed photo, the only personal item I allow myself in this space. It's a picture of my parents on their wedding day, both of them young and full of hope, before the Bratva consumed their lives, when expectation and duty crushed that spark of innocence. "What would you do, Papa?" I ask the smiling face of my father. He looks so different from the hard man I knew, the one who drilled into me the importance of strength and never showing weakness. I settle back, closing my eyelids. The memory of Claire's defiance flashes through my mind, the fire in her eyes when she stands up to me, refusing to be cowed. It's intoxicating, that spirit. So different from the sycophants and yes-men who usually surround me. "She's not afraid of me," I say aloud, a wry smile tugging at my lips. It's revitalizing, and more than a little arousing, but there's more to it than just physical attraction. I genuinely like her. I drain the last of my whiskey, the alcohol leaving a warm trail down my esophagus. The smart move would be to distance myself, to treat Claire as nothing more than an employee and a means to an end. It's what my father would have done. But I'm not my father. I've spent so long trying to live up to his legacy, to be the perfect Bratva leader, that I've lost sight of my own desires. I want her, I admit to the empty room. The words hang in the air, both liberating and terrifying. Wanting isn't enough. I can't simply take what I desire with Claire. She's not some conquest to be claimed. The power imbalance between us is too great, and the situation is too fraught with complications. I stand, moving to refill my glass. As I pour, my mind races through possibilities, weighing options like a chess master considering his next move. I can't forgive her debt. It's the only thing keeping her here. And the selfish part of me isn't ready to let her go when I'm just beginning to unravel the mystery of her. I can make her stay more palatable. Create opportunities for us to interact on more equal footing. To build trust, slowly but surely. I swirl the whiskey in my glass. One misstep could send everything crashing down around me. If I reveal a weakness, the Bratva, my legitimate businesses, and the careful balance I've maintained for years could all suffer. Is Claire worth the risk? I take another sip of whiskey, letting the warmth spread through me. In my mind's eye, I see Claire's smile, not the guarded one she usually wears, but the genuine one that lights up her entire face, the one I've caught glimpses of when she thinks I'm not looking. Yes, she's worth it. The thought barely has time to settle before Dmitri enters my office, his face a mask of practiced neutrality. I straighten, watching him approach with measured steps. The air in the room shifts, growing heavy with unspoken tension. "The Petrov Syndicate knows you're back in town. They want to speak with you." My muscles tense involuntarily. The Petrov Syndicate has always been a thorn in my side, but now the stakes are personal since that showdown with Ansili led to his death at my hands a year ago. I don't need to ask how they know. Matvey's network rivals our own in its reach and efficiency. The moment I set foot back in Philadelphia, it was only a matter of time before word spread. Why? Dmitri hesitates, his expression revealing something akin to concern. "Matvey claims he wants to ask you some questions about dealings with his brother, but I don't buy it. They're not looking for a deal or information, Valyrian. Matvey wants you dead for killing his brother, and meeting with them can only be a trap." I'm not that stupid. I exhale harshly. "Keep an eye on Claire, I'll handle this." I move toward the door, each step deliberate and measured. The familiar weight of my Makarov PM presses against the small of my back beneath my tailored suit jacket. Its presence is both a comfort and a reminder of the life I've chosen, if there was ever any choice for a boy whose father groomed him for the role. Dmitri, I pause at the threshold. I want a full report on Petrov's movements over the last 6 months. Every business deal, every whispered conversation in dark corners, and every woman he's banged. If he's so much as sneezed, I want to know about it. Consider it done. He's already pulling out his phone. As I stride down the hallway, my mind churns with possibilities. The Petrov syndicate has made their first move. Now it's my turn to respond. I enter the elevator, pressing the button for the underground garage. Seconds later, the elevator doors open to reveal the cavernous parking garage. My personal driver, Victor, stands at attention beside a sleek black Mercedes. "Where to, sir?" he asks as I slide into the back seat. "The Velvet Cage. Take the long way. I need to make a call." As the car pulls out of the garage, I retrieve a burner phone from the stash kept in a hidden compartment in the seat. My fingers move swiftly over the keypad, dialing a number I've committed to memory. The line rings twice before a gruff voice answers. "Yes?" "Yuri," I say, switching effortlessly to Russian. "It's time to call in that favor you owe me." There's a pause on the other end of the line, followed by a heavy sigh from one of the supposedly neutral assets, who heads up multiple families' money laundering accounts. "I was hoping you'd forgotten about that, Rostova. You know better than that, old friend. I need information on Matvey Petrov's inner circle, who he trusts, who he doesn't, and most importantly, who might be willing to turn for the right price." "That's dangerous territory, Valyrian," he warns. "The Petrovs don't take kindly to traitors, and it's not good for business for me to be perceived to be taking sides." "I don't take kindly to traitors or those who are disloyal either," I remind him, my voice edged with heat. "I'd rather not start a war if I can avoid it. Sometimes a surgical strike is more effective than a bomb, as you can concur after that nasty business in Moscow, no?" Yuri grunts in agreement, remaining silent. He's clearly recalling how I hauled his ass out of the fire with the Moscow Pakan by helping divert suspicion from his guilty as sin nephew, currently in Siberia at an outpost for punishment, to one of Ansili's underlings when a deposit went missing. He finally speaks. "It's important for our, banking services to be impartial to all families, but..." "But?" I prompt when the silence continues. "I owe you. So I'll see what I can dig up with my skills. Give me 48 hours. "You have 24, I counter. Time is not on our side. I end the call and lean back against the leather seat. As the car weaves through the bustling streets of Philadelphia, my thoughts drift back to Claire. Her presence in my life has complicated things in ways I never anticipated. She's a vulnerability, a chink in my armor that Matvey Petrov would exploit without hesitation if he knew. And yet for the first time in years, I have something, someone, worth fighting for beyond the cold calculations of power and territory. Victor's voice breaks through my reverie. "We're here, sir." I blink, realizing we've arrived at the Velvet Cage. The nondescript building belies the opulence within. "Wait here," I instruct Victor as I exit the car. "I won't be long." The familiar scent of leather and expensive cologne greets me when I enter the club. Even at this early hour, a handful of high rollers occupy the gaming tables, their faces showing various stages of concentration and desperation. Osto, my new floor manager since I fired the one who let Jay Bennett and a few other addicts get in way deeper than they should, approaches with a deferential nod. "Mr. Rostova, we weren't expecting you today." "That was the point," I say coolly. "How are the numbers looking?" "Up 15% from last quarter," he says, falling into step beside me as we move toward my private office. "The new VIP room is particularly popular." I nod, only half listening. My mind is already several steps ahead, mapping out strategies and contingencies. As we reach the office door, I turn to him. "I need you to double security for the next few weeks. Discreetly, and run extensive background checks on all new members and employees, no exceptions. I don't care if it's your mother. You probe deeply. Got it?" Osto's eyebrows rise slightly, but he knows better than to question my orders. "Of course, sir. Anything else?" I pause, hand on the doorknob. "Yes, If anyone from the Petrov organization shows up, I want to know immediately, day or night. Understood. A flicker of concern crosses his features. Should I be worried, Mr. Rostova? I offer him a thin smile that doesn't reach my eyes. Not if you do your job, Osto. As I close the office door behind me, I allow myself a moment of stillness. The situation settles on me. The Petrov Syndicate wants me dead. If they discover her growing importance in my life, Claire risks being caught in the crossfire. Somewhere in the shadows, Matvey Petrov is plotting his next move. I pour myself some Dewars and take a long sip before setting down the glass with more force than necessary and moving to gather reports I'll review at home. There's work to be done and plans to be made. I can't afford distractions, no matter how tempting. The next evening, I end another call with Yuri, frustration simmering beneath my calm exterior. His report was disappointingly sparse, citing the Petrovs' use of military-grade encryption, but he promises to keep trying. It's a setback, but not an insurmountable one. I'll give him more time, but my patience has limits. The dining room is quiet when I enter, the table set for two. Anatoly approaches with a slight bow. Mr. Rostova, Miss Bennett has declined dinner this evening. She requested a tray be sent to her room. I frown. Did she say why? Alexei shakes his head. No, sir. She simply said she wasn't feeling well. My mind races through possibilities. Is she upset about something? Trying to avoid me? I've grown accustomed to our shared meals, finding unexpected pleasure in her company. The thought of her sulking in her room irks me. I'll speak with her, I say, already moving toward the stairs. Moments later, I rap my knuckles against Claire's door. Claire, it's Valyrian. May I come in? A muffled groan answers me. Concern overrides courtesy, and I open the door. The sight that greets me is unexpected. Claire lies curled on her side, a heating pad pressed to her abdomen. Her face is pale, eyelids squeezed shut in obvious discomfort. Claire? I step closer, my irritation evaporating. What's wrong? She cracks open one eye, managing a weak smile. Nothing serious, just women's issues. I blink, momentarily at a loss. This isn't a situation I've encountered before. Can I get you anything? Claire shifts, wincing. I'm okay. It's just a particularly bad month. PCOS makes things unpredictable sometimes. The unfamiliar acronym throws me. PCOS. Polycystic ovary syndrome. It can cause irregular periods, among other things. Sometimes infertility too. And my cycles have been changing lately. Probably stress. I nod, absorbing this new information. A quick internet search on my phone reveals more details about PCOS and its symptoms. It also suggests various ways to alleviate discomfort. I'll be right back, I say, already formulating a plan. In my office, I open a shopping app. I could have an employee do this, but I'm compelled to handle it personally for no explicable reason. Within an hour, a delivery arrives with an assortment of feminine hygiene products, pain relievers, and an array of chocolates. I return to Claire's room, arms laden with supplies. Claire's eyes widen when I set down everything. Valyrian, what is all this? I did some research, I say, suddenly feeling a bit self-conscious. I wasn't sure what you might need, so I got options. A small laugh escapes her, quickly followed by a wince. This is enough for a women's soccer team, but wow. Thank you. I arrange the items on her nightstand, oddly pleased by her reaction. The heating pad seems to be helping. Would you like a massage for your lower back? The internet says that can be helpful. Claire hesitates, then nods. That would be nice, actually. I help her shift to a more comfortable position, then begin working my fingers along her lower back. The muscles are tense beneath my touch. Is this okay? I ask, aware of how intimate this moment feels. Claire murmurs. That's perfect. As I continue the massage, she gradually relaxes. No one's ever done anything like this for me before. Well, except my mom when I was a teenager, but this is above and beyond. Her words stir emotions. Tenderness, protectiveness. More, I suddenly want to tell her how much she's come to mean to me, and how her presence has changed things I thought immutable, but I hold back. Now isn't the time when she's vulnerable and in pain. Instead, I focus on easing her discomfort, working my hands steadily across her back. "Thank you, Valyrian," she says, her voice thick with gratitude. I swallow hard, pushing down the surge of emotion her words evoke. "You're welcome, Claire. Get some rest. I'll check on you in the morning." As I leave her room, closing the door softly behind me, I'm struck by how much has changed. The woman lying in that bed has become far more than a means to an end or a simple distraction. She's become someone I care for, deeply. The realization is both exhilarating and terrifying. The following scene is too steamy to include in this version. For the full unedited audiobook, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you.
Chapter 16. Claire. A couple of days later, I walk toward the prison, pulling my coat tighter around me. My parents flank me, both looking worried. "Are you ready for this, honey?" asks Mom, her voice quavering slightly. I nod, not trusting my voice. Events of the past few weeks press down on me, threatening to crush my composure, especially when I think about the sex with Valyrian 2 nights ago. Everything changed then, though we haven't really discussed it yet. I can't stop thinking about it, but now isn't the time. I push aside thoughts of Valyrian, focusing on the task at hand. We pass through security, the guards' eyes cold and impersonal as they pat us down and check our belongings. After an intense examination of the storage container of brownies Mom made, one of them grunts and says, "I'll be sure he gets these. I hope he doesn't take them, since they're my brother's favorite." A guard leads us to the visitation room. The space is divided by a thick glass partition, dotted with small booths equipped with phones. My stomach churns as we take our seats, waiting for Jay to appear. The door on the other side opens, and there he is. My brother, looking both familiar and alien in his light blue prison uniform. It looks like scrubs, and I could almost pretend he's not in jail if my imagination was good enough. His face lights up when he sees us, and for a moment, he's the Jay I remember from before all this mess started. He picks up the phone on his side, and I pick up the handset on this side and select the speaker option, hoping it will allow us all to speak. Seconds later, his voice issues through the tinny speaker of the phone and we can all hear him. "Hey sis, Mom, Dad, you all look great." I study his face, searching for signs of mistreatment or distress. To my surprise, he seems okay. There's a calmness about him I haven't seen in years. "How are you doing, Jay?" I ask, trying to sound cheerful. He grins, and it's almost his old carefree smile. "I'm doing all right, actually. Better than I expected. They've got me working in the kitchen, which is pretty sweet. You know how much I love to cook." Mom leans in close to the phone lying on the counter. "Are they feeding you enough? Are you warm enough at night?" Jay chuckles. "I'm fine, Mom. Really. The food's not gourmet, but it's not terrible, and I've got plenty of blankets. And thank you for sending me a TV for my room and the books." Dad clears his throat. "Son, are you—" He pauses and coughs again, as though having problems phrasing the question. "Are you getting the help you need?" Jay's expression softens. "Yeah, Dad. I'm in counseling. It's helping me understand why I did what I did. I'm learning to make better choices." I listen to their conversation, feeling relieved. It's finally over. The nightmare of Jay's gambling and the constant fear of what he might do next is done. So why do I still feel this heaviness in my chest? Is it because I still have to pay off his debt to Valyrian before we're completely free? Or is it something else? "What about the other inmates?" I ask, unable to keep the worry from my voice. "Have you had any trouble?" Jay laughs, but there's a flicker of something in his eyes. Tension? Fear? "You've been watching too many prison movies, Claire. It's not like that. I keep my head down, do my work, and no one bothers me." I want to believe him, but that momentary flash of something nags at me. "You're sure? No one's tried to recruit you into anything?" "Nah, nothing like that. he says, waving his hand dismissively. But I notice the way his gaze darts to the side, just for a second. We talk for a while longer about mundane things. Mom tells him about her latest quilting project. Dad discusses the weather and how it might affect next year's flower crops. I listen, contributing here and there, but my mind keeps circling back to that moment of tension in Jay's eyes. As our time winds down, his demeanor subtly changes. His shoulders tense and he keeps glancing over his shoulder. Jay? I lean closer to the glass. What's wrong? He forces a smile. Nothing, sis. Just... It's almost time for my shift in the kitchen. Don't want to be late. We say our goodbyes, promising to visit again soon. As we stand to leave, I notice a man watching us from across the room on his side of the glass, ostensibly visiting with a pretty brunette on our side. His blonde hair, light blue eyes, and hulking build put me on edge, but it's the intensity of his stare directed toward Jay that makes my skin crawl. Most of all, it's the tattoos on his arm that really catch my attention. I recognize the symbols from my time with Valyrian. Bratva tattoos. The man's gaze locks with Jay, who visibly stiffens. My brother hurries out of the visitation room, not looking back. My mind churns while we make our way out of the prison. The cold air hits me like a slap, but I barely notice. All I can think about is that man, those tattoos, and the fear in Jay's eyes. Claire? Mom's voice breaks through my thoughts. Are you okay, sweetie? You look pale. I force a smile. I'm fine, just processing everything, I guess. Dad wraps an arm around my shoulders. It's a lot to take in, but Jay seems to be doing well, all things considered. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. How can I tell them about the man with the tattoos? About the danger I suspect Jay might be in? They've been through enough already. If I tell them about the Bratva tattoos, and how I know about them, that opens a new discussion they've avoided at my request, my arrangement with Valyrian. They still don't know I'm living with him in his penthouse and his Rittenhouse Square mansion, depending on his preference and schedule for the day. I don't want to worry them, and I don't want to explain how things have changed with Valyrian either. As we walk to the car, I'm worried that the worst isn't over yet. Not by a long shot. The worry I thought would lift after seeing Jay, but didn't, settles more firmly in my bones. I climb into the back seat of the shop's pickup truck that my parents are driving today, with Bloomhouse emblazoned on the driver and passenger doors. Should I tell Valyrian about what I saw? Would he even care? Our relationship, if you can call it that, is complicated at best. Mom turns in her seat to face me. What do you think, Claire? Do you believe Jay when he says he's doing okay? I hesitate, choosing my words carefully. I think he's trying his best to make the most of a difficult situation. Dad nods approvingly. That's what I think. A good outlook will make it easier on him. I murmur in agreement, but as we pull out of the prison parking lot, I stare out the window at the imposing building. Somewhere inside those walls, my brother is facing who knows what kind of danger, and I'm powerless to help him.
Chapter 17. Valyrian. Weeks pass, and Claire remains a constant presence in my bed. Our nights are filled with passion, but the mornings bring uncertainty. We dance around the topic of what this means, both of us hesitant to define our relationship beyond the terms of our agreement. Today, I sit at my desk, staring at the financial reports without really seeing them. My mind wanders to Claire, asleep in my bed upstairs. I shake my head, trying to focus on work. A knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. Come in, I call out. Dmitri enters, a folder in his hand. The latest intel on the Petrov situation, boss. I take the folder, flipping through its contents. Any movement on their end? Nothing concrete. They're laying low, but our sources say they're planning something big. I nod, processing the information. Keep monitoring. I want to know the second anything changes. As Dmitri leaves, my thoughts drift back to Claire. The debt that brought her here is getting closer to paid off. Soon she'll have no reason to stay. The realization sends a jolt of panic through me. I've fallen for her, hard. The thought of her leaving makes my chest tighten, but I can't tell her. I won't risk the humiliation of her rejection, or worse, her pity. Later that evening, I find Claire in the kitchen, preparing dinner. The domestic scene before me is so achingly normal, so far removed from my world of violence and power plays. For a moment, I allow myself to imagine a life where this is our reality. "Smells good," I say, leaning against the doorframe. Claire turns, a smile lighting up her face. "I hope you like pasta primavera. I found some fresh vegetables at the farmer's market today." I move closer, inhaling the aroma of garlic and herbs. I'm sure it will be delicious. Our gazes meet, and the air between us crackles with unspoken tension. I want to pull her into my arms, to tell her how I feel. Instead, I reach past her to grab a wine glass from the cabinet. "Red or white?" I ask, gesturing to the wine rack. "White, I think. It'll pair better with the pasta." As I pour the wine, I watch Claire out of the corner of my eye. She moves with grace around the kitchen, humming softly to herself. It's moments like these that make me question everything I've built my life around. We eat dinner at the kitchen island, and our conversation is light and easy. Claire tells me about her day, about the book she's reading, about her plans to visit Jay again with her parents next week. I listen, soaking in every detail, committing it all to memory. After dinner, we move to the living room. Claire curls up on the couch with her book, while I pretend to work on my laptop. In reality, I'm watching her, cataloging every expression that flits across her face as she reads. "Valyrian?" Claire's voice breaks through my reverie. She hesitates, biting her lower lip. I was wondering. My debt is getting closer to being paid off. My heart rate spikes. This is it. The conversation I've been dreading. "Yes, it is," I say, keeping my voice neutral. "What happens then?" She's looking for answers I'm not ready to give. I close my laptop, buying time to formulate a response. "That's up to you. You'll be free to go if that's what you want." She nods slowly, her gaze dropping to her book. "And if I don't want to go?" The words hang in the air between us, heavy with inferences. I struggle to maintain my composure, to not reveal how much her question affects me. "Then you'd be welcome to stay," I say carefully, "but I wouldn't want you to feel obligated." She sets aside her book, moving closer to me on the couch. "Valyrian, The shrill ring of my phone cuts through the moment. I curse internally as I check the caller ID. It's Dimitri. "I have to take this," I say, standing abruptly. "We'll finish this conversation later." As I walk away to answer the call, I swear I feel Claire's gaze on my back. What's left unsaid between us is almost unbearable. Dimitri's news is urgent. The Petrov syndicate is making a move, targeting one of our shipments. I spend the next hour coordinating our response, pushing thoughts of Claire to the back of my mind. When I finally return to the living room, she's gone. A note on the coffee table waits for me. "Went to bed. We'll talk tomorrow. C." I crumple the note in my fist, frustration coursing through me. Another missed opportunity, another moment lost to the demands of my world. As I pour myself a glass of whiskey, I stare out the window at the city lights. Claire deserves better than this half-life I'm offering her. She deserves someone who can give her stability and a future untainted by violence and danger. Yet the thought of letting her go is unbearable. I've never needed anyone the way I need her. She's become my anchor in a storm-tossed sea, my one true north in a world of shifting loyalties. I down the whiskey in one gulp, relishing the burn. Tomorrow, I tell myself. Tomorrow I'll find the words to tell her how I feel. Tomorrow I'll ask her to stay, not out of obligation, but because she wants to. Part of me doubts I'll find the right words or even the courage to broach the subject again for now. The days pass in a blur of long nights and early mornings. Claire's presence in my life has become a constant, her warmth a balm to the cold reality of my world. Our relationship remains undefined, existing in a limbo of passion and unspoken feelings. I sit at my desk, reviewing reports on the steel merger when a knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. "Come in," I call out, not looking up from the papers. The door opens and she enters the room. I lift my gaze, taking in the sight of her. She's wearing a simple sundress, and her hair is loose around her shoulders. "I brought you some coffee," she says, placing a steaming mug on my desk. "You've been working for hours." The gesture catches me by surprise. It's so domestic, normal. "Thank you," I say, my voice rougher than I intend. Claire lingers, tracing patterns on the polished wood of my desk. "I was thinking, maybe we could go for a walk later. The weather's nice and you could use a break." I glance at the stack of papers and endless emails waiting for responses. My first instinct is to decline, to bury myself in work as I've always done. But something in Claire's hopeful expression makes me pause. "That sounds nice. Give me an hour to wrap this up." Claire's smile is radiant. "Perfect. I'll be in the garden." As she leaves, I catch myself smiling. When was the last time I took a break just to enjoy the day? I can't remember. True to my word, an hour later, I find Claire in the garden. She's sitting on a bench, her face tilted up to catch the sun. For a moment, I simply watch her, marveling at how she's managed to carve out a space for herself in my world. "Ready?" I ask, approaching her. She stands, linking her arm through mine with an ease that surprises me. "Let's go." We walk in comfortable silence, leaving the grounds of my estate for a nearby park. The late afternoon sun filters through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the path. We talk about inconsequential things, favorite books, childhood memories, and dreams for the future. It's nice. Ordinary in a way my life hasn't been in years. As we near the estate again, she stops, turning to face me. "Thank you for letting me in, even a little." The sincerity in her voice is almost too much. I want to pull her close, to tell her how much she's come to mean to me. Instead, I simply nod, not trusting my voice. Days later, I'm in the kitchen, sleeves rolled up, impulsively preparing lunch for Claire. The familiar motions of chopping, sautéing, and seasoning are soothing. For a moment, I can pretend I'm just a man cooking dinner for the woman I cut off that thought abruptly. This isn't permanent. It can't be. Claire deserves better than the life I can offer her. "Something smells amazing," she says, entering the kitchen. She's wearing one of my shirts, the hem falling to mid-thigh. The sight of her in my clothes does something to me I'm not prepared to examine too closely. "Beef stroganoff," I explain, stirring the sauce. "An old family recipe." She comes closer, peering into the pot. "Can I help?" I hesitate, unused to sharing this space, this part of myself, but her eager expression breaks down my reservations. "You can chop the parsley." We work side by side, moving around each other with an ease that speaks of familiarity. Claire chatters and I listen, soaking in every detail, committing it all to memory. As we sit down to eat, she takes a bite and closes her eyes in appreciation. "This is incredible, Valyrian. You've been holding out on me." Her praise warms me in a way I'm not accustomed to. "I'm glad you like it." My phone vibrates in my pocket, shattering the peaceful moment. I consider ignoring it, but years of instinct take over. I pull it out, glancing at the screen. "Dimitri," I say, my tone apologetic. "I need to take this." Claire nods, understanding in her eyes. "Of course." I step away from the table, bringing the phone to my ear. "What is it?" Dimitri's voice comes through, tense and urgent. "Boss, we've got a situation at the prison. Our guard on the inside reports Jay's being harassed by Petrov's men." My fingers tighten around the phone. "How bad?" "Nothing physical yet, but they're making threats. The problem is, Jay won't talk to the authorities. Even when the warden tried to question him, he claimed everything was fine. He won't open up to our guy I've arranged to be in the minimum security wing to be his confidant, cellmate, and bodyguard either. He doesn't really trust anyone." I curse under my breath. "Stubborn idiot. He's going to get himself killed." "What do you want us to do?" I pause, considering our options. "Increase observation. I want eyes on Jay at all times, and find out what Petrov's playing at. This isn't a coincidence." "Understood, boss. I'll handle it." I end the call. The peaceful lunch with Claire seems a distant memory now, replaced by the harsh reality of my world. I return to the table, where she waits, concern on her face. Is everything okay? I debate how much to tell her. The truth could frighten her, but lies will only breed distrust. There's been a development with your brother, I say, choosing my words carefully. It seems he's having some difficulties in prison. Her fork clatters against her plate. What kind of difficulties? Is he hurt? No, not hurt, but he's being harassed by some other inmates. The problem is he won't report it to the authorities. Claire's face pales. Why wouldn't he say anything? That doesn't make sense. I lean forward. Because he's afraid. These aren't ordinary inmates. They're connected to a rival organization, the Petrov Syndicate. The ones who... She trails off, unable to finish the thought. I nod grimly. Yes, the ones who tried to use Jay before. They're not done with him, it seems. She pushes away her plate, appetite clearly gone. What can we do? There has to be something. I'm handling it. I've got people watching out for him. But this changes things for you too. Her brow furrows. What do you mean? I take a deep breath, bracing myself for her reaction. It's not safe for you to be out on your own anymore. From now on, you don't go anywhere without me or one of my men. Claire's eyes widen. Valyrian, that's extreme, and with no real indication I'm at risk. I can't just... You can, and you will. I interrupt firmly. This isn't just about our arrangement anymore, Claire. It's about your safety. The Petrovs won't hesitate to use you to get to your brother, or to me. She sits back in her chair, stunned. I don't know what to say. Say you'll do as I ask. Promise me you won't take unnecessary risks. She's quiet for a long moment. When she looks up, there's a mix of emotions in her eyes, fear and uncertainty, but also something warmer. Okay, she says softly. I promise. Relief fills me, followed quickly by a surge of protectiveness. I reach across the table, taking her hand in mine. I won't let anything happen to you. You have my word. She squeezes my hand, a small smile tugging at her lips. I believe you. The moment stretches between us, charged with unspoken feelings. I want to pull her into my arms, to shield her from the dangers of my world. Instead, I release her hand and stand. Come on, I say, offering her my arm. Let's go somewhere more comfortable. We have a lot to discuss. She rises, slipping her arm through mine. As we leave the dining alcove, I'm acutely aware of her warmth at my side. The need to keep her safe, to protect her from the storm that's brewing, is overwhelming. We settle in the living room, Claire curling up on one end of the sofa while I pour us each a glass of whiskey. The amber liquid catches the light as I hand her a glass. Tell me everything, she says, her voice steady despite the fear I can see in her eyes. I want to know what we're up against. I sit beside her, closer than strictly necessary. The Petrov Syndicate is a powerful organization, similar to mine in many ways. We've been rivals for years, but things escalated recently when I eliminated their previous leader. Claire's eyes widen. You killed him? It was necessary, I say, not elaborating. Some truths are better left unspoken. His brother Mafia has taken control now. He's ruthless, unpredictable, and he wants revenge. And my brother? How does he fit into all this? I take a sip of whiskey, letting the burn ground me. As you know, they were grooming him to be a foot soldier. Perhaps they want to ensure he's still an asset, or maybe they regard him as a loose end. Until he talks, it's hard to say. Claire's knuckles whiten around her glass. What will they do to him? If we're lucky, nothing. My men will try keep him safe, but you need to understand the situation. If they're targeting him to get to me, based on knowledge of my relationship with you, the Petrovs won't stop at Jay. They'll use anyone and anything to get to me. Including me, she says softly. I nod, meeting her gaze. Especially you. Claire takes a long drink, wincing slightly at the strength of the whiskey. So what now? Do I just stay here indefinitely? She frowns. Their harassment might have nothing to do with you. I nod. True. He has a history with them that predates his history with me and his debts at the Velvet Cage. Caution is still warranted, so for the time being, yes, it's the safest place for you. I pause, choosing my next words carefully. I know this isn't what you signed up for. If you want out, I'll understand. I can set you up somewhere safe, far from all of this. The thought of her leaving twists something in my chest, but I force out the words. She deserves a choice. She's quiet for a long moment, her gaze on the glass in her hands. When she looks up, there's determination in her eyes. I'm not going anywhere, she says firmly. My brother's in danger, and I want to help however I can. I let out a shaky breath. You're sure? This won't be easy. My world is dangerous. She sets down her glass, shifting closer to me on the sofa. I'm sure. The warmth of her body so close to mine is intoxicating. I want to pull her into my arms, to remind her exactly how together we can be. Instead, I allow myself a small smile. She takes my hand, intertwining her fingers with mine. The simple touch sends electricity through my veins. We sit in companionable silence, though I'm sure her thoughts are as tumultuous as mine.
Chapter 18. Claire. I wake up feeling like I've been hit by a truck. My stomach churns, and a wave of nausea washes over me. I groan, rolling onto my side and curling into a ball. This is the third morning in a row I've felt like this. It's just stress, I mutter to myself, trying to will away the queasiness. Being stuck in Valyrian's world is wearing me down. But even as I say the words, a nagging doubt creeps in. I've been under stress before, but this feels different. My body aches in unfamiliar ways, and fatigue clings to me like a second skin. I drag myself out of bed and stumble to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. The woman in the mirror looks pale and drawn, with dark circles under her eyes. I run through a mental checklist trying to pinpoint what could be causing this. Food poisoning? Unlikely. His chef is meticulous, and it's been a few days since I ate the stroganoff, so I doubt it's Valyrian's fault either. Flu? Possible, but I don't have a fever. Stress? That's what I've been telling myself, but a cold tendril of fear snakes down my spine as another possibility surfaces. I try to push it away, but it persists, demanding attention. When was my last period? I rack my brain, trying to remember. With everything that's happened since I came to live with Valyrian, I've lost track of time. Days blend together in a haze of tension and unexpected moments of connection. No, I whisper, gripping the edge of the sink. It can't be that. Yet the more I think about it, the more certain I become. I'm late. Very late. I've skipped cycles before because of my PCOS, but this feels different. The nausea, the fatigue I've been ignoring. I have to know for sure, I say to my reflection. The decision made, I dress quickly in jeans and a loose sweater. I check the time. It's 9:13 a.m. Valyrian should be in his morning meeting by now. I creep down the hallway, my mouth dry and palms damp. Every creak of the floorboards sounds like a gunshot in the quiet house. I pause at the top of the grand staircase, straining to hear any signs of movement. Silence. I descend the stairs as quietly as possible, wincing at each soft footfall. At the bottom, I hesitate. The back door is just a few yards away, but Valyrian's office is around the corner. If he catches me... I can't think about that now. I need answers. I dash for the door, twisting the handle with trembling fingers. Cool air hits my face as I step outside, and I inhale deeply, trying to calm my nerves. Somehow, I manage to avoid the security presence on the grounds and wait at the gate until a laundry truck arrives. I use it for cover to sneak out and break into a run through the trees around the property, before slowing once I feel like I'm far enough away to avoid being seen. The walk to the drugstore feels like it takes hours, though it's only a few blocks. My mind races with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. What if I'm pregnant? What will Valyrian say? What will I do? The store's automatic doors slide open with a cheerful ding that feels wildly out of place. I navigate the aisles in a daze, barely registering the other customers as I search for the pregnancy tests. When I find them, I study all the boxes. There are so many options. Digital, early detection, 2-pack, 3-pack. I grab 3 different brands, not trusting just one to give me the answer I need. The cashier gives me a knowing look as she rings up my purchase. I avoid her gaze, fumbling with my wallet and nearly dropping my change in my haste to leave. The walk back to the mansion is a blur. The paper bag feels like it weighs a ton, the tests inside burning a hole in my consciousness. I have to wait for the gate to open, which takes a good half hour before a black SUV exits the estate, allowing me to slip inside before the gate fully closes. Then I creep back through the rear entrance, my ears straining for any sound that might indicate Valyrian's presence. Nothing. I race up the stairs, 2 at a time, and lock myself in my bathroom. The tests spill out onto the counter when I tear open the bag. I read the instructions carefully, not wanting to make any mistakes. 3 minutes. That's how long I have to wait for each test. I set the timer on my phone and pace the small space, chewing on my thumbnail. The seconds crawl by at an agonizing pace. When the alarm finally chimes, I freeze. Do I really want to know? Can I handle the truth, whatever it may be? Taking a deep breath, I force myself to look at the tests lined up on the counter. 2 pink lines, a clear, pregnant in digital letters, a plus sign. The room spins, and I grip the edge of the sink to steady myself. Pregnant. I'm pregnant. Oh God, I whisper, sinking to the floor. What am I going to do? Tears blur my vision as the situation crashes down on me. I'm carrying Valyrian's child, a dangerous criminal who holds my future in his hands. A sob escapes me, and I clap a hand over my mouth to muffle the sound. I can't let anyone hear me until I figure out what to do. I don't know how long I sit there, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. Eventually, I force myself to stand on shaky legs. I need to pull myself together before someone notices something's wrong. I gather the tests and their packaging, wrapping them in toilet paper before burying them deep in the bathroom trash. I splash water on my face, erasing the tear tracks, and take several deep breaths. You can do this, Claire, I tell my reflection. You'll figure it out. As I stare at the woman in the mirror, I see the lie in my own eyes. I have no idea what I'm going to do. How can I tell Valyrian? Should I tell him at all? The questions swirl in my mind, each one more daunting than the last. I step out of the bathroom on unsteady feet, my world forever changed by 3 little plastic sticks hidden in the trash. My mind spins from the revelation, pregnant. I touch my stomach, still flat and unchanged, yet housing a secret that threatens to upend everything. My phone chimes with a text from Mom. Can you come help at the shop this morning? We're swamped with orders. Perfect. A distraction is exactly what I need right now. I text back a quick, on my way, before heading downstairs. The kitchen is mercifully empty when I grab an apple I don't really want, and a bottle of water. I pause at the front door, listening for any sign of Valyrian. Silence. He must still be in his office. I slip out into the crisp morning air, inhaling deeply. The drive with Sergei and Ivan to Bloomhouse helps clear my head, though my hand keeps drifting to my abdomen. The cheerful bell above the door jingles when I enter the flower shop a while later. The scent of roses and lilies envelops me, which is a soothing familiarity. Claire, thank goodness you're here. Mom emerges from behind a towering arrangement of white roses. We've got 3 weddings this weekend, and Mrs. Abernathy just called to add another centerpiece to her order. I hang up my coat and roll up my sleeves. Put me to work. For the next few hours, I lose myself in the rhythm of arranging flowers, wrapping bouquets, and fielding phone calls. It's almost enough to make me forget about the bombshell I'm carrying. Almost. Earth to Claire? Mom waves a hand in front of my face. That's the 3rd time you've put baby's breath in that arrangement. The bride specifically requested no baby's breath. I blink, staring at the delicate white flowers in my hand. Baby's breath. A hysterical laugh bubbles up in my throat, which I quickly swallow down. Sorry, Mom. I guess I'm a little distracted today. She frowns, studying my face. Are you feeling all right, sweetheart? You look a bit pale. I'm fine, I say, perhaps a little too quickly. Just tired. It's been a long week. Mom's expression softens. I know things have been difficult with Jay and everything else. She hesitates, clearly wanting to say more about my arrangement with Valyrian but holding back. Why don't you take your lunch break? Get some fresh air. I nod gratefully, hanging up my apron. As I step outside, my phone buzzes with a text from Daphne, a massage client I've had for years. Any chance you're free this afternoon? My back is killing me. I check the time. I could squeeze her in before heading back to Valyrian's. Sure. 2 p.m. work for you? Perfect. You're a lifesaver. I grab a quick sandwich from the deli down the street, barely tasting it as I eat. My mind keeps drifting to the future, imagining scenarios of telling Valyrian about the pregnancy. In some, he's overjoyed, in others, furious. The uncertainty gnaws at me. Before I know it, it's time for Daphne's appointment. I head to my small, rented space in a nearby wellness center, grateful for the familiar routine of setting up the massage table and warming the oil. She arrives right on time, her usual cheery self. You're a sight for sore eyes and a sore back. I smile, gesturing to the table. Hop on up and let's see what we can do about that. As I work on Daphne's tense muscles, she chatters about her upcoming vacation and her daughter's dance recital. I make the appropriate noises of interest, but my focus keeps slipping. Claire? Her voice breaks through my thoughts. Did you hear what I said? I'm sorry, what? She props herself up on her elbows, twisting to look at me. I asked if you were feeling okay. You seem off today. I force a smile. Just a little tired. Nothing to worry about. Sarah doesn't look convinced, but she lies back down. If you say so, I'm here if you need to talk. Her kindness nearly breaks me. For a moment, I consider spilling everything. The pregnancy, my fears, and the complicated situation with Valyrian. But I hold back. It's too soon, too raw, and we aren't close enough. It's a sudden and sharp reminder of the lack of close female friendships in my life. I'm usually fine with that, but what I wouldn't give for a BFF in whom I can confide right now. Thanks, Daphne. I appreciate that. The rest of the massage passes in relative silence. As she's getting dressed, she pauses. You know, my sister-in-law is a great therapist. If you ever want to talk to someone... I shake my head. I'm fine, really, but thank you. After she leaves, I clean up the room on autopilot. My hand keeps drifting to my stomach, a gesture that's quickly becoming a habit. I see 2 more clients before my day ends. Sergey and Ivan are waiting for me, and the drive to the mansion is mostly silent, since I'm lost in thoughts, and neither of my guards are particularly loquacious. As we approach the imposing gates, a wave of nausea hits me. Morning sickness, or just nerves? I inhale and exhale to prepare myself for whatever comes next. The house is quiet when I enter from the garage a few minutes later. I make my way to the kitchen, craving something to settle my stomach. As I rummage through the fridge, a deep voice behind me makes me jump. There you are. I whirl around to find Valyrian leaning against the doorframe. My heart races and I instinctively press a hand to my abdomen before quickly dropping it. I didn't hear you come in, I say, aiming for casual and missing by a mile. His gaze narrows, taking in my flustered state. Are you all right? You look... upset. For a moment, I consider telling him everything right then and there. The words rise in my throat, but I swallow them back down. Not yet. Not until I'm sure what I want to do. I can't let him steamroll me into a decision when the topic is so important. I'm fine, I lie, forcing a smile. Just a long day at the flower shop and with clients. Valyrian studies me for a long moment, and I fight the urge to squirm under his scrutiny. Finally, he nods. Get some rest. We'll skip tonight's massage. As he turns to leave, I ask, Are you sure? He pauses, a ghost of a smile on his lips. I'm sure. Take care of yourself so I don't have to worry." With that, he's gone, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the tiny secret growing inside me. I lean against the counter, my hand once again finding its way to my stomach. "What am I going to do?" I whisper to the empty kitchen. The silence offers no answers.
Chapter 19. Valyrian.
I stand at the huge window of my penthouse office, hands clasped behind my back, my reflection a dark silhouette against the glass. My mind, usually laser-focused on business, keeps drifting to Claire. She's been different these past few days. Distant, distracted. The usual spark in her eyes when she looks at me has dimmed, replaced by something I can't quite decipher. Worry? Fear? Whatever it is, it gnaws at me like an itch I can't scratch. I turn from the window, pacing the length of my office. The plush carpet muffles my footsteps, but it does nothing to quiet the thoughts spinning through my mind. Claire's become more than just an employee, more than just a way to settle her brother's debt. She's wormed her way under my skin, past the carefully constructed walls I've built around myself. I'd do anything to protect her. I want some indication she feels the same way, but her recent behavior has me worried. A knock at the door interrupts my brooding. "Come in," I call out, schooling my features into a mask of cool indifference. Dmitri enters, his face grim. He closes the door behind him and approaches my desk. I've got an update on the Bennett situation. I nod, gesturing for him to continue as I take a seat behind my imposing desk. Our guard contact inside the prison reports the Petrov Syndicate's imprisoned members are still shadowing and harassing Jay, but the boy remains mum. He's still not talking to anyone, even the cellmate on our payroll. I lean back in my chair, fingers steepled under my chin. And what of Matvey? Any movement on his end? Dmitri shakes his head. Nothing concrete. He's been quiet, which worries me more than if he was making noise. You know how he operates, the calm before the storm. I do know. Matvey Petrov is a snake, coiled and ready to strike at the slightest provocation, and I've given him more than enough reason to want me dead. Thank you, Dmitri, I say, softening my tone. Keep me updated on any developments with Jay or Matvey. Will do, boss. With that, he turns and leaves. I wish he could take my worries and fears with him. Instead, I pour another splash of Dewar's and settle back in my chair to brood. The next morning, the shrill ring of my phone cuts through the silence of my office. Dimitri's name flashes on the screen. I answer immediately. What is it? He sounds tense. Boss, we've got a situation at the port. You need to come down here now. I'm already on my feet, grabbing my coat. Give me details. 2 of our guys were found dead this morning. The Petrov symbol was left on the bodies. My jaw clenches. I'm on my way. Have the area secured. I end the call and stride out of my office. As I pass Claire reading on the couch, I hesitate. She looks up, her eyes questioning. I have to go out, I say, keeping my voice neutral. I'll be back later. She nods, but I catch a flicker of concern in her expression. I push away the urge to reassure her and head for the elevator. The drive to the port is tense. My mind races with possibilities, each scenario grimmer than the last. Matvey Petrov is making his move, and I need to be ready. I arrive at the docks, where Dmitri waits for me, his face grim. Where are they? I ask, following him through a maze of shipping containers. Over here. He leads me to a secluded area between 2 stacks of containers. The sight that greets me makes my blood boil. 2 of my men lie sprawled on the ground, their throats slit. The Petrov symbol, a stylized bear claw, is carved into their chests. I crouch down, examining the bodies. The cuts are precise and professional. This wasn't some random act of violence. It was a message. Who found them? I ask, standing up. One of our dock workers. He's been questioned and cleared. I nod, already formulating a plan. We need to clean this up fast. Get our cleanup crew here now. I want no trace left behind. He pulls out his phone, making the necessary calls. I survey the area, looking for any clues the Petrovs might have left behind. "Boss," calls out one of my men. He's holding up a small metallic object. "Found this near the bodies." I take it from him, turning it over in my hand. It's a cufflink, engraved with the Petrov family crest. My lips curl into a snarl. Matvey is taunting me. "Bag it," I order. "We'll analyze it later." The cleanup crew arrives within minutes, efficiently removing all evidence of the gruesome scene. I watch them work, my mind churning with possible retaliations. "Dmitri," I call. He's at my side instantly. "I want every piece of intel we have on the Petrovs' current operations and double the security on all our shipments." "Already on it, boss." He arches a brow. "What about Ms. Bennett? Should we increase her protection?" I pause, considering Claire. The thought of her in danger makes my chest tighten. Yes, but discreetly. I don't want to alarm her. As the last traces of the crime scene disappear, I turn to face the water. "Matvey wants a war," I mutter, more to myself than to Dmitri. He's about to get one. "What's our next move?" asks Dmitri. I turn back to him, my decision made. We hit them where it hurts. Their shipment coming in next week. I want it gone. Dmitri's eyes widen slightly. "That's a big move, boss. It could escalate things quickly." "Good. I'm done playing defense. It's time Matvey learns the same lesson Ansili learned about what happens when you cross the Rostovas." As we walk back to our cars, I think of Claire. Her safety has suddenly become my top priority, even above retaliation against the Petrovs. It's a realization that both unsettles and strengthens me. I return to my penthouse, mulling over plans for retaliation against the Petrov syndicate. The deaths of my men demand swift and decisive action. I pace the length of my office, considering my options when my phone rings. Dmitri's name flashes on the screen. Before I can answer, the door slams open. Claire bursts in, her face ashen and eyes wide with fear. "Jay's been beaten," she says, her voice trembling. "He's in the hospital. What the hell happened, Valyrian? Did they target him because of you?" My heart clenches at the sight of her panic. I answer the call, putting it on speaker. "Dmitri, go ahead." Dmitri's voice crackles through the line. "Boss, I just got word Jay Bennett was attacked in prison. He's been taken to the hospital." Claire's eyes widen further, her suspicions confirmed. I curse under my breath. Our guard and cellmate informants are useless if they can't give us advanced warning. "The prison notified Claire's parents," Dmitri continues. "It's bad, boss. Broken ribs, possible internal bleeding. Probably needs surgery." I meet Claire's gaze, keeping my voice steady despite the storm raging inside me. "Thanks, Dmitri." I hang up, never looking away from her. I don't know all the details yet, but I'll make sure you and your parents are safe. I'm going to stop them before they do more damage. Her expression falters as raw emotion flashes in her eyes. I see there's something deeper, a fear she's not voicing. "What is it?" She shakes her head quickly, trying to hide it. "I'm just scared," she admits, her voice quiet but firm. I step closer, wanting to reach for her, but I hold back. I want her to reach for me, but she doesn't, which hurts. She's the one person who's broken through the walls I've built for years. And now, with everything falling apart, I'm already too far gone. I'll handle this. For Claire, I would burn down the world. Claire's gaze locks onto mine, filled with a touch of fear but mostly determination. "I need to go to the hospital," she says, her voice stronger now. "I have to see Jay." I nod, already reaching for my coat. "I'm coming with you." She blinks, surprise flitting across her features. "You don't have to." "I do," I interrupt. "Your safety is my priority now. Where you go, I go." A ghost of a smile touches her lips. "I didn't even really consider that you wouldn't come." The admission makes my chest tighten in a way I'm not used to. I push the feeling aside, focusing on the task at hand. "Dmitri, have a car brought around, and increase security at the hospital. I want our people on every entrance and exit." "Will do, boss," he says before ending the call. I guide Claire out of the office, my hand hovering near the small of her back without actually touching her. The elevator ride down to the garage is tense, filled with unspoken words and shared glances. As we step out, I spot Victor waiting by the sleek black SUV. He nods in acknowledgement, opening the rear door for us. Claire slides in first and I follow, sitting close enough to feel the heat radiating from her body. The car pulls out of the garage, merging seamlessly into the flow of traffic. She's quiet, and I abruptly blurt out, "I'm sorry," meaning it more than I've ever meant anything in my life. I never wanted you or your family involved in my conflict with Petrov. She looks at me, and I feel exposed under her gaze. But we are involved now, aren't we? There's no going back, and it might not even be because of you. I nod slowly. No, there's no going back. But I'll do everything in my power to keep you and your family safe, whether or not Jay is being targeted because of me. The car slows as we approach the hospital. There's tension in Claire's body, clear in the way she leans forward slightly, eager to get to her brother. "Wait," I say, placing a hand on her arm as Victor pulls up to the entrance. "Before we go in, you need to know something." Claire turns to me, gaze questioning. "From this moment on, things are going to be different. You'll have security with you at all times. They've always been there, but discreetly. They'll be far more visible now to send my own message to Petrov. Your movements will be monitored and protected. It's for your safety, but it won't be easy." She nods, looking resigned. "I understand. As long as it keeps my family safe, I'll do whatever it takes." So will I. As we exit the car, I scan the area, noting the positions of my men strategically placed around the hospital entrance. Claire doesn't wait, striding purposefully toward the doors. I follow closely behind, my hand instinctively moving to the small of her back when we enter the bustling emergency room. The harsh fluorescent lights cast a sickly pallor over everything. The air is thick with the smell of antiseptic and underlying notes of fear and pain. She approaches the reception desk, her voice shaking only a little when she inquires about her brother. "Jay Bennett. He was brought in earlier. He's my brother." The nurse types something into her computer, then looks up with a sympathetic expression. "He's in surgery right now. If you'll have a seat in the waiting area, the doctor will come speak with you as soon as there's any news." Her shoulders slump slightly, but she nods and turns toward the waiting area. I guide her to a quiet corner, away from other worried families. As we sit, I notice Claire's hands trembling. Without thinking, I reach out and take one of her hands in mine. She looks up at me, surprise evident in her expression. "He'll be okay," I say, trying to inject confidence into my voice. "Jay's tough. He'll pull through this." She nods, squeezing my hand. "I hope you're right," she whispers. "I can't lose him, Valyrian. He's my brother, no matter how much trouble he's caused." I understand her sentiment all too well. Family is everything, even when they disappoint you. It's a lesson I learned early and painfully. We sit in silence for a while, the hustle and bustle of the hospital fading into background noise. I keep a watchful eye on our surroundings, noting every person who enters or leaves the waiting area.
Chapter 20. Claire. The hospital waiting room buzzes with nervous energy as I pace back and forth. The antiseptic smell burns my nostrils, a constant reminder of where we are and why. My stomach churns with worry for Jay. The elevator dings, and I whip around to see my parents rushing toward us. Mom's face is pale, her eyes wide with panic. Dad's jaw is set in a hard line, his fists clenched at his sides. "Claire!" Mom cries, enveloping me in a tight hug. "What happened? Is Jay okay?" I pull back, struggling to find the right words. "He's in surgery. We don't know much yet." Dad's gaze locks onto Valyrian, who stands a few feet away. His eyes narrow dangerously. This is your fault, isn't it?" Valyrian steps forward, his hands raised in a placating gesture. "Mr. Bennett, I understand you're upset." "Upset?" Dad's voice rises. "My son is in surgery because of you and your criminal activities." Dad, please, I interject, but he ignores me. I should have known better than to trust you with my daughter, Dad continues, advancing on Valyrian. You've brought nothing but trouble to our family. Valyrian's face remains impassive. I assure you, sir, I had nothing to do with... Dad's fist flies out, aiming for his jaw. In a blur of motion, he sidesteps the punch, catching Dad's arm and holding him steady. Sergei and Ivan rush forward, but Valyrian waves them off. Let me go. Dad struggles against Valyrian's grip. Not until you calm down, he says firmly. I won't let you hurt yourself or anyone else. Mom gasps. Robert, stop it. This isn't helping Jay. Dad's shoulders slump, the fight draining out of him. Valyrian releases his hold and Dad stumbles back, rubbing his wrist. Now, Valyrian says, his voice low and controlled. If you'll listen, I can explain what's really going on. I watch as Valyrian outlines the situation with the Petrov syndicate, explaining how they had tried to recruit Jay before his arrest. My parents' faces grow more horrified with each revelation. They could still want something from him, viewing him as an investment that still hasn't yielded returns. Or maybe they're targeting Jay because of me, he admits, his gaze flicking to mine. Because hurting him hurts Claire, and that in turn... He trails off, but the implication is clear. Mom's eyes widen as she looks between Valyrian and me. Oh, she flinches. Oh, I see. Dad seems oblivious to the subtext, his brow wrinkled with confusion. I don't understand. Why would hurting Claire matter to you? Valyrian's jaw tightens. That's not important right now. What matters is that I have resources, extensive resources, and I will use every one of them to protect your family, even if it means operating outside the law. Dad's eyes narrow. You'd break the law for us? For Claire, he says simply, and my heart misses a beat. And by extension, for all of you. The tension in Dad's shoulders eases slightly. I appreciate that, but I still don't trust you. You don't have to trust me. Just know that I'm on your side in this. We lapse into an uneasy silence, each lost in our own thoughts. I sink into an uncomfortable plastic chair, my legs suddenly weak. Mom sits beside me, taking my hand in hers. How are you holding up, sweetheart? She asks softly. I force a smile. I'm fine, Mom, just worried about Jay. She squeezes my hand. We all are, but he's strong. He'll pull through this. The minutes crawl by like hours. I watch the second hand on the wall clock tick endlessly, each movement a reminder of how long Jay has been in surgery. Valyrian paces near the windows, his phone pressed to his ear as he speaks in hushed tones. Dad sits rigidly in a chair across from us, his gaze fixed on the floor. Finally, a doctor in blue scrubs approaches. We all stand, forming a tight circle around him. Family of Jay Bennett? He asks, and we nod. I'm Dr. Patel. Jay is out of surgery and stable. One of his ribs punctured his lung, which is why we needed to operate. He's being moved to the ICU for close observation. A collective sigh of relief ripples through our group. Can we see him? Mom asks eagerly. Dr. Patel nods. 2 visitors at a time for 5 minutes each. Mr. and Mrs. Bennett, you can go first. Then you, miss, he says, gesturing to me. As my parents follow Dr. Patel down the hall, I turn to Valyrian. His face is a mask of calm, but I can see the tension in his shoulders. Thank you for being here and everything you're doing, and for not punching my dad when he tried to punch you. Valyrian's eyes soften as they meet mine. Of course. I told you, Claire. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you and your family safe. I nod, unable to find the words to express the emotions swirling inside me. Gratitude, fear, and something else I'm not ready to name. We wait in silence until my parents return, their faces a mix of relief and worry. Mom's eyes are red-rimmed, and Dad's hand trembles slightly as he places it on my shoulder. He's somewhat awake, says Mom. Groggy, but awake. Go see him, sweetie. Valyrian and I make our way down the sterile hallway. We reach Jay's room, and I pause at the doorway, my hand hovering over the handle. Valyrian's warm palm settles on my lower back. I'm right here with you, Claire. I nod, taking a deep breath before pushing open the door. The sight that greets me makes my stomach lurch. Jay lies motionless in the hospital bed, his skin ashen against the white sheets. An IV snakes from his arm, and the steady beep of the heart monitor fills the room. What truly breaks my heart is the handcuffs securing his wrist to the bed rail, and the stoic correctional officer in his Navy Curran Fromhold uniform standing guard by the window. "Oh, Jay," I whisper, moving to his bedside. His eyelids flutter open at the sound of my voice, unfocused and glassy. "Claire?" His voice cracks. "That you?" I take his free hand, careful not to disturb the fourth. "It's me, big brother. How are you feeling?" Jay's lips twitch in what might be an attempt at a smile. Like I got hit by a truck, twice. For the first time, I see my brother for what he truly is, a scared boy finally facing consequences of his choices. The bravado and charm that usually mask his insecurities are stripped away, leaving only vulnerability in their wake. "What happened?" I lean in closer, lowering my voice. "Who did this to you?" His brow furrows as if trying to piece together a complicated puzzle. I don't. He trails off, his lids drifting shut. Valyrian steps forward, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Let me try." He moves to the other side of the bed, speaking to Jay in a low, firm voice. "Jay, it's Valyrian Rostova. I need you to focus. Who attacked you?" Jay's eyes snap open, fear flashing across his face before it's replaced by confusion. "Valyrian? I can't remember. Everything's fuzzy." Valyrian studies him for a moment before turning to me. "He's too weak right now, Claire. The pain medication is making it difficult for him to focus. We'll try again when he's stronger." I nod, disappointment and worry warring inside me. "Jay, you need to rest and get better, okay? I want you to come home someday." Jay's fingers tighten around mine. "You mean that? After everything I've done?" The conflicting emotions I've been carrying, anger, fear, love, and frustration, all surge to the surface. "Of course I mean it. You're my brother, Jay. I love you, even when you make monumentally stupid decisions." A ghost of his usual smirk appears. "Love you too, sis." As we leave his room, my parents are still in the waiting area. Mom's pacing, wringing her hands, while Dad sits rigidly in an uncomfortable-looking chair. They both look up as we approach. Dad stands, his face a mask of concern. "Did he say anything about what happened?" "He couldn't tell us a thing." I shake my head. "He's too out of it right now. We'll try again when he's stronger." Mom reaches out, squeezing my hand. "You look exhausted, sweetheart. Why don't you go home and rest? We'll stay here with Jay." "Are you sure?" I glance between them, torn between wanting to stay and the bone-deep weariness settling over me. Dad nods. "We've got this, Claire. You've done enough." Valyrian, who has been a silent presence at my side, speaks up. "Let's get you home." The words hang in the air for a moment. Mom's eyes widen slightly as she looks between Valyrian and me, a flicker of worry crossing her face. Maybe she's just realized I'm living with him now and is probably hurt I didn't tell her before. Dad's expression remains impassive, but I notice the tightening of his jaw. I hug them both tightly, suddenly desperate to reassure them. I'm fine, really. I'm safe and I'm doing okay at Valyrian's. The urge to tell them everything, about the pregnancy, about my growing feelings for Valyrian, and even the possible threat from Matvey Petrov, gnaws at me, but I push it down. They have enough to worry about with Jay. I can shoulder this burden a little longer. As Valyrian guides me toward the elevator, I catch a glimpse of my mother's concerned face watching us go. Everything I'm not telling them settles heavily, and I lean into Valyrian's solid presence beside me. The elevator doors close, shutting out the antiseptic smell and the worried faces of my parents. I let out a shaky breath, feeling the events of the day catch up with me all at once. He wraps an arm around my waist, steadying me. "You did well in there. Your brother is lucky to have you." I look up at him, struck by the genuine warmth in his eyes. Thanks. As we step out of the hospital and into the cold night air, I realize that despite the danger, the uncertainty, and the secrets, I'm glad to have Valyrian in my life. That realization terrifies me almost as much as it thrills me. I'm falling in love with him, and that's maybe the stupidest thing I can do, but it's impossible to stop now.
Chapter 21. Valyrian. The vibration of my phone makes it skim across the mahogany desk, the harsh buzz cutting through the oppressive silence of my study. I blink hard, my eyes burning from hours of staring at the mountain of financial projections and merger documents Alexei has been badgering me about all week. "Sir," he had insisted earlier, his usually stoic face creased with concern, "these require your immediate attention. The steel industry's merger won't wait forever." Now, as I massage my temple with one hand, the other reaching for the phone, I think how Matve's threats have consumed my focus lately. The screen's harsh glow illuminates my face in the dimming evening light, and what I see makes my blood turn to slush in my veins. My fingertips go numb against the cool glass of the screen, and my jaw tightens until it aches. The first photo shows Claire standing outside the flower shop, her golden hair catching the sunlight. She looks vulnerable, an easy target. The second picture is of her and her parents entering the prison on a day they visited Jay, letting me know Petrov is now aware of that link as well. The final image is the worst. It's an intimate shot of Claire and me kissing through the window of my mansion. My muscles tense as the realization sinks in that the Petrov syndicate hasn't only been watching Claire, but they've also breached my property's security. The message is clear. They know how much she means to me, and they'll use her against me. Rage bubbles beneath the surface, but I force myself to remain calm. I take a calculated breath and call Dmitri. "We have a problem," I say, my voice low and lethal. "Double the guards, and I want every camera on my property reviewed. Now." "What happened?" he asks, his tone instantly alert. "The Petrovs have been watching us. They've gotten photos of Claire at the flower shop in the prison and—" I pause, gritting my teeth. I feel so violated I can barely say the words as rage fills me. "And of us at the mansion," Dmitri swears in Russian. "How the hell did they get that close?" "That's what I want to know. I want a full security sweep, every inch of the property inside and out, and I want it done yesterday." "Consider it done," he says. "What about Claire?" I close my eyes, picturing her face. I'm bringing her home in a minute. She's not safe out there anymore. "Are you sure that's wise?" he asks cautiously. "Keeping her close might make her more of a target." "And leaving her out there makes her an easy one," I snap. "At least here I can protect her." There's a pause on the other end of the line. "Understood. I'll send a team to pick her up." "No," I say firmly. "I'll get her myself. Have the security team meet me at the flower shop in 20 minutes. "That could be just what—" He trails off, obviously accepting there's no point arguing with me. "Sure, boss." I end the call and stand, straightening my suit jacket. As I move toward the door, Alexei looks up from his stack of papers. "Everything all right, boss?" he asks with a frown. "No," I say shortly. "But it will be. Hold down the fort and handle any issues that arise with the steel merger. I'll be back soon." I stride out of the office, my heart speeding. How did the Petrovs get so close without us noticing? And more importantly, what are they planning to do with this information? As I step into the elevator, I pull out my phone and dial Claire's number. It rings 3 times before she picks up. "Valyrian?" Her voice is warm and curious. "Is everything okay?" "Claire," I say, trying to keep my voice steady, "I need you to listen carefully. I'm coming to pick you up from the flower shop. Don't leave, and don't talk to anyone you don't know. Understand?" There's a pause, and I can almost see her brow contracting in confusion. "What's going on?" "I'll explain everything when I get there. Just stay safe, please." I think to add, "I'll be sure there are more people keeping your parents safe too." "Okay," she says softly. "I'll be here." I end the call as the elevator doors open to the parking garage. My BMW roars to life, and I peel out onto the street, paying little heed to the traffic around me. The 20-minute drive to Bloomhouse feels like an eternity. Every red light is an agony, and every slow driver is an obstacle between me and Claire's safety. When I finally pull up in front of the flower shop, I spot her immediately through the window, arranging a bouquet of lilies. I'm out of the car in seconds, striding toward the door. The bell chimes as I enter, and Claire looks up, her eyes widening at something she must see in my expression. "Valyrian," she says, setting down the flowers. "What's wrong?" I cross the shop in 3 long strides, pulling her into my arms. She stiffens for a moment, then relaxes against me. I breathe in the scent of her hair, allowing myself this brief moment of comfort before the storm that's coming. "We need to go," I murmur against her hair. "Now." She pulls back, searching my face. "You're scaring me. What's happening?" I cup her face in my hands, brushing my thumb down her cheek. "I promise I'll explain everything. But right now, we need to leave. It's not safe here." She nods slowly, trust warring with fear in her eyes. "Okay. Let me just grab my purse and tell my mom." "No time," I say, already guiding her toward the door. "I'll have someone call her. We need to go now." As we step outside, I see my security team pulling up in black SUVs. Half of them will stay here to keep her parents safe, and the rest will accompany us back to the mansion. It's more defensible than the penthouse. I usher Claire into the passenger seat of my car, then turn to address the team leader. "Secure the shop," I order. "Make sure her family is safe. I want round-the-clock surveillance on this place and their home. Understood?" The man nods sharply. "Yes, sir." I slide into the driver's seat, glancing at Claire. She's pale, and her hands are clasped tightly in her lap. As I start the engine, she turns to me. "Please tell me what's going on." I inhale and exhale, struggling to sound calm. "The Petrov Syndicate has been watching us. They know about you, about us. They're going to try to use you against me." Claire's sharp intake of breath is the only sound for a long moment. Then quietly she asks, "What are we going to do?" I reach over and take her hand, squeezing it gently. "We're going to keep you safe," I say firmly. "And then I'm going to make them regret ever threatening what's mine." As we speed toward the mansion, cold fury settles over me. The Petrovs have made a grave mistake. They think Claire is my weakness, but they're wrong. She's my strength, and they're about to learn just how dangerous that makes me. Once we're home, I get Claire settled at the mansion, leaving her on a phone call with her mother as she tries to explain what she can and soothe Linda's fears. I don't go far, just to my office in the mansion, but leave the door open so I can see her on the couch. I'm staring at her while pacing when Dmitri strides in, his face a mask of controlled anger. He's carrying a thick folder, which he drops on my desk with a heavy thud. "We have a problem," he says, looking tense and sounding furious. I drop into my chair, studying him. "What kind of problem?" He opens the folder, spreading out several printouts of security camera footage. There are gaps in our surveillance, sections of footage missing during the most likely time frame when that photo of you and Claire was taken. I scan the documents. Sure enough, there are clear time jumps in the footage, sometimes lasting several minutes. They sent one picture but have likely obtained at least an hour or two of footage of our private lives over the course of their violation. Someone hacked our system to take the photos. I'd say the photos were taken with a telephoto lens, so someone was physically on the property, but the missing footage has only one explanation. Dmitri nods grimly. It had to be a hacker deleting it. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing. They left no trace and no digital fingerprints. I've personally vetted the team tasked with electronic surveillance here on the estate, and there's no way any of them were turned to do this. I drum my fingers on the desk, willing to accept Dmitri's words about our people. He takes security very seriously. There's only one person I know with that level of skill who doesn't already work for me. "Yuri," I mutter. "Kostaneva?" Dmitri raises an eyebrow. "I thought he was working for us." digging into Petrov's network. He was supposed to be indirectly, though he pretends to be neutral. I stand, pacing behind my desk. Set up a meeting with him, now. Dmitri pulls out his phone, stepping away to make the call. I turn to the window, staring out at the skyline without really seeing it. If Yuri has betrayed me, the consequences will be severe. But first, I need answers. An hour later, Yuri Kostaneva is escorted into my office. He's a small man with thinning hair and thick glasses, looking more like an accountant than one of the most skilled hackers in the criminal underworld. "Mr. Rostova," he says, his voice wavering slightly. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" I gesture for him to sit, then lean against the front of my desk, looming over him. "You tell me, Yuri, have you been hacking my systems for Petrov?" Yuri's eyes widen behind his glasses. "What? No, I would never." "Don't lie to me," I growl, cutting him off. "Someone breached our security, and you're one with the skills to do it without leaving a trace." Yuri shakes his head vehemently. "I swear, Mr. Rostova, I haven't betrayed you. I won't forget what you did for my nephew when he made his impulsive decision. I'm still working on hacking Petrov's network, just as you asked." I study him for a long moment, searching for any sign of deception. "And how is that going?" He shifts uncomfortably in his seat. "It's challenging. Petrov has paranoia-level grade encryptions. I've never seen anything like it." "What is he hiding?" I ask, more to myself than to Yuri. "I don't know." He pushes up his glasses. "Whatever it is, he's protecting it with everything he's got." I push off the desk, circling around the hacker like a predator. "Keep digging. I want to know everything Petrov is trying to hide. And Yuri." I stop behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. He flinches at the contact. "If I find out you're lying to me, what happened to your nephew will seem like a pleasant memory compared to what I'll do to you. You won't be banished, and if you're sent to Siberia, it'll be in pieces. Understand?" He swallows hard, nodding. "I understand, Mr. Rostova. I won't let you down." "See that you don't." I wave my hand dismissively. "You can go." As Yuri scurries out of the office, Dmitri approaches me. "Do you believe him?" I shrug. "For now, but keep an eye on him. If he so much as looks at a computer that isn't directly related to Petrov's network, I want to know about it." Dmitri nods. "And what about Jay? Do you think he might have more information?" "Possibly," I say, moving back to my desk. "He's still recovering, so I'll give him a few more days before we start asking questions." I sink into my chair, my mind whirling with possibilities. If Yuri is telling the truth, then who hacked our systems? And what is Petrov hiding behind those impenetrable firewalls? Maybe it's nothing that affects me, but I've made it my business to know everything about Petrov. And now that he's crossed the line and threatened Claire, I'm even more determined to learn all his secrets.
Chapter 22. Claire. I stir my ginger tea, the warm aroma curling around me as I sit in Valyrian's expansive library. The leather chair creaks softly as I shift, trying to focus on the book in my lap. My gaze keeps darting to Valyrian, hunched over his desk, brow furrowed in concentration as he works on something for Alexei. The nausea that's been plaguing me all week churns in my stomach. I take another sip of tea, hoping it will settle. My mind races, thoughts tumbling over each other like clothes in a dryer. I have to say something about my appointment tomorrow, but the idea of lying to Valyrian makes my insides twist even more than the morning sickness. "I have a gyno appointment tomorrow," I blurt out, wincing at how abrupt it sounds. "Routine checkup." Valyrian's head snaps up, his piercing blue eyes locking onto mine. "Do you want me to take you?" My breath catches in my throat. Panic surges through me, not because he suspects anything, but because his immediate concern reminds me of how much danger we're in. How much danger I could be putting our potential child in. "No, it's fine," I say quickly, the words tumbling out. "Your men can drive me. I'll be okay." Valyrian's jaw tightens, a muscle ticking in his cheek. "I'd prefer to skip the exam altogether, given the current situation." I force a laugh, though it sounds hollow even to my own ears. Trust me, I'd love to skip it too. Speculums are no fun. His expression softened slightly. I'll have dinner waiting when you get home. And I'll give you a massage. I promise, my voice steadier now. As silence settles between us again, I realize I haven't been keeping track of my hours lately. Valyrian hasn't given me a statement in weeks either. The thought of bringing it up now, with everything else swirling in my head, is too much. I return to my book, but the words blur on the page. My free hand drifts to my stomach, resting there lightly. What am I going to do if the test confirms what the over-the-counter test showed? How can I bring a child into this world of danger and violence? Claire? Valyrian's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. Are you feeling all right? I look up, meeting his concerned gaze. For a moment, I consider telling him everything, the suspicion, the fear, and the overwhelming uncertainty, but I can't. Not yet. Just tired, I lie, hating how easily it comes. I didn't sleep well last night. Valyrian rises from his desk, crossing the room in long strides. He kneels beside my chair, taking my hand in his. Is there anything I can do? The tenderness in his touch nearly breaks me. I shake my head, forcing a smile. I'm okay, really. Just need to rest a bit. He studies my face for a long moment, as if trying to read the truth behind my words. Finally, he nods and stands. Why don't you lie down for a while? I can have some food sent up if you're hungry. That sounds nice, I say, setting aside my book. As I stand, a wave of dizziness washes over me. Valyrian's arm is around my waist in an instant, steadying me. Easy, he murmurs, his breath warm against my ear. I've got you. I lean into him, allowing myself this moment of vulnerability. Tomorrow I'll face the doctor and whatever news awaits me, but for now, I let Valyrian guide me from the library, his solid presence a comfort I'm not ready to give up. As we walk, I catch a glimpse of our reflection in a hallway mirror. Valyrian, tall and imposing, his arm protectively around me, and me, looking small and pale beside him. For a fleeting second, I imagine a child with his eyes and my freckles. The image vanishes as quickly as it appeared, leaving me with a bittersweet ache in my chest. I push aside the feeling, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. Whatever happens tomorrow, I'll face it. I have to. As Valyrian helps me into bed, pulling the covers up and brushing a kiss against my forehead, I wonder if I'll have the strength to face it alone. If he doesn't want any part of being a family man, I'll have to, but the thought makes me miserable. I step into the doctor's office. Sergei and Ivan wait in the lobby, their imposing presence drawing curious glances from other patients. The receptionist hands me a clipboard, and I settle into an uncomfortable plastic chair to fill out the forms. My hand shakes as I write, the reality of why I'm here sinking in. I'm pregnant with Valyrian Rostova's child. The thought sends a wave of nausea through me that has nothing to do with morning sickness. A nurse calls my name, and I follow her to a small exam room. She takes my vitals, then hands me a plastic cup. The bathroom is just down the hall, she says with a smile. We'll run the test while you wait for Dr. Carey. I nod, my throat too dry to speak. In the bathroom, I stare at my reflection in the mirror. Dark circles ring my eyes, and my skin looks pale. I take a deep breath, steadying myself before completing the task at hand. Back in the exam room, I perch on the edge of the paper-covered table. The minutes tick by agonizingly slowly. Finally, there's a knock at the door, and a kindly-looking man with salt and pepper hair enters. Claire Bennett? He extends his hand. I'm Dr. Carey. It's nice to meet you. I shake his hand, forcing a smile. Nice to meet you, too. He settles onto a rolling stool, glancing at the chart in his hands. I have some news for you. He looks up, his expression gentle. The urine test came back positive. You're pregnant, Claire. Even though I already knew it, deep down, hearing the words out loud makes my head spin. Oh, I managed to say. Dr. Carey's voice is calm and reassuring. I know this can be overwhelming news. Why don't we do an exam and ultrasound to see how far along you are? Then we can discuss your options moving forward. I nod mutely, following his instructions as he performs the exam. The cold gel on my stomach makes me flinch as he prepares for the ultrasound. Let's take a look, shall we? Dr. Carey moves the wand over my abdomen, his attention fixed on the screen. Suddenly he goes very still. Fear grips me. Is something wrong? He doesn't answer immediately, continuing to study the screen with intense focus. My heart pounds as scenarios of every possible complication race through my mind. Finally, Dr. Carey turns to me, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. Claire, I'm not quite sure how to tell you this, but you're pregnant with quadruplets. The world tilts on its axis. I grip the edges of the exam table so hard my knuckles turn numb. Quadruplets? I stammer. That's 4 babies? Dr. Carey nods, his voice gentle. Yes, 4 babies. It's extremely rare, especially without fertility treatments, but I can clearly see 4 distinct embryos here. He turns the screen toward me, pointing out tiny blobs that don't look anything like babies to my untrained eye. I stare at the screen, unable to process what I'm seeing. 4 babies, growing inside me right now. Valyrian's babies. The room starts to spin. I stare at Dr. Carey, my mind reeling. That's impossible, I protest, shaking my head. I have PCOS. I was told I'd probably need fertility treatments to even have 1 baby, let alone 4. Dr. Carey leans back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. PCOS can be a tricky condition, Claire. It affects women differently. May I ask, have you noticed any changes in your menstrual cycle recently? I think back over the past few months, recalling the subtle shifts I'd attributed to stress. Yes, actually. My periods have been more regular lately. I thought it was just because I've been eating better and exercising more. He nods, jotting something in my chart. That could be part of it. If you had undiagnosed mild PCOS or high AMH levels, your body might have stored extra follicles. This could allow for hyperovulation. Hyperovulation? I repeat, the unfamiliar term rolling off my tongue. It means releasing multiple eggs in one cycle. A sudden hormonal shift can trigger a fertile cycle without you realizing it. This could be caused by stress reduction, dietary changes, a new lifestyle, or even weight fluctuation. I think about how much my life has changed since moving in with Valyrian. The regular balanced meals, the reduction in work stress, the physical activity. My cheeks flush at the memory. But quadruplets? I'm still struggling to wrap my head around the concept. Isn't that incredibly rare? Dr. Carey nods, his expression serious. It is extremely unlikely, but not impossible. If your ovaries overcompensated in a single cycle, it could result in the release of multiple eggs. Combined with the right timing, he trails off, letting the implication hang in the air. I close my eyes, trying to process this information. 4 babies, growing inside me right now. The enormity of it threatens to overwhelm me. What do? I ask, feeling faint. Dr. Carey leans forward, his tone gentle but firm. At this stage, we need to focus on your health and the health of the fetuses. Multiple pregnancies carry higher risks, so we'll need to monitor you closely. I'd like to... Suddenly, I slump forward. I don't remember how, but when I open my eyes a few minutes later, I'm lying back on the exam table again. What happened? Claire? Dr. Carey's voice pulls me back to the present. Are you with me? You fainted. I nod slowly as my head spins. He pats my hand. I know this is a lot to take in. Do you have someone you can talk to about this? A partner or family member? Valyrian's face flashes in my mind. The man I love, the father of these babies, and the most dangerous person I know. Yes, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. I have someone. He hands me a stack of pamphlets and prescriptions for prenatal vitamins. As I gather my things to leave, he places a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Take care of yourself, Claire, and my door is always open if you have questions or concerns. I don't know if you heard me telling you that you'll need to see a high-risk obstetrician. That was about the time you tried to face dive off the table, he says with a gentle smile. I'll arrange a referral for that, and I've made some notes on the ultrasound pictures when you're ready to view them. I thank him and make my way out of the office on autopilot, stuffing the paperwork in an oversized bag I brought along just for that purpose. In the waiting room, Ivan and Sergei stand as soon as they see me, looking at me for any sign of distress. "Everything okay, Miss Claire?" asks Ivan, his gruff voice tinged with concern. I force a smile, clutching my purse like a lifeline. "Fine, just a routine checkup." As we exit the building, the crisp air hits my face. I inhale and exhale, trying to banish the dizziness and center myself. 4 babies. Valyrian's babies, our babies, 4 quadruplets. The word echoes in my head, refusing to settle into reality. The sidewalk beneath my feet feels unsteady, and I grip my purse tighter, trying to anchor myself. A prickling sensation creeps up my neck, and I glance around, suddenly aware of my surroundings. A figure in the distance catches my attention, a man in a dark coat, leaning against a lamppost. He seems to be watching me. I blink and he turns away, lighting a cigarette. "It's nothing," I mutter to myself, shaking my head. "You're just paranoid." I force myself to take a deep breath, willing my racing heart to slow. The spring air fills my lungs as I remember how to breathe. In and out. In and out. It's supposed to help calm me, but it doesn't. I start walking again after a moment. Ivan and Sergei flank me, their imposing presence a reminder of the world I now inhabit. A world where I need bodyguards to go to a doctor's appointment. A world where I'm carrying the children of one of the most dangerous men in Philadelphia. The drive home is a blur. I stare out the window but don't see much. My hand rests on my still flat stomach, and I try to imagine 4 tiny lives growing inside me. It's overwhelming. When we arrive at Valyrian's mansion, I'm relieved to hear he's in a meeting with Alexei. It gives me time to compose myself, to figure out how I'm going to tell him about this unexpected development. I retreat to my room, kicking off my shoes and collapsing onto the bed. The envelope from Dr. Carey's office sits on my nightstand, taunting me. With a sigh, I reach for it, pulling out the stack of pamphlets and information sheets. For the next hour, I immerse myself in research. I read about the risks of multiple pregnancies, the extra care needed, and the potential complications. Each new piece of information adds to the mass pressing down on my chest. "How am I supposed to do this?" I whisper to the empty room. My gaze lands on the referral to Dr. Rachel Levin, the high-risk OBGYN Dr. Carey recommended. I make a mental note to schedule an appointment as soon as possible. Finally, I turn my attention to the ultrasound images. Dr. Carey has circled one, pointing out 2 of the babies sharing an amniotic sac. I squint at the grainy black and white photo, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. 2 singletons and a pair of identical twins. I read aloud, tracing the outline of each tiny blob with my finger. I quickly put the picture away. Staring at it makes this too real, and I'm not ready to really, truly believe it yet. As if my body is mutinying or just mocking me, a sudden surge of nausea hits me. It's so strong it sends me running to the bathroom, where I purge the contents of my stomach. This is the first time I've vomited since learning of the pregnancy, and it leaves me as wrung out as a dish towel. I collapse against the cool tile and try to pretend this isn't happening, but my imagination isn't that good.
The following scene is too steamy to include in this version. For the full unedited audiobook, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you.
Chapter 24. Claire. I wake nestled in Valyrian's arms, feeling rested for the first time in days. My mind is calm, if only for a moment. Then nausea hits me like a wave, forcing me to breathe through it. I try to stay still, not wanting to disturb Valyrian. His eyelids flutter open before I can compose myself. I greet him with a playful kiss on the lips, hoping to distract from my discomfort. He smirks, still half asleep, but his grip around me tightens, pulling me closer. "Morning," he murmurs, his voice rough with sleep. I can tell he's noticed something's off. His brow creases slightly as he studies my face. Before he can ask questions I'm not ready to answer, I lean in for another kiss. This one is deeper and more insistent. I pour everything I'm feeling into it, my fear and uncertainty, but also the undeniable connection growing between us. For some reason, it eases the nausea too. Valyrian responds immediately, one hand cupping the back of my head, while the other splays across my lower back. His touch sends sparks through my body, momentarily chasing away the nausea entirely. I lose myself in the kiss, in the warmth of his body against mine, and the little bubble in which we've immersed ourselves, even if it is temporary. When we finally break apart, both breathing heavily, his eyes are dark with desire. Not that I'm complaining, but what was that for? I shrug, aiming for nonchalance. Do I need a reason to kiss you good morning? His lips quirk up in a half smile. I suppose not. His trails his fingers down my arm, leaving goosebumps in their wake. How did you sleep? Better than I have in a while. It's true. Despite everything weighing on my mind, being in Valyrian's arms had allowed me to truly rest. He nods, seemingly pleased. Good, you needed it. I stretch, careful not to jostle my stomach too much. What time is it? He glances at the clock on the nightstand. Just after 8. We don't have to be anywhere for a few hours. The suggestion in his words makes me tremble with longing for a few uninterrupted hours with Valyrian. Part of me wants nothing more than to lose myself in him again, and forget about the complications waiting for us outside this room, but the rational part of my brain knows we need to talk. Valyrian, I start, then hesitate. How do I even begin to broach this subject? He must sense my internal struggle because his expression softens. What is it, Claire? You can tell me anything. I open my mouth to tell him about the pregnancy, but the words stick in my throat. My mouth gets dry while I search for the right way to break the news. Instead, I hear myself saying, I can't stop thinking about Jay in the hospital. His expression softens as he pulls me closer, gently combing his fingers through my hair. The tender gesture makes my eyes sting with unshed tears. It was awful seeing him like that, so vulnerable and hurt. I pause, gathering my courage before asking the question that occurred to me yesterday. Do you think it was random prison violence? Part of me hopes for a simple yes. Random violence would be terrible, but somehow less frightening than the alternative. Valyrian's hesitation speaks volumes. His hand stills in my hair while he searches for the right words. No, he says finally, sounding grave. I am sure it was the Petrov Syndicate. His accent thickens slightly with emotion. The only question remaining is why. The question hangs between us. My stomach churns, and not just from morning sickness. If the Petrovs are targeting Jay, what does that mean for the rest of us? For the babies growing inside me? Is it indirectly my fault, since I'm a weak point for Valyrian? Or are they trying to collect on what they see as their investment in him that he screwed up by getting sent to prison? Valyrian must sense my distress because he cups my face in his hands, forcing me to meet his intense gaze. I've tightened security, he says, his voice steady and reassuring. No one will harm you or your family, I promise. I want to believe him. I want to sink into the safety of his arms and forget about the dangers lurking outside. But my secret presses down on me, making it hard to breathe. Thank you, I manage to say, forcing a smile. I know you'll do everything you can to keep us safe. Valyrian nods, his expression serious. Always. We rest in silence for a moment. I should tell him about the pregnancy. He deserves to know. Yet the thought of bringing 4 innocent lives into this world of violence and danger makes my heart ache, and I don't know what to do. How about breakfast? I ask suddenly, desperate for a distraction. I'm starving. Valyrian's eyebrows raise slightly at my abrupt change of subject, but he doesn't comment. Of course, he says, rising from the bed. What would you like? As we get up and start our morning routine, I promise myself I will tell Valyrian everything. Just not today. Today, I need to process, to plan, and to figure out how to navigate this new reality. I watch Valyrian as he moves around the room, his powerful presence both comforting and intimidating. He catches me staring and gives me a questioning look. Everything okay? He asks. I nod, plastering on another smile. Yes, just thinking about what I want for breakfast. Pancakes, maybe? Valyrian chuckles. Pancakes it is. As we head downstairs, I try to push away the guilt gnawing at my insides. One more day, I tell myself. One more day to pretend everything is normal before I turn both our worlds upside down. Later in the morning, Valyrian has departed to run an errand, and I'm sitting in the living room, flipping through a magazine without really seeing the pages, when I hear a car pull up outside. Curious, I set aside the magazine and move to the window, peeking through the curtains. My heart leaps when I see my mother stepping out of a sleek black SUV, one of Valyrian's guards holding the door for her. "Mom?" I whisper, surprised and a little confused. I hadn't expected to see her today. I haven't seen her in a few days, since going into lockdown at the mansion, and seeing her now when I'm so desperately confused brings tears to my eyes. I hurry to the front door, opening it just as my mother reaches the steps. Her face lights up when she sees me, and she quickens her pace. "Claire, sweetheart." She envelops me in a warm hug, the familiar scent of her lavender perfume washing over me before she kisses my cheek. "I hope you don't mind the surprise visit." I return the hug, savoring the comfort of her embrace. "Of course not. I'm always happy to see you, but how did you—" "Valyrian arranged it," she says, pulling back to look at me. Her eyes search my face, concern evident in her expression. "He thought you might want some company while he's out." Myriad emotions surge through me, including gratitude for Valyrian's thoughtfulness, nervousness about facing my mother's questions, and a twinge of guilt for the secret I'm keeping. I force a smile, stepping back to let her inside. "That was nice of him," I say, leading her to the living room. "Can I get you something to drink? Tea? Coffee?" Mom settles onto the couch, taking in the luxurious surroundings. "Tea would be lovely, thank you." Before I can ring, Anatoly is already there, a tea tray in hand. He gives me a smile. "I thought you ladies might enjoy tea. There's chamomile, herbal, or ginger." He says that last part with special emphasis, making me wonder just how much the observant butler has guessed. When he departs, I feel my mother's gaze on me. My secret presses down on me, making my movements feel clumsy and uncertain. I pour the tea and hand her the herbal blend while selecting ginger for myself. Mom takes her cup, blowing gently on the steaming liquid before taking a sip. "So," she says, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. "How are you doing, really?" I open my mouth to give my usual response of, "I'm fine," but the words stick in my throat. Tears prick at the corners of my eyes, and suddenly I can't hold it in anymore. "Oh, Mom," I whisper, my voice cracking. "I'm pregnant." Her eyes widen, the teacup freezing halfway to her lips. "Pregnant? But I thought—" "I know," I say, wiping at my eyes. "The doctor said it's some kind of hormonal shift, and it's not just one baby, it's 4. Mom sets down her cup with a clatter. "4? Oh, Claire." I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. She moves to sit beside me, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "Have you told Valyrian?" she asks gently. I shake my head. "Not yet. I don't know how. You can't tell anyone until I figure out how to tell him." She squeezes my hand. "Of course not, sweetheart. But you need to tell him soon. He deserves to know." "I know," I whisper. I'm scared." Her brow creases and she suddenly looks concerned. "Scared? Claire, are you being held here against your will? Is this about Jay's debt?" I sit up straighter, shaking my head vehemently. "No, it's nothing like that. Jay's debt has been resolved. I'm here because I want to be. It's just—" I trail off, struggling to find the right words. "It's just what?" she prompts gently. I exhale raggedly. I'm scared of bringing babies into this world, Valyrian's world. It's dangerous, Mom. There are people who want to hurt him, and by extension, anyone close to him. She's quiet for a moment while rubbing soothing circles on my back. "I can't pretend to understand everything about your situation, but you have options. If you're not ready for this, if you don't want to go through with the pregnancy—" "No," I interrupt, surprising myself with the vehemence in my voice. "I mean, I've thought about it, but I spent so many years thinking I might never be able to have children. Now that it's happened, even in these crazy circumstances, I can't give that up. She nods, a small smile on her lips. I understand, but this is your decision. Whatever you choose, your father and I will support you. I settle into her embrace, feeling some of the tension leave my body. Thank you, Mom. I just need some time to figure out how to tell Valyrian. Don't wait too long. Secrets have a way of coming out, and the longer you wait, the harder it will be. She slants me a small smile. Especially with a multiple baby pregnancy. You could conceivably pop overnight and suddenly be showing. I nod, knowing she's right, and I want to tell Valyrian before it's physically obvious. We sit in comfortable silence for a few minutes, sipping our tea before she asks more about the babies, and I share the details of my doctor's appointment and the shock of seeing 4 tiny heartbeats on the ultrasound screen. 2 singletons and a pair of identical twins, I say with both awe and fear in my voice. Can you believe it? Mom laughs softly. Oh, sweetheart, you never do anything by halves, do you? I chuckle at that. Apparently not. As we talk, some of the weight lifts from my shoulders. Mom listens without judgment, offering advice when I ask for it and just being a comforting presence when I need it. Before I know it, lunchtime rolls around. We move to the kitchen, where the chef has prepared a simple meal of sandwiches and fruit. As we eat, Mom shares stories from the flower shop, making me laugh with tales of demanding brides and clueless boyfriends trying to choose the perfect bouquet. It's only been a few days, but I miss being in the thick of it all. I miss my massage clients, too. All too soon, one of Valyrian's guards appears in the doorway, informing us Mom's SUV is ready. I walk her to the front door, hugging her tightly. You can handle this, she whispers before pulling back. I nod, blinking back tears. I love you, Mom. I love you too, sweetheart. With a wave, she walks out between 2 hulking bodyguards like she does that every day. With the way things have been lately, she probably does. I stand watch until she's in the SUV and it pulls away. Once I'm alone, I keenly notice Valyrian's absence for the first time since Mom arrived. I turn to Dimitri, who's standing nearby. Where's Valyrian, by the way? I ask, trying to keep my tone casual. He said something about errands. Dimitri's expression remains impassive. He had a meeting, but should be back soon. I nod, pushing down the flicker of worry that tries to rise. Valyrian's a busy man, and meetings are part of his life. Still, as I head back inside, I worry about him. I can't help it. Settling back onto the couch, I pick up the magazine I'd abandoned earlier, trying to distract myself from thoughts of Valyrian's absence and the secret growing inside me. The words blur on the page, and my mind wanders to the conversation I need to have with him, and soon.
Chapter 25. Valyrian. After hanging up with Linda to arrange for her to keep Claire company, I slide my phone into my pocket and nod at Victor. He doesn't need a full explanation since he knows where we're going. The sleek black sedan glides through Philadelphia's dimly lit streets, the night stretching out ahead like an open hand. The city moves in the periphery, late-night cabs picking up fares, figures slumped under streetlights, sirens wailing in the distance. None of it distracts me. My mind is already where I'm headed. Jay was attacked. Why? On the surface, it could be the usual. Debts unpaid, picking a fight he couldn't win, or just being at the wrong place at the wrong time. My instincts say otherwise. The Petrovs don't waste their time beating up nobodies unless there's a message attached, and that's what I need to figure out. Victor pulls up at the hospital entrance and I step out, straightening the cuffs of my suit jacket as I take in the building. The automatic doors slide open with a whisper, and the scent of antiseptic washes over me. Hospitals all feel the same. Too clean on the surface, but underneath, they reek of weakness, pain, and waiting. I make my way down the hall, scanning the door numbers until I find the one I'm looking for. Jay has been moved to a regular room, out of ICU, finally. A corrections officer stands outside Jay's door, arms crossed and posture stiff. He's young, maybe early 30s, and his uniform is slightly wrinkled. His duty belt sags from the weight of a baton and sidearm. He sizes me up as I approach. His hand drifts slightly toward his weapon, Not overtly aggressive, but a reflex. I reach into my pocket and slip out a crisp $100 bill, holding it between two fingers. Why don't you grab a coffee? His gaze moves to the cash, then back to my face. He hesitates, clearly debating whether he should push back. I don't move, just wait. The moment stretches. Then, like I knew he would, he takes the money and steps back. Yeah, sure. 5 minutes. I push open the door and step inside. Jay looks up from the hospital bed. He's a fucking mess. His right eye swollen shut, his cheek split, bruises blooming in violent colors along his jaw and temple. His arms are limp at his sides, bandages wrapped around one wrist, an IV taped down on the back of his hand, and the hospital gown hides the sutures probably still in his skin from his surgery. For a second, he just stares at me. His breathing goes shallow, and I see relief flashing across his face. Then it's gone, replaced by guilt, fear, and shame. I close the door behind me and take slow, measured steps toward the bed. I don't speak. He shifts, wincing as he tries to sit up. Valyrian. His voice is hoarse, like his throat is raw from something, maybe a tube or maybe screaming when he was being beaten. I drag the chair closer, scraping the metal legs against the linoleum. Lowering myself into it, I stretch out my legs, resting my elbows on my knees. We need to talk. His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows hard. Yeah, he croaks. I watch him for a moment. Let him squirm. Then finally I speak. Tell me what happened. His fingers curl into the blanket as his gaze darts around the room, looking anywhere but at me. The Petrov Syndicate guys jumped me. I owed them money. I exhale slowly through my nose, tilting my head. Lies. You owed them money. The words roll off my tongue like silk, each syllable dripping with disbelief. A fluorescent light buzzes overhead, casting harsh shadows across his bruised face. He nods so fast his head bobs like a puppet's. Yeah, How much? The question cuts through his stammering. His mouth works silently, like a fish gasping for air. Beads of sweat form along his hairline despite the hospital room's chill. I don't know exactly. The words come out in a whisper. I raise an eyebrow, letting the silence stretch between us. The steady beep of his heart monitor quickens. You don't know? My fingers drum against my knee, a quiet rhythm that makes him flinch with each tap. He fidgets against the Stark Hospital pillows, his bruised fingers picking at a loose thread on the thin blanket. Sweat darkens the collar of his hospital gown. It was a lot. The antiseptic smell burns my nose as I study him, letting the rhythmic beeping of machines fill the uncomfortable silence between us. When I finally lean forward, the plastic chair creaks beneath me. If this was just about money, you'd still be paying it off, Jay. My voice cuts through the air with glacial precision. Petrov doesn't put people in hospital beds for debt. He makes them work it off. Jay's jaw tightens, the muscles bunching beneath his purple-mottled skin. He turns toward the window where city lights twinkle against the night sky, a view that costs extra in this private room. They wanted me to join their gang, he mutters, the words barely audible over the steady drip of his IV. I let out a short, humorless breath. Did they? He nods. Yeah, they. I cut him off with a scoff, each word dripping with disdain. Petrov's men inside, who are all medium security or higher, wanted a low-level first-time offender in their crew. The fluorescent hospital lights buzz overhead as I step closer to his bed. Try again. Jay clutches the thin hospital blanket, digging his fingers into the fabric. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple. Valyrian, Try again. The words slice through the air between us. His chest heaves with a shaky exhale. His good eye, the one not swollen shut from the beating, squeezes closed like he's trying to block out the truth. They wanted me to do something, he whispers, the words trembling past his split lip. I couldn't. There it is. I remain still as stone, my expression unchanged. The steady beep of his heart monitor fills the silence stretching between us. Then, with ice in my voice, I ask, "What?" He swallows hard. His fingers dance nervously across the sheets, picking at a loose thread. They wanted me to kill someone. A slow, cold wave rolls through me. Who? His throat bobs. Lev Mikhailov. The name means nothing to me, but Jay's entire body is wired with tension now. Like saying it out loud made it real. I don't break eye contact. Who is Lev Mikhailov? He exhales sharply, running a hand down his face. He's an accountant, a hacker. He glances at the door, then lowers his voice. Used to work for Petrov, doing their books. Not just basic accounting either. This guy's a genius with computers. Laundered millions through offshore accounts and encrypted their financial records so tight the feds couldn't crack them after trying for years. He shifts on the mattress, wincing at the movement. Thing is, they finally nabbed him. Not even on Petrov business, some sting or something, I guess. But now... His voice drops to barely a whisper, forcing me to lean closer. Word is he's willing to talk. Give up everything he knows about Petrov's operation if the feds cut him a sweet enough deal. My teeth grind together. So the feds have leverage on him? Yeah. Jay's head bobs in a weak nod, his complexion pale under the harsh fluorescent lights. And Petrov? They're scared shitless he's going to spill their secrets. This guy knows where every dirty dollar is hidden, every bribe, every payoff. He could bring down their whole empire. It makes sense. If Lev Mikhailov was just some small-time accountant, Petrov wouldn't risk killing him inside a federal system. That means this guy isn't just holding secrets. He's holding something critical. Why you? I ask. Jay lets out a bitter laugh that turns into a painful cough. We both work kitchen duty. We're both minimum security. The regular Petrov guys? They're all Bratva, all medium security with extra scrutiny. Too much attention, but me? His lip curls. I was invisible. I could get close. I nod slowly, absorbing this. And you refused. Jay's expression cracks. I'm not a killer, Valyrian. His voice is hoarse. I couldn't do it and I couldn't risk it. If I got caught, I'd never get out. His fingers tighten on the sheet. So they beat the shit out of me. Said next time I'd better do it right. Rage and relief mingle as I exhale sharply. This wasn't a random beating. It wasn't about Jay's gambling. It wasn't about hurting Claire to hurt me. This was about keeping Lev Mikhailov quiet, and Petrov was willing to use Jay as a disposable pawn to do it. Jay looks up at me, desperation in his eyes. Valyrian, please protect Claire. I've already failed her as a brother. Don't let my mistakes get her killed. Through the fluorescent hospital lights, I study his battered face. If he lifted his gown, I could see the surgical wound in his chest, where the surgeon removed shards of his broken rib from his lungs. The desperation in his gaze burns through, pleading with me. I'll keep her safe, you have my word. He sinks back against the stark white pillows, relief softening his grimace. He frowns when I add, for her, not you. Are you? I don't give him a chance to ask the question I know he's about to utter, wanting to know my relationship status with Claire. Instead, I turn and slip out, just as rubber-soled shoes squeak against linoleum. The corrections officer is returning from his coffee break. When I exit the hospital room, Dmitri straightens from where he's been leaning against the wall, his dark suit a contrast to the institutional white paint. He raises an eyebrow in silent question as I approach. We need to talk, I murmur, already striding past him toward the exit. Not here. As I walk out of the hospital, I pull out my phone, dialing Sheila. I need you to arrange something with the warden. Ensure Jay Bennett's safety when he returns. Sheila's voice crackles through the speaker. I'll make it happen. Anything else? What about transferring him to a different facility? There's a pause on the line. The Petrovs have reach in all the nearby prisons. Best I could do is out of state. I consider this for a moment. He'll want to stay close to his family. I'll have our guys shadow him instead. Make sure the warden and our guards know there's a bonus in it for them if Jay is kept safe, and a reckoning if he isn't. She hesitates for only a second. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. I end the call and turn to Dmitri next. I need everything you can find on Lev Mikhailov, former Petrov accountant and hacker. He's the missing piece. He nods. On it, boss. Also, be sure our guys serving time at that prison are Jay's new shadows. Not just the man you've had transferred in to share his cell. I'm paying enough for the guards and warden to turn a blind eye to him having a security detail. Sure thing, says Dmitri, reaching for his phone. As I slide into the back of my waiting car, the leather seat cool against my back, Dmitri gets in the passenger seat. Something's not adding up, I say, running my thumb over my bottom lip. Petrov wouldn't risk a prison hit unless he was desperate. This goes beyond simple retaliation. Dmitri turns in his seat. You think there's more to it than targeting you? He's fighting on multiple fronts, but Yuri hasn't yet cracked whatever he's trying to hide. I tap my fingers against the armrest. With this Mikhailov threat and him waging war on us, Matvey's spread thin and maybe distracted. A predatory smile curves my lips, and that makes this the perfect moment to strike. I lean forward, meeting Dmitri's gaze in the visor mirror. Get our people ready. By the time I'm finished, there won't be enough left of Petrov's empire to fill a matchbox.
Chapter 26. Claire. I stare at the pages of my paperback romance novel, watching the printed letters swim and merge into meaningless shapes. My fingertip traces the edge of a dog-eared page while my stomach performs another nervous flip. The buttery Italian leather of Valyrian's designer couch protests with a gentle squeak as I tuck my legs underneath me, then straighten them, then curl them back again. This is ridiculous, I mutter to myself, letting the book fall closed in my lap. The gold-embossed title catches the warm light from the nearby floor lamp, but I barely notice it. My mind keeps replaying the doctor's appointment in vivid detail, especially seeing those 4 distinct heartbeats pulsing through the ultrasound speaker. I stare at my still flat stomach in the warm glow of the lamp, unable to process the magnitude of what's growing inside me. The word keeps echoing in my mind, each syllable more jarring than the last. Quadruplets, I whisper, testing how it feels on my tongue. It sounds like dialogue from one of those late-night hospital shows, the kind where perfectly coiffed doctors deliver miraculous news, while dramatic music swells in the background, but this isn't television. This is my life. I press my palm against my abdomen, the cotton of my blouse soft beneath my fingers. There's no bump yet, no visible sign of the chaos brewing within. 4 babies. 4 distinct heartbeats, each one a tiny drummer marking time in their own rhythm. How are you all even in there? I murmur to my stomach, letting out a shaky laugh. You're going to need a better real estate agent because this space is definitely not built for 4. The reality crashes over me in waves. 4 cribs, 4 car seats, and 4 college funds. At least Valyrian won't have any problem covering that. I clutch the leather cushion beneath me as vertigo sweeps through my body. I stare at the ornate ceiling medallion above me, watching it blur and dance as my thoughts swirl like a whirlpool. The crystal chandelier catches afternoon light, scattering rainbow prisms across the walls of Valyrian's study. Valyrian's going to need a bigger house. The words escape in a breathless whisper before I can catch them. A bubble of laughter follows, high-pitched and teetering on the edge of hysteria. My fingers trace abstract patterns on the leather armrest as I picture the sprawling mansion with its 27 rooms and endless hallways. What am I thinking? This place could house a small army. I press my palm flat against my still flat stomach. Though I suppose that's what you'll be, won't you? A tiny army of babies. The thought of 4 babies toddling down these marble halls brings another wave of nervous giggles. At least you'll have each other, built-in best friends right there in the nursery. My voice cracks on the last word, dissolving into a trembling whisper. The mental image floods my mind, 4 identical cribs arranged with military precision, their white bars gleaming under nursery lights. My throat tightens as the enormity of it hits me. Oh God. The words scrape past my lips as a wave of dizziness crashes over me. The marble floor seems to tilt beneath my feet, and bile rises hot and bitter in my throat. I stumble up from the leather chair, one hand pressed to my mouth, the other groping blindly along the wall. The bathroom door bangs against the wall as I burst through it, barely making it to the toilet before my body revolts. The acid burn of tea and half-digested sandwich sears my throat, tears pricking my eyes as I grip the cold porcelain. The sound of my retching echoes off the pristine tiles, punctuated by my ragged breaths. This is real, I say between heaves. This is actually happening. The cool floor seeps through my knees as I slump there, tasting ginger and misery. The remnants of my pathetic lunch swirl away with a flush, leaving me trembling and hollow. I drag myself to the sink, turning the tap until cold water gushes out. The splash against my clammy skin makes me gasp, but it helps clear my head. My reflection stares back at me from the mirror. Pale face, bloodshot eyes, and water droplets trailing down my cheeks. I pat my face dry with a fluffy hand towel, the soft cotton gentle against my tender skin. Back in the living room, my legs give out, and I sink into the plush cushions of the sofa and stretch out lengthwise. I rest my hands on my abdomen, fingers spreading across the smooth plane of my stomach. I gasp slightly to feel a small protrusion and hardness. I'm not showing yet, but there are already changes. Did the doctor tell me how far along I am? I whisper to the empty room, trying to calculate. I don't remember, but it was so chaotic. I can't be more than 10 weeks or so. The thought sends fresh anxiety coursing through me, when I really consider the idea that in 6 months or so, due to multiple's gestation period being shorter for safety, I'll have 4 babies entrusted to me. I'll have to keep them alive and figure out all the little and big details, from diaper changes to how to breastfeed as much as possible to minimize formula usage. Thinking about all the myriad details, I picture the way Valyrian's jaw tightens when he's processing difficult news. God, what will you do? My voice breaks on the question. Will you smile, or will this be the thing that makes you run? I trace idle patterns on my stomach, imagining his possible reactions. He could be overjoyed and sweep me up in those strong arms of his. Or his face could shut down, a cold mask sliding into place as he calculates the risks of a pregnant girlfriend in his world of violence and vendettas. Please don't push me away, I whisper, curling onto my side. Please want this too. I close my eyelids, knowing I need to tell him. The longer I wait, the harder it will be. But how do I even begin that conversation? Hey Valyrian, remember when we thought I couldn't get pregnant? Surprise! It's not just 1 baby, it's 4. A hysterical laugh bubbles up in my throat, and I clamp my hand over my mouth to stifle it. The last thing I need is for Valyrian's men stationed outside to think I'm losing my mind. Although maybe I am. I force myself to take deep breaths, trying to calm the anxiety churning in my stomach. 1 step at a time, I tell myself. First, I need to figure out how to break the news to Valyrian. Then we can deal with everything else. Our future. The phrase makes me tremble. What kind of future can we possibly have? Valyrian is a powerful crime boss, constantly in danger, and now I'm carrying his children, 4 tiny, vulnerable lives that will be targets from the moment they're born. I reach for my phone, desperate for a distraction. Maybe I'll call the flower shop to see if they need any help. As my fingers brush the screen, I see I've missed a text message from my mom, who probably just got back to the shop a short time ago. It must have come while I was in the bathroom. When I open it, I let out a small cry of dismay. Emergency with your dad. Come to the shop ASAP. My chest constricts when I read the words again, panic rising like a tidal wave. I dial my mother immediately, but the call goes straight to voicemail. Mom, it's me, I say, my voice shaking. What's going on? Is Dad okay? Call me back as soon as you get this. I end the call and immediately try Valyrian's number, but it rings endlessly with no answer. My mind races with possibilities. Did something happen at the shop? Is my dad hurt? Or worse, did the Petrov syndicate make a move against my family? I stand up, my legs unsteady beneath me. I need to get to Bloomhouse and now, but how? Valyrian's security won't let me leave without his permission, and he's not answering his phone. Dread settles in the pit of my stomach when I glance toward the front door, where Valyrian's men are stationed. I'll have to convince them to let me go. Somehow. I take a deep breath, steadying my nerves while I approach Ivan and Sergei. They're standing guard near the front door, just as I expected. I need to go out, I announce, forcing a smile onto my face. Some retail therapy would do me good right now. Ivan's eyebrows furrow slightly. Miss Bennett, I'm not sure that's wise. Mr. Rostova. Valyrian hasn't forbidden me from leaving, I interrupt, my voice firmer than I feel. He just said I shouldn't go alone. You two can come with me, right? Sergei and Ivan exchange a glance, as if a silent conversation passes between them. Finally, Sergei nods. Very well, Miss Bennett. We'll accompany you. Relief washes over me as we make our way to the car. The sleek black SUV purrs to life, and I settle into the back seat, my thoughts spinning. As we pull away from Valyrian's mansion, I clear my throat. Actually, could we stop by my parents' shop first? Ivan's eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror. The flower shop? Is everything all right? Oh, yes, I lie smoothly, hating how easily the deception comes. I just forgot to give my mom something when she came for lunch. The car changes direction, heading toward Bloomhouse. With each passing mile, my anxiety grows. The text from my mother replays in my mind. Emergency with your dad. Come to the shop ASAP. What could have happened? Is it the Petrov syndicate? Or something more mundane, like a health scare perhaps? The possibilities swirl in my head, making me dizzy. As we approach the familiar storefront, I lean forward, straining to see any signs of disturbance. The open sign is dark, which is unusual for this time of day. Dad would have been holding down the fort while Mom visited me, and the shop is usually open until 4 p.m. on Saturday afternoons. No movement is visible through the windows. Miss Bennett? Ivan's voice cuts through my thoughts. We've arrived. I nod, my hand hovering over the door handle. I shiver while staring into the seemingly empty shop. Something isn't right. Is something wrong? Asks Sergei, his hand moving subtly toward the weapon I know he carries. I swallow hard, torn between the urge to rush inside and the need to protect these men who've been assigned to keep me safe. Maybe nothing, I whisper, more to myself than to them. But maybe everything. I curl my fingers around the cool metal of the door handle and continue to search for any sign of life within Bloomhouse. The cheerful displays of flowers that usually greet customers are eerily still, with no hint of my mother's bustling presence or my father's steady movements. As calmly as I can, I open the SUV door and slide out, still peering at the darkness inside the shop. I'm torn between fear of approaching and desperate need for answers. Miss Bennett? Ivan prompts again, concern evident in his voice. He must be picking up on my tension. I turn to face him, my pulse quickening. I'm not sure what we're walking into, but I need to check on my parents. Ivan's eyes widen, and he reaches for my arm. Miss Bennett, wait. I'm already moving, and I reach the shop before them, though Sergei and Ivan are right behind me. I push open the door, and the familiar bell chimes overhead when I step inside. The scent of flowers hits me, roses, lilies, and carnations. But something's off. There's an underlying mustiness, like wilting petals left too long in stagnant water. Mom? Dad? My voice reverberates in the empty shop. Silence answers. I move farther in as my guards crowd behind me. They've fallen silent and seem on edge too. Either they sense something is amiss, or they're just being cautious. The displays are untouched, and vibrant blooms stand contrast with the somehow colorless stillness. A half-finished arrangement sits on the work counter, scissors abandoned mid-cut. Claire? Sergei's urgent whisper comes from right behind me. We need to leave. Now. I ignore him, pushing through the swinging door that leads to the back room. Mom? Dad, are you here?
Chapter 27. Valyrian. While Victor drives and Dmitri keeps anxious watch on the vehicles around us, I pull out my phone, muscle memory guiding my fingers over the familiar number. Yuri picks up before the first ring ends. Boss, I've got nothing new. This encryption is dash. Lev Mikhailov, I cut through his explanation. What do you know about him? Static crackles across the line. 1 second stretches into 3 before he clears his throat. Mikhailov. His voice drops lower, caution threading through each syllable. Petrov's former financial guru. Last I heard, he was arrested. The feds nailed him 6 months ago during Operation Dark Web in some massive cybersecurity sting. Had their hooks in him for weeks before they moved. Yuri pauses. Why? He's still sitting in federal detention, I say, watching the late afternoon traffic crawl past my window. And Petrov tried to have him assassinated behind bars. What does that suggest to you? Yuri sucks in air so sharply it whistles through the phone. Son of a bitch. He's holding back, not surrendering all his cards to the feds yet. If Petrov's this desperate to silence him, this could be big. Exactly. I sink deeper into the leather seat. What kind of information would a man like Mikhailov keep as his insurance policy? Boss with his level of access? His voice drops to a whisper, as if Petrov's men might be listening through the walls. We're talking encrypted drives full of wire transfers, shell company paperwork, and account numbers in banks from Switzerland to Singapore. Political payoffs, too. The kind that'd make certain officials very nervous. The type of evidence that wouldn't just cripple Petrov's operation, but burn it to the ground. I nod, running my thumb along the leather armrest. Though Yuri can't see me through the phone, his tension radiates across the connection. And the encryption you've been trying to crack? It's unlike anything I've seen. A rapid clicking sound filters through. Every attempt triggers countermeasures. Yesterday I got within 3 layers and nearly lost my whole system. It's not just protecting data. It's designed to destroy it if anyone gets close. So whatever's behind that wall is worth more than money. It's worth killing for. Boss, if Mikhailov set up this system... Yuri's voice grows softer, almost reverent with professional admiration despite the circumstances. He lets the thought hang unfinished. Then he might be the only one who can crack it. My grip tightens on the phone, and Petrov knows it. The encryption is beyond military grade, Yuri says, clicking through screens. The kind used for government intelligence. All roads lead to Lev Mikhailov and the secrets locked in his digital vault. I need everything you can find on Mikhailov, I say, drumming my fingers on the desk. His history with Petrov, details of his arrest, current prison situation. Dig deep. Any connection, no matter how small. On it, boss. Keys click rapidly in the background. But what about this encryption? I've never seen anything like it. I tap the edge of my phone, weighing our options. One wrong move could erase whatever Mikhailov's protecting and possibly get him killed while taking all proof we need to shut down Petrov permanently. Keep working on it, but be careful. No aggressive attempts to breach. If it's as sophisticated as you say, we can't risk destroying what's inside. Understood. The typing resumes as he says, I'll start with the FSB files. They're easier to hack than this system Lev has set up, and I already have a backdoor. Minutes pass as Victor navigates the city streets with practiced ease, while Dmitri's watchful gaze continues to scan our surroundings from the passenger seat. The phone pressed to my ear crackles with Yuri's rapid typing. What have you found in the FSB files? I ask, my voice low despite the privacy of the vehicle. Yuri's typing pauses. It's interesting, boss. Lev Mikhailov's got a brother named Alexeyev. He's not just any government worker. He's the head of Russia's newest cybersecurity program, Firewall Omega. My eyebrows raise. Tell me about this program. It's cutting-edge stuff, says Yuri, excitement creeping into his voice. Quantum encryption, AI-driven threat detection, the works, makes most systems look like child's play. I drum my fingers on the armrest. And Lev wasn't involved? Not directly, but here's where it gets interesting. The FSB files hint at unauthorized access to Firewall Omega's development servers. They never caught the culprit, but they traced the infiltration to the United States before hitting a roadblock. I curse softly. I'd guess Lev was playing with Alexeyev's new program. Exactly. I'd bet my last Bitcoin Lev was piggybacking on his brother's work, adapting it for Petrov's operation. I process this information. That explains the level of encryption you're facing. Lev had access to state-of-the-art tech. Boss, if Lev applied even a fraction of Firewall Omega's capabilities to Petrov's systems, Yuri trails off. The implication's clear. We need to speak with him, I say. But not yet. Keep digging. I want to know everything about Lev's time with Petrov, his arrest, and his current situation. Leave no stone unturned. On it, Yuri says. What about Kurin Frumhold? Want me to look into their systems? I consider this for a moment. Do it, but be careful. We don't want to tip our hand or compromise Lev's safety. Understood. I'll update you as soon as I have more. The call ends, and I pocket my phone, looking at Dmitri, who's watching me in the visor mirror. We need to arrange a meeting with Lev Mikhailov, discreetly. Dmitri nods, his expression grim. It won't be easy, but I have some contacts. We'll make it happen. I stare out the window as the city passes by. Petrov's desperate men make mistakes. It's an opportunity, but also a threat. If he's willing to go after Lev in prison using Jay, there's no telling what else he might do. My thoughts turn to Claire, and a wave of protectiveness washes over me. I need to increase security around her and her family. Petrov might try to use them as leverage to force Jay's hand. When I'm putting my phone back into my pocket, I glance at my screen, and my stomach clenches. I've missed a call from Claire. She rarely calls first, and I immediately assume something is wrong. I'm about to dial her back when my phone buzzes again with a call from an unknown number. I growl. It has to be Matvey. I hesitate for a heartbeat, knowing if I ignore the call, he'll take it as confirmation that he hit a nerve. Gritting my teeth, I answer. Matvey's voice is smooth but laced with malice. Valyrian, my old friend. Lovely day for a drive, is it not? What do you want, Matvey? I keep my voice level, betraying nothing. He chuckles and the sound grates. Straight to business. I like that about you. I hear you paid a visit to the hospital this morning. How's Jay doing? The confirmation that Petrov's people are tracking either my movements or have someone watching Jay at the hospital solidifies everything I suspected. Cut the bullshit, what's your game? Game? No game, Valyrian. Just checking in on an old acquaintance. His tone shifts, becoming silky. You know, it's funny how small this city can be. I was just thinking about that lovely flower shop on Maple Street. What's it called again? Bloomhouse? My blood runs cold. Claire. Charming little place, he continues. The kind of business where anyone could walk in. You never know who might stop by for a bouquet. His words hammer me, but I give away nothing. I let the silence stretch, refusing to rise to his bait. I won't keep you, he says, his voice dripping with false concern. I'm sure you have important matters to attend to. Do give my regards to Claire, won't you? Maybe put in a persuasive word with her uncooperative brother. I end the call without a word, already moving to dial Claire's number. No answer. I try again. Straight to voicemail. Fuck, I mutter, dialing Ivan. Nothing. Sergei. Nothing. A slow, cold fury spreads through me as I finally call Anatoly. His response is immediate. Sir? Where's Claire? A pause. She went shopping with Ivan and Sergei earlier, but they haven't returned. My grip on the phone tightens. Thanks. I turn to Dmitri, saying, find them. Now. I end the call, my mind racing. If Matvey was bluffing, he wouldn't have named Claire specifically. The uneasy feeling crawling under my skin solidifies into something more dangerous. Everything okay, boss? Asks Victor. I don't answer. My entire focus narrows to a single point. Lev might still be the key to unraveling this mess, but right now, Claire is the priority. Change of plans, I say, my voice cold. We're heading to the mansion, now. Victor nods, immediately rerouting us while Dmitri speaks in low tones before hanging up his phone. He meets my gaze in the visor. Neither Ivan nor Sergei have checked in, boss. I curse as the city blurs past the windows. I'm already calculating the fastest way to track down Claire. Claire could be at Bloomhouse, the mall, myriad other stores, or anywhere in between. I need eyes on all locations now. Dmitri, check in with the surveillance team on Claire's parents. On it, boss. Dmitri's already lifting his phone after dialing. He looks at me less than a minute later. Straight to voicemail. I pull out my own phone, scrolling through recent calls. There, the number Matvey used. I dial Yuri. I don't have anything new yet. I need you to trace a number, I interrupt. Now. I rattle off the digits, listening to the clack of keys in the background. It's a burner, he says after a moment, but I can triangulate the last known location. Do it. The rapid clicking of Yuri's keyboard fills the line as I wait, my fingers drumming against the leather armrest. The Mercedes glides through downtown Philadelphia traffic, Victor's expert driving keeping us moving despite the congestion. Got it, he says. The signal's coming from Market Street, near Independence Mall. Looks like it's moving east. Matvey's words echo in my head. You never know who might stop by for a bouquet. I grit my teeth. He wouldn't be so bold. Would he? How far out are we? I ask Dmitri. 10 minutes to the mansion, boss. I nod, my decision made. Change course. We're heading downtown. He looks at me through the rearview mirror. You sure? We don't know what we're walking into. It doesn't matter. We'll handle it. As we speed through the streets, I check my gun, ensuring it's loaded. The familiar weight of the Makarov PM is soothing. Matvey crossed a line. If he's touched Claire, there won't be a hole deep enough for him to hide in. I'll burn his entire empire to the ground if that's what it takes. I'd planned to do that anyway, to end the threat from him entirely. But it might not be so precise any longer. Instead, his end might be brutal and messy. I'm grinning savagely at the thought.
Chapter 28. Claire. I push through the swinging door, my palms sweating against the cool metal. The hinges squeak, breaking the stillness. Mom? Dad? The fluorescent lights flicker overhead, casting uneven shadows across the storage shelves lined with vases and ribbons. The usual bustle of Bloomhouse's back room, my mother humming as she arranges flowers, or my father's pencil scratching against order forms, is gone. Only the monotonous hum of refrigerator units and the mechanical tick-tick-tick of the ancient wall clock fill the void. My shoes squeak against the linoleum as I move deeper into the room. The break room table stands abandoned. A navy ceramic mug, my mother's favorite, sits half empty. A quick touch reveals the coffee is cold. She never leaves her coffee unfinished. The door to my father's office hangs open, just enough to reveal a slice of darkness within. The brass nameplate reading Robert Bennett glints dully. Mom? Dad? My whisper scrapes against the silence as I edge closer to the office, each step careful and measured. Are you in there? My ragged breathing seems impossibly loud in the stillness. I reach for the brass doorknob, my fingers quivering against the cold metal. The door creaks open, and the sound stops my breath mid-inhale. A stranger occupies my father's leather chair, one leg draped carelessly over the other. His tailored suit stretches across broad shoulders, and a Rolex glints at his wrist. The smile he gives me doesn't reach his ice-blue eyes. Welcome home, Miss Bennett. His accent carries traces of Eastern Europe. Two muffled thuds break the silence behind me. I spin around, my shoes squeaking against the floor. Horror floods through me as I watch Sergei and Ivan collapse like marionettes with cut strings. Their bodies hit the ground with dull thumps. No! The word tears from my throat as two figures dressed in black tactical gear grab my guards by their ankles, dragging them across the floor. Their boots leave scuff marks on the wood. Please, face me when I'm speaking to you. The man's voice carries an edge of steel beneath its polite veneer. I turn back slowly, my mouth dry. He's risen from the chair, his 6-foot-plus frame blocking the warm glow of my father's desk lamp. The shadows stretch his silhouette across the floor, reaching toward me like grasping fingers. Where are my parents? My voice cracks on the question. His smile widens. All in good time. You must be Claire, he says, his accent thick and menacing. You look just like your brother, but much prettier. I take a step back, my legs threatening to give out beneath me. Who are you? Where are my parents? I ask again. His smile widens, revealing teeth that seem too white and too sharp as he once again ignores the question about my parents. A shame if I have to kill you. Tears sting my eyes, but I blink them back furiously. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me cry. Where are my parents? I demand yet again, my voice cracking despite my efforts to keep it steady. He waves a hand dismissively. Relax, they're safe at home, for now. They're graciously hosting some of my men at their place. One phone call from me, and they're gone. So, no tricks. Before I can react, he roughly grabs my arm, yanking me toward the door. Let's go. Your ride is waiting. I stumble as he drags me outside. The bright sunlight assaults my eyes after the dimness of the shop. A dark van is ahead, its engine idling ominously. Let go of me. I try to wrench my arm free, but his grip is like iron. He laughs, a cold, mirthless sound. Feisty. I can see why Rostova likes you. Valyrian. My heart constricts at the thought of him. As we near the van, panic surges through me. I can't let them take me. I have to do something. In a desperate move, I bring my heel down hard on the man's instep. He grunts in pain, loosening his grip just enough for me to wrench free. I sprint down the sidewalk, my lungs burning as I gasp for air. Behind me, I hear shouts and pounding footsteps. Someone help! I scream, looking around wildly for anyone who might intervene. But the street is deserted, as if the entire world has conspired against me. It's implausible to be like this on a Saturday afternoon, making me think people have witnessed something that already frightened them, like his men taking my parents, and are now hiding in their businesses, ignoring my plight. A hand grabs the back of my jacket, yanking me backward. I lose my balance, falling hard onto the concrete. Pain explodes in my palms and knees. The man stands over me, his face contorted with anger. That was stupid, little girl. He reaches down to grab me, but I roll away, scrambling to my feet. My gaze darts around, searching for an escape route, a weapon, anything. A vehicle rounds the corner, slowing as it approaches. Hope flares for an instant. Maybe they'll see what's happening and call for help. As the vehicle gets closer, my heart sinks. It's the same van the man tried to shove me into earlier. I turn to run, but strong hands grab me from behind. Let me go! I struggle against their grip, kicking and thrashing. Boris, help me with this one, says the man as he grunts when I elbow him in the chest. A hulking brute appears, clamping his massive hands around my arms. Together, they lift me off the ground. No, I scream, twisting in their grasp. Someone, help! My cries go unanswered as they toss me into the van. I roll, instinctively curling to protect my stomach. The impact jars me, and for a moment, all I can do is lie there, dazed and gasping. The van door slams shut, plunging me into semi-darkness. The engine roars to life and we lurch forward. I push myself up, scraping my already abraded palms against the rough metal floor. Who are you? I demand, my voice shaking. What do you want? Silence. The man who grabbed me sits across from me, his face hidden in shadow, but I can feel his gaze on me, cold and calculating. Answer me, I shout, anger momentarily overriding my fear. Are you Matvey? A low chuckle sends chills down my spine. You don't need that information yet, he says, his accent thick and menacing. I swallow hard, trying to keep my voice steady. What are you going to do with me? He leans forward and his eyes are dark and predatory. His smile is a cruel rictus. Anything I wish, little rabbit. Somehow his expression becomes even colder, and his voice is more menacing when he says little rabbit for hunting. The Russian endearment, spoken with such malice, makes my skin crawl. I press myself against the van wall, as far from him as I can get. Valyrian will come for me, I say, more to reassure myself than to threaten him. Matvey's smile widens, revealing teeth that seem too sharp. I'm counting on that. The van takes a sharp turn, throwing me off balance. I brace myself against the wall as my thoughts spiral. I need to stay calm, to think, but terror claws at my throat, threatening to overwhelm me. Where are you taking me? I ask, fighting to keep my voice from cracking. The man, whom I'm sure must be Matvey Petrov, tisks, wagging a finger at me. Now, that would spoil the surprise. I glance around the van, searching for anything I can use as a weapon or means of escape, but the interior is bare, save for a few ropes coiled in one corner. The sight of them makes my stomach lurch. My parents, I say, a new wave of fear washing over me. If you've hurt them... Your parents are fine, he interrupts, waving a dismissive hand. For now. Their continued well-being depends entirely on your cooperation. I clench my fists as anger surges alongside the fear. What do you want from me? Must be Matvey leans back, crossing his arms over his chest. It's not you I want, little rabbit. You're merely the bait. Bait, I repeat, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. For Valyrian. He nods. Valyrian took someone from me. Now I'm going to take everything from him. He gives me a cold smile. I haven't ruled out using you to convince Jay Bennett to complete his assignment either, if you survive that long. My hand instinctively moves to my stomach, a protective gesture I can't suppress. A wave of nausea hits me and I gag but don't vomit. Must be Matvey's gaze follows the movement of my hand, and his brow wrinkles slightly when the sound of gagging fills the van. Are you feeling unwell? He asks, his tone mockingly concerned. I do hope you're not going to be sick in my van. I quickly drop my hand, cursing myself for the slip. I'm fine, I snap. Just nauseated from your company. He laughs, and the sound grates against my nerves. Such spirit. I can see why Valyrian is so taken with you. The van slows, turning onto what feels like a gravel road. My heart rate picks up as I realize we must be nearing our destination. Where are we? I ask, peering out the small tinted windows. It's impossible to make out any details due to the deep tinting. Patience, little rabbit, he says. All will be revealed soon enough. The van comes to a stop, and the driver's door opens and closes. Footsteps crunch on gravel, coming around to the back. Must be Matvey stands, towering over me in the confined space. Now, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Your choice. I glare up at him, defiance burning through my fear. I'm not going anywhere with you. He sighs, shaking his head. Hard way it is, then. Boris? The van door swings open, and the hulking brute from earlier appears. Before I can react, he reaches in and grabs me, hauling me out of the van like I weigh nothing. Put me down, I yell, kicking and struggling in his grip. Boris grunts, tightening his hold. I gasp as the pressure on my ribs makes it hard to breathe. Careful with her, Boris, he says, climbing out of the van. We need her in one piece. For now. I twist my head, trying to get a look at our surroundings. We're in a clearing, surrounded by dense forest. A massive crumbling structure is before us, its jagged silhouette rising against the afternoon sunlight, casting a giant and ominous shadow. Eastern State Penitentiary. I vaguely remember a high school field trip to the facility years ago. I can see its Gothic towers and the weathered stone walls that have stood for nearly 2 centuries. Welcome to your new home, little rabbit, he says, gesturing grandly toward the looming prison. At least for the time being. Boris carries me toward the entrance, my struggles doing nothing to slow him down. Must be Matvey follows behind, humming a tune that sounds disturbingly cheerful given the circumstances. As we pass through the iron gate, a flicker of movement catches my attention. A shadow peels away from the crumbling stone, resolving into the shape of a man. Tall and muscled, with a garish gold chain around his neck, bratva tattoos, and a shock of white blonde hair. Ah, Gavriel, calls out my abductor. Everything ready? The man nods once, his attention fixed on me. His gaze is cold and clinical, stripping me down to something less than human. Yes, Matvey, he says, his voice as icy as his appearance. The cell is prepared. So he is Matvey, the leader of the Petrov Syndicate. The man Valyrian warned me about. I hadn't been sure, hadn't wanted to believe it, but now it's confirmed, dropped so casually from his own man's mouth. I'm in the hands of the very worst person I could be. Boris carries me inside, past rusted bars and long-forgotten corridors, where the walls still bear the scratches of past inmates, their desperation carved into the very bones of this place. Our footsteps echo, swallowed by the vast emptiness. The air is stodgy, and the scent of mildew and rust clings to the spring wind sweeping through the empty corridors. Despite the nice weather outside, it's cold and damp inside. The heavy door groans as Matvey shoves it open, revealing a cell untouched by time. The stone walls are cracked and the metal cot is bolted to the floor beneath a narrow slit of a window that lets in nothing but darkness. A rusted toilet and a tiny sink sit in the corner are remnants of a past that should have stayed buried. "Your accommodations," he says with a mocking bow. "I do hope you'll be comfortable." Boris sets me down roughly, and I stumble, catching myself against the cold stone wall. The air is noxious with rot, pressing against my skin. Nausea creeps up my throat, making me dry heave. "You can't keep me here," I say once that urge passes, hating how my voice shakes. "People will look for me. The police will come." Matvey gives a harsh laugh, echoed by Boris and Gavriel. "The police? You think the authorities can touch me? No, the only one who will be looking for you is Valyrian. And when he comes..." His eyes glint with something cruel. "That's when the real fun begins." He steps back, gesturing for Boris and Gavriel to leave. The iron door swings shut, and the finality of it crushes the air from my lungs. A key turns in the lock. I'm sealed inside. I sink onto the cement bench, my legs finally giving out. My hand goes to my stomach again, this time without hesitation. I whisper to my unborn children. "It's okay. Valyrian will find us. He has to." The silence presses in, thick and suffocating. I stare at the shadows stretching across the stone floor, listening to the faint, ghostly echoes of a place meant to break people. Every breath makes me want to choke and worsens my nausea. If I had anything left in my stomach, I'd have no doubt spewed it by now. This place is despair personified, making my thoughts morose. As I sink deeper into despondency, I wonder when Valyrian comes for me. Will it already be too late?
Chapter 29. Valyrian. The brass bell above Bloomhouse's entrance clangs violently as I shove through the door, nearly yanking it off its hinges. The familiar scents of sweet jasmine, delicate roses, and sharp eucalyptus hit me instantly, but they do nothing to settle the unease crawling up my spine. No music hums from the stereo by the register. No soft singing drifts from the back room, where Claire usually helps her parents arrange bouquets. "Claire?" My voice cuts through the silence, sharp and demanding. Sunlight filters through the front windows, casting long shadows across the empty display pedestals. A pair of scissors lies abandoned on the wooden workbench beside a half-finished arrangement of white lilies, their stems already browning in the stagnant water. "Claire, are you here?" The silence tightens around me. Even the usual creak of the old floorboards feels absent, as if the shop itself is holding its breath. The vintage cash register's drawer is slightly ajar, which is something Linda or Robert would never allow during business hours. My gut twists painfully. Something is wrong. Claire's phone lies face down on the granite countertop, its pink case askew. I pick it up, running my fingers over the screen. Dozens of jagged lines spread outward from a central impact point like a frozen explosion. Someone threw this. Hard. No one just leaves a broken phone, I say, more to myself than the others. The message is obvious. They want me to know they have her. Where the hell is she? My question slices through the heavy silence. I spin around to face Victor and Dmitri, who flank the doorway in their dark suits. Their expressions are carefully neutral, but I catch the subtle clench of Victor's jaw and the way Dmitri's hands curl into fists at his sides. "We've got teams checking the usual spots," says Victor, his accent thickening with tension. "Nothing yet." "The cameras?" I demand. Dmitri shakes his head. Cut. They knew what they were doing. I slam the broken phone back onto the counter. Tiny shards of glass skitter across the surface like ice crystals. They're toying with me and showing off their reach. My fingers itch to grab my Makarov PM and hunt down whoever dared to touch what's mine. But first, I need to find her. Dmitri steps closer to the desk, extending his hand. Between his thick thumb and forefinger, something glints in the office lighting. Boss, I found this in the back room, near the office. My breath stalls. A silver teardrop earring dangles from his grip, the one Claire picked out this morning from her jewelry box while I watched from the doorway. The sight of it alone, without its mate, without her, makes me cold inside. She must still have on the other one, I say, measuring each word carefully as I take the earring from Dmitri. The silver feels cold against my palm, but I curl my fingers around it like it's a talisman. At least we know she was conscious enough to fight back. The last words come out clipped, barely containing the violence threatening to break free. Dmitri shuffles his feet against the concrete floor, the sound echoing in the warehouse. His throat makes a dry clicking sound before he speaks. Should we expand the search radius? The silver earring is cold against my fingers as I slide it into my breast pocket. The weight of it there, so close to my thundering heart, feels like both comfort and accusation. Double it. I want eyes on every street corner and every back alley from Washington Avenue to Spring Garden Street. Someone had to see something. A car, a struggle, anything. Valyrian? Victor's voice splinters the thick silence, sharp and urgent. His face drains of color as he stands by the industrial refrigeration unit. You need to see this. Each step I take toward him sounds like a gunshot against the floor. The fluorescent lights overhead cast sickly shadows across Victor's face as he steps aside. The metallic door of the refrigeration unit hangs open, releasing wisps of cold vapor that curl around my ankles. Inside, Ivan and Sergei are crumpled together, their bodies twisted at unnatural angles. Their skin has taken on a bluish tinge. These men who'd sworn to protect Claire with their lives are now wedged between flowers like broken toys, discarded and forgotten. Their guns are still holstered, unused. This hadn't been a fight, but an execution. Dmitri shoulders past me, the leather of his jacket creaking as he kneels beside the bodies. He presses his fingers against Sergei's throat, then Ivan's. The cold vapor from the refrigeration unit swirls around him, carrying the metallic scent of blood. Sergei's dead, he says, his Russian accent thickening with anger. He shifts to Ivan, pressing harder against the pulse point. But Ivan, I've got something here. Weak, but he's hanging on. Call Dr. Naranov. The words scrape out of my throat like broken glass. When Dmitri hesitates, I snap. Now, goddammit. Yes, boss. He's already pulling out his phone, stepping away to make the call. His voice drops to rapid-fire Russian as he paces. My mind races through scenarios, each worse than the last. Claire's face flashes in my thoughts, her warm smile, those golden-flecked eyes. Now she's alone, probably terrified. These men were meant to protect her. My fists clench at my sides. I'll start with Matvey's usual haunts, then move district by district if I have to. I'll burn down every building in Philadelphia until I find her. The electronic trill of my phone pierces the cold air. I yank it from my pocket and snap. What have you done with Claire and her parents? I'm sure it's Matvey Petrov. The bastard dared to take Claire. Where is she? I demand. Matvey's laughter crackles through the line. Now, Valyrian. Is that any way to greet an old friend? We're not friends, I spit. Tell me where Claire is, now. Silence stretches between us. I can almost picture Matvey's smug grin on the other end of the line. My free hand curls into a fist, digging my nails into my palm. Finally, Matvey speaks. His voice drips with malice. She's with us now, Valyrian. If you want to keep her alive, you'd better hurry. I've waited too long for this. What do you want? The words scrape from my throat, each syllable edged with ice. My fingers clutch the phone so hard the case creaks. You have 58 minutes. Matvey's voice drips with satisfaction, completely disregarding my question. It was 60, but you've wasted too much time asking questions. A shuffling sound carries through the line, followed by muffled voices in the background. We'll give you an hour. After that, you'll get her back in pieces. Her and your baby. The last word strikes me with the force of a sledgehammer. My lungs seize. The room spins, and I grab the edge of my desk to steady myself. Baby. The possibility thunders through me. Claire pregnant, carrying my child? My mouth goes dry. What are you talking about? The question comes out rough, barely controlled. Sweat beads on my forehead as I struggle to process this revelation. It has to be a game he's playing. Claire herself told me she probably can't get pregnant without medical assistance, if at all. Matvey's laughter scrapes against my eardrum like broken glass. Oh, you did not know? His voice rises with theatrical delight. How absolutely delightful. He pauses, savoring the moment. Tick-tock, Valyrian. Time's wasting. He rattles off an address, then adds, It won't be easy to find us. You're going to have to work for it. The line goes dead. I lower the phone, my mind racing. Pregnant. Claire might be pregnant with my child. The thought sends a jolt of protectiveness through me, followed quickly by rage at Matvey for putting them in danger. There's a trace of hurt that she didn't tell me if it is true, but I have to push that aside for now. I type the address into my phone, my stomach dropping as the result appears. Eastern State Penitentiary. Of course, Matvey would choose somewhere like that. A sprawling, abandoned prison complex, where only a small part is functional for tourism, and the rest is sealed off. The perfect place to set a trap. I shove the phone back into my pocket and turn to face my men. Their expressions are grim, waiting for orders. We're going to the Eastern State Penitentiary. Get the cars and weapons ready. We have less than an hour to save her. I don't wait for confirmation before striding toward the exit. My mind whirls with possibilities, each scenario worse than the last. Claire, alone and afraid. Our child, if there is one, in danger, before it has even had a chance at life. As I reach the door, Dmitri falls into step beside me. Boss, this is almost certainly a trap. I know, I say, not breaking stride. But we have no choice. Alert our contacts in law enforcement. I want eyes on that prison complex as soon as possible. Dmitri nods, already pulling out his phone. What about Mikhailov? If the Petrovs are distracted, this might be our chance to... No, I cut him off. Claire is the priority. Everything else can wait. We burst out of Bloomhouse into the warm afternoon. Our convoy of black SUVs idles at the curb, engines purring. I slide into the lead vehicle, with Dmitri taking the passenger seat. As we pull away from the curb, I allow myself one moment of weakness. I close my eyes, picturing Claire's face. Her warm smile, the light in her eyes when she laughs, and the softness of her skin beneath my fingers. Unbidden, an image of her pregnant, with my hands cupping her belly, comes to me, and it feels right. Until I contemplate the danger she or they are in. I will find her and bring her home. God help anyone who stands in my way. My eyelids snap open as hard resolve fills me. Drive faster, I order. The SUV surges forward, weaving through traffic. The clock is ticking. Claire is waiting, and Matvey Petrov is about to learn exactly why I am the most feared man in Philadelphia.
Chapter 30. Claire. The chill seeps into my bones as I huddle on the cement bench of my damp cell. Stone walls loom around me, their rough surface mocking any hope of escape. Rusted bars block the only exit. My stomach twists with fear, but I cling to one thought. Valyrian. He'll come for me. He always finds a way. My mind wanders as fear settles into a constant state that saps my energy. A random thought occurs to me. How did Matvey's men infiltrate Eastern State Penitentiary, a historic site turned tourist attraction? Bribe the guards, no doubt. Corruption at every level. It's just another example of Matvey Petrov's reach extending farther than I ever imagined. The thought terrifies me, but it also ignites a spark of defiance. I won't go down without a fight. I can't with 4 tiny lives depending on me now. I force myself to stand, ignoring the wave of nausea that washes over me. My hands instinctively move to my still flat stomach. "We'll get out of this," I whisper to my unborn children. "Your dad will find us." A scraping sound echoes down the corridor. Footsteps approach, and I press myself against the wall, heart pounding. The rusty hinges of the cell door creak open. I expect it to be Matvey, but his man, Gavriel, saunters in, his eyes glinting with malice. My pulse skyrockets once more as I press myself against the cold stone wall, desperately searching for an escape route that doesn't exist. His lips curl into a cruel smile. Looks like Matvey's little prize is awake. I clench my fists, willing my voice not to shake. "What do you want?" He chuckles, the sound grating against my nerves. "Just a little taste." Gavriel takes a step closer, his presence seeming to fill the tiny cell. "Matvey might be persuaded to let you live if you make yourself useful." The proposition in his tone turns my stomach. I swallow hard, gagging on nothing. There's no way out and no backup coming. It's just me against this hulking brute. "I'd rather die," I spit out, summoning every ounce of defiance I can muster. His eyes narrow. "That can be arranged." He lunges forward, reaching for me with meaty hands. Adrenaline surges through my veins again, and I react on pure instinct. I drive my knee upward, connecting solidly with his stomach. Gavriel's breath leaves him in a pained whoosh. Not wasting a second, I shove him with all my strength. He stumbles backward, cracking his head against the rusted sink with a sickening thud. His eyes roll back, and he crumples to the floor in a heap. For a moment, I stand frozen, hardly daring to breathe. I see his chest rise and fall so the bastard didn't have the courtesy to die. When he doesn't move, I spring into action. My fingers tremble while searching his pockets, finally closing around a set of keys. My cell is currently unlocked, but I might need the keys to access other doors for my escape. The cell door squeals as I push it open, wincing at the noise. I pause, listening for any sign the sound has alerted others. Nothing but eerie silence greets me. Pulse hammering, I slip into the corridor. The abandoned prison stretches before me as a maze of crumbling concrete and rusted metal. I pick a direction at random and start moving, trying to keep my footsteps as quiet as possible. The air is thick, and the stench of decay is inescapable. I fight the urge to gag and realize they must have me in an unused section of the prison. The tourists would never accept this kind of stench when visiting and paying money to see it. Every junction presents a new decision and a new opportunity to get hopelessly lost. Left or right, up or down. Each choice feels like it could be the difference between freedom and capture, or worse. A distant sound echoes through the corridors. Voices? Footsteps? I can't tell, but panic claws at my throat. I duck into an alcove, pressing myself against the wall and willing myself to become invisible. The noise fades, and I let out a shaky breath. But as I step back into the hallway, I have to accept I'm lost. I've toured this place once on a high school trip, but we were never in this section. The labyrinthine prison has swallowed me whole, and I have no idea how to find my way out. Despair threatens to overwhelm me, but I push it down. I can't give up when there are 4 tiny lives depending on me. I cut my stomach. "We're going to get out of here," I whisper, as much to reassure myself as the babies I'm carrying. Somehow. I force myself to keep moving, ignoring the burning in my legs and the dryness in my throat. Every shadow makes me flinch, while every distant sound makes my heartbeat skitter. I press on, clinging to the hope that the next turn or the next corridor will lead me to freedom. All too soon, I realize I'm being tracked. Gavriel's voice booms through the decaying halls, and each word drips with malice. Come out, wherever you are, little mouse." My palms are damp when I press myself into a shadowy alcove. The rough stone scrapes my back through my thin shirt while I clamp a hand over my mouth, trying to muffle my ragged breathing. "You can't hide forever," he calls, his heavy footsteps coming closer. "When I find you, I'm going to make you wish you'd never been born." I squeeze my eyelids shut, willing myself to become invisible. My legs tremble, muscles screaming from the constant running and hiding. How long have I been trapped in this labyrinth of crumbling concrete and rusted metal? Hours? Days? Time has lost all meaning. A rat scurries across my foot, and I bite back a scream. The creature pauses, beady eyes glinting in the dim light before it disappears into a crack in the wall. If only I could follow it to freedom. Gavriel's footsteps stop abruptly. "I know you're close. I can smell your perfume, and your fear." I brush my fingers against my stomach in a protective gesture for the tiny lives growing inside me. The thought of my unborn children gives me a surge of determination. I have to survive this. For them. I peek around the corner, catching a glimpse of Gavriel's massive form at the end of the corridor. His back is to me, head swiveling while he searches for any sign of movement. It's now or never. Taking a deep breath, I dart from my hiding spot, bare feet silent on the cold floor. My shoes are long gone, perhaps left in the van. I just notice it for the first time, and awareness brings a nagging ache from the chill and stinging in some places. I must have stepped on something. I make it halfway down the hall before Gavriel spins around. "There you are, you little bitch." He lunges forward with surprising speed for such a large man. I dodge to the side, but my foot catches on a piece of debris. I stumble, crashing to the ground. Pain explodes through my palms and knees as they scrape against the rough concrete, irritating the existing injuries. Gavriel's meaty hand closes around my ankle, yanking me backward. "Thought you could outsmart me?" He drags me across the floor. "I'm going to enjoy making you scream." I kick out wildly, connecting my heel with his nose. There's a satisfying crunch, and Gavriel howls in pain. His grip loosens just enough for me to wrench free. Scrambling to my feet, I sprint down the corridor, ignoring the burning in my lungs. I round a corner, nearly colliding with a rusted metal gate. My fingers fumble with the latch, desperation lending me strength as I force it open. Behind me, Gavriel's enraged roar echoes off the walls. "I'm going to kill you!" The words make me tremble. This isn't about taking me back or using me for his pleasure anymore. He means it. He sounds enraged enough to kill me. I push through the gate, slamming it shut behind me. The latch catches with a metallic click that sounds far too flimsy to hold back the force of his rage. The corridor stretches endlessly before me, branching off into a maze of smaller passageways. Which way? Left or right? Each choice could lead to freedom or a dead end. Gavriel's thunderous footsteps grow closer. I pick a direction at random and run. My lungs burn and a stitch forms in my side. I can't keep this up much longer. Just as I'm about to collapse, a figure steps out from a side passage. My heart leaps into my throat until I recognize Boris, Matvey's right-hand man. Maybe I'm prematurely relieved, but I'm glad to see anyone else, even if he is another of Matvey's men. "Boris!" I manage to say his name before gasping for air. It takes several deep breaths before I can speak again. "Please, you have to help me. Gavriel's gone crazy. He's trying to kill me." Boris's face remains impassive, but his gaze flicks to something behind me. Before I can turn, a meaty arm wraps around my waist, lifting me off my feet. "Got you!" Gavriel hisses in my ear, his breath hot against my skin. I thrash in his grip, kicking and clawing. "Let me go." "Enough." Boris's sharp command cuts through the air like a whip crack. Gavriel freezes, his arm still locked around me. I feel the rapid rise and fall of his chest against my back. Boris steps closer, his cold gaze sweeping over us. "What is the meaning of this?" "The little bitch tried to escape. I was just bringing her back." "By chasing her through half the prison?" Boris raises an eyebrow. "That wasn't part of the plan, and you had no business being in her cell in the first place." He glares at his comrade. "You were tasked with ensuring she has food and water, and nothing more." Gavriel's grip tightens, and I wince. He sounds sulky when he replies. "She needs to be taught a lesson." And who gave you that authority? Boris's voice is dangerously soft. Matvey was very clear about how the girl was to be treated. A tense silence falls over the corridor. I hold my breath, hardly daring to move. Finally, Gavriel releases me with a grunt of disgust. I stumble forward, putting as much distance between us as I can. Boris turns to me, his expression unreadable. Are you injured? I shake my head, not trusting my voice. I have minor injuries, but I doubt he'd care. Good. He reaches into my pocket and pulls out the set of keys I'd stolen from Gavriel earlier. They jingle with each step I take. These don't belong to you. He glares at Gavriel. Or you now. The other man's face contorts with rage. You can't be serious? She tried to escape. And you disobeyed direct orders, Boris counters coolly. Matvey won't tolerate an undisciplined soldier. Your emotions have compromised you, Gavriel. You've lost the privilege of controlling our guest. Guest? Gavriel spits the word like a curse. She's nothing but leverage against Rostova. Boris's eyes narrow. She's whatever Matvey says she is, and right now, she's off limits to you. He turns back to me as he puts the keys in his pocket. Come. I'll escort you back to your cell myself. I hesitate, glancing between Boris and Gavriel. Now, Miss Bennett, says Boris, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. Taking a deep breath, I step toward him. As we pass Gavriel, he grabs my arm. I'll still get you. Boris's hand clamps down on Gavriel's wrist, applying pressure until he releases me with a grimace of pain. You'll stay away from her, he says, his voice like ice. Unless you'd like to explain to Matvey why you're disregarding his orders. Gavriel's jaw clenches, but he backs down, glaring daggers at both of us. As Boris leads me away, the keys jingle in his pocket, a reminder that my fate is still very much in the hands of Matvey Petrov and his men. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to quell the trembling in my limbs. The adrenaline is fading, leaving me exhausted and aching. Beneath the fear and fatigue, a small spark of hope flickers to life. I'm still alive, and as long as I'm breathing, there's a chance I'll find a way out of this nightmare. Boris's grip on my arm is firm, but not painful as he guides me back through the complicated corridors of Eastern State Penitentiary. My bare feet pad silently on the cold concrete. We turn a corner, and I recognize the hallway leading to my cell. My heart sinks as the reality of my situation crashes over me once again. So close to escape, yet still trapped. He pulls out the keys he took from me earlier, the jingling sound mocking my failed attempt at freedom. He starts to unlock the cell door, but Gavriel clearly left it unlocked when he rushed after me. The rusty hinges groan in protest when he swings it open. In you go, Miss Bennett, he says, his voice devoid of emotion. I step inside, wrapping my arms around myself as he closes and locks the door behind me. The click of the lock sliding into place echoes with a sense of finality. Boris lingers for a moment, his cold eyes studying me through the bars. I suggest you make yourself comfortable. You'll be here for a while. Until when? I ask, hating how small my voice sounds. A humorless smile tugs at Boris's lips. Until Matvey decides otherwise. With that, he turns and walks away, his footsteps fading into the distance until I'm left alone with nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing. I sink onto the cement bench, wincing as the hardness digs into my back. The cell is exactly as I left it, a cramped space with peeling paint, a rusted sink, and a toilet I'm not entirely sure works. The single-barred window high on the wall offers a tantalizing glimpse of the outside world, but it's far too small for escape. My hands sting, and I look down to see them scraped and dirty from my desperate flight through the prison. My feet sting too, so I hobble over to the sink, unsurprised to find it doesn't work. Someone put out a bottle of hand sanitizer, but I skip that for now, not wanting the scrapes to hurt even more. Slumping against the wall, I press a hand to my stomach in a protective gesture that's becoming second nature. I'm sorry, I whisper to the tiny lives growing inside me. I tried. Tears prick at my eyes, but I blink them back furiously. I can't afford to break down when there's still hope. We're going to get out of here, I whisper. I don't know how yet, but we will, and when we do, I trail off thinking of Valyrian. He's coming for me. I know it with every fiber of my being. When your father gets here, I continue, my voice growing stronger, we'll make sure this is the last place Matvey Petrov ever hides. The words hang in the air, a vow and a threat rolled into one. I'm not the same woman I was when I first met Valyrian. I've changed and grown stronger. I stand up, ignoring the ache in my muscles, and begin to pace the small space. I analyze every detail of my surroundings. There has to be something I've missed, or some weakness I can exploit. The window catches my attention again. It's too small for me to fit through, but maybe I could use it to signal for help somehow. I drag the rickety metal bed frame beneath it, wincing at the scraping sound it makes against the concrete floor. Standing on tiptoe on the bed, I can just reach the bottom of the window. My fingers brush against the cool metal bars, testing their strength. They're old and rusted, but still solid. I try to peer out, but the angle is awkward, and all I can see is a patch of gray sky. A sudden wave of dizziness washes over me, and I grip the windowsill to steady myself. The lack of food and water, combined with the stress of the past few hours, is taking its toll. I carefully climb down from the bed, my legs shaky. I sink back onto the ratty mattress, frustration bubbling up inside me. I'm trapped, exhausted, and completely at Matvey's mercy. The enormity of my situation threatens to overwhelm me. No, I say aloud, my voice echoing in the small space. I can't give up. I force myself to take deep breaths, focusing on the rise and fall of my chest. As my heartbeat steadies, I try to channel Valyrian's calm, calculating demeanor. What would he do in this situation? I may be locked in here, but my mind is free to strategize. A noise in the corridor snaps me back to the present. Footsteps approach, accompanied by the jingle of keys. I tense, preparing myself for whatever, or whoever, is coming. The cell door creaks open, and a figure steps inside. It's not Boris or Gavriel, but a woman I haven't seen before. She's tall and willowy, with sharp cheekbones and eyes that seem to see right through me. Claire Bennett, she says, her accent thick and distinctly Eastern European. I'm Dr. Ivanova. I'm here to check on you and confirm your condition. I eye her warily, not moving from my spot on the bed. My condition? Dr. Ivanova's lips curl into a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Your pregnancy, of course. Matvey wants to ensure his leverage remains in good health, and exists. The casual way she refers to my unborn children as leverage makes my blood boil. I clench my fists, fighting the urge to lash out. I don't need a checkup, I say, my voice cold. I'm fine. I'm afraid you don't have a choice in the matter, Dr. Ivanova replies, setting down a medical bag I hadn't noticed before. Now, shall we begin? She pulls out a pregnancy test. You can take this, or I can order some men to hold you down while I draw blood. As she approaches, I reluctantly take the box and brace myself for whatever comes next. Each moment is an opportunity, I remind myself. Stay calm, stay alert, and look for openings. Valyrian is coming, and when he does, Matvey Petrov will learn the true meaning of fear.
Chapter 31. Valyrian. The convoy of black SUVs tears through the streets of Philadelphia, each turn bringing us closer to Eastern State Penitentiary. My hands clench and unclench on my thighs as I stare out the tinted window, the city blurring past in a smear of gray and neon. Faster, I say harshly to Victor. He nods, pressing down on the accelerator. My mind spins while Claire's face flashes through it. The thought of Matvey laying a hand on her makes my blood boil. I've killed for less. The phone buzzes in my pocket. Yuri's name flashes on the screen. I answer with a sharp, "What?" "Boss, I've arranged a meeting with Lev through a guard I've got on payroll. We can—" "Not now," I cut him off. "Focus on finding any intel on where Matvey might be keeping Claire within the prison. I want blueprints, security protocols, everything." "But Lev could have crucial information about—" I said not now. My voice drops dangerously low. Claire is the priority. Understood? A pause. Yes, boss. I'll keep digging. I end the call, tossing the phone onto the seat beside me. My fingers itch for my gun, for action, or for anything to channel this fury coursing through my veins. The crumbling stone walls of Eastern State rise ahead, a fortress of decay and despair. I speak across our frequency so all can hear me. Victor, take a team and secure the perimeter. Dmitri, you're with me. The rest of you, stay alert and be ready to move on my command. A chorus of affirmatives crackles through the speaker. As we screech to a halt outside the main gate, I check my watch. 52 minutes left on Matvey's deadline. It's more than enough time to tear this place apart brick by brick if that's what it takes to find Claire. I step out of the SUV, and Dmitri materializes at my side, looking grim. Your orders, boss? We go in hard and fast, I say, adjusting my suit jacket to better conceal my holster. Take out anyone who gets in our way, but Matvey is mine. And if you find Claire... I pause, meeting his gaze. Get her out immediately, no matter what happens to me, understood? He nods, his expression softening for just a moment. We'll find her, Valyrian. I turn to face the aging prison, its Gothic architecture reminding anyone who views it of the horrors that once took place within these walls. Now it's become the stage for a new nightmare, one I intend to end. Let's move, I command, striding toward the entrance. My Makarov PM against my back is reassuring. I've never hesitated to use it before, and I won't start now when Claire's life hangs in the balance. As we approach the main gate, I spot two of Matvey's men poorly disguised as security guards. Their eyes widen in recognition when we draw near. Before they can reach for their weapons, Dmitri and I move in perfect sync. I drive my fist into the first guard's solar plexus, following up with a sharp elbow to the back of his head when he doubles over. He crumples to the ground, unconscious. Dmitri dispatches the other with brutal efficiency, a quick series of strikes leaving the man in a heap beside his companion. Amateurs, he mutters, retrieving the guard's access cards. I nod in agreement, my lips curling into a sneer. If this is the caliber of men Matvey's relying on, perhaps I've overestimated him. Still, I can't afford to be cocky with Claire's life on the line. It could be he left these two with orders to let us through. I can't rule out anything when Matvey seems intent on playing some dark and twisted game. We swipe the cards, and the heavy iron gate creaks open. The sound echoes through the empty courtyard, setting my nerves on edge. It's too quiet. Where are the rest of Matvey's men? Moments later, I enter the dimly lit corridors of Eastern State Penitentiary with Dmitri at my side. The air is thick, damp, and musty, a fitting atmosphere for the grim task ahead. I scan the shadows, searching for any sign of movement. Stay alert, I murmur to Dmitri. He nods, resting his hand on the butt of his holstered weapon. We move swiftly down the main corridor, passing rows of empty cells. The silence is oppressive, broken only by the occasional drip of water from rusted pipes. Every nerve in my body is on edge, anticipating an ambush at any moment. A flicker of movement catches my attention. I raise my hand, signaling Dmitri to stop. We press ourselves against the wall, blending into the darkness. Two of Matvey's men round the corner, their voices low and tense. We should have just killed her already, one grumbles. The boss wants to draw this out, says the other. Make Rostova suffer. I grit my teeth at their words. They have no idea how much they'll suffer for laying a hand on Claire. I lock gazes with Dmitri. We work well enough together to not need words to form a plan. As the men draw closer, we spring into action. I lunge forward, driving my fist into the first man's solar plexus. He doubles over, gasping for air. Dmitri tackles the second, slamming him against the wall with a dull thud. The first man recovers quickly, swinging wildly at my head. I duck under his punch, countering with a sharp uppercut that snaps his head back. He stumbles, dazed but not down. I press my advantage, unleashing a flurry of strikes to his face and body. He crumples to the ground unconscious. Dmitri has his opponent in a chokehold, and the man's face is turning an alarming shade of purple. Easy, I warn, We need information. He loosens his grip slightly, allowing the man to draw in a ragged breath. I crouch down, meeting the terrified gaze of our captive. "Where is she?" I ask, practically growling the words. The man's gaze darts between Dmitri and me, weighing his options. "I don't know what you're talking about." He wheezes between words. I grip his throat. "Wrong answer. Where is Claire?" "Cell block C, but you'll never reach her. Matvey's got the place locked down tight." A cold smile spreads across my face. "We'll see about that." I nod to Dmitri, who knocks the man unconscious with a swift blow. We drag both bodies into an empty cell and lock them in after stripping the keyring from them. "Cell block C," I mutter, pulling out the crude map Yuri had managed to piece together while clasping the keys in my hand. "Sure, we'll need them. This way." We move deeper into the warren of corridors. The oppressive darkness seems to close in around us, making every shadow a potential threat. As we approach a junction, the sound of hushed voices reaches us. I hold up my hand, signaling Dmitri to stop. We press ourselves against the wall, listening intently. 3 distinct voices, discussing patrol rotations. I peek around the corner, confirming my count. 3 of Matvey's men, and all are heavily armed. I turn to Dmitri, speaking in a low whisper. "I'll take the 2 on the left. You get the 1 on the right, on my signal." Dmitri nods, his face revealing no emotions. I count down silently, ticking off the seconds visibly with my fingers. 3, 2, 1. We burst around the corner, catching the men off guard. I launch myself at the nearest target, driving my shoulder into his midsection. We crash to the ground in a tangle of limbs as his gun clatters across the floor out of reach. The second man fumbles for his weapon, but I'm faster. My fist connects with his jaw, sending him reeling. I follow up with a vicious knee to his stomach, doubling him over. A gunshot rings out, deafeningly loud in the confined space despite a muffler. I whirl around to see Dmitri grappling with the third man, the gun between them smoking. For a heart-stopping moment, I fear the worst before the man slumps to the ground, a crimson stain spreading across his chest. Dmitri looks up, trickling blood from a cut on his cheek. "I'm fine." I nod, turning my attention back to the 2 men I'd taken down. They're both struggling to their feet, dazed but not out of the fight. I don't give them a chance to recover. I drive my elbow into the first man's temple, sending him crashing back to the ground. The second manages to land a glancing blow to my ribs, but I barely feel it through the surge of adrenaline. I grab his arm, twisting it behind his back until I hear a sickening pop. He screams in agony, dropping to his knees. "Where is she?" I demand, my voice a low growl. The man whimpers, cradling his dislocated shoulder. "End of the block, but there's at least a dozen more men between you and her. You'll never make it, Rostova." I smile coldly. Good. I was hoping for a challenge. A quick blow to the back of his head silences him. I turn to Dmitri, who's zip-tying the unconscious men. "You okay to continue?" He nods, wiping blood from his cheek. "It's just a scratch. Let's find Claire." We move deeper into cell block C, our progress slowed by the need for stealth. Every corner and shadowy alcove could hide an enemy. The Makarov PM presses against my back, but I resist the urge to draw it. Gunfire would bring the entire complex down on our heads, and I don't have a muffler for my gun like Dmitri had during his exchange with Petrov's man. As we approach another junction, a flicker of movement catches my attention. I raise my hand, signaling Dmitri to stop. We press ourselves against the wall, barely breathing. 4 men round the corner, their weapons at the ready. They haven't spotted us yet, but it's only a matter of time. I hold up 3 fingers, counting down. As my last finger drops, we spring into action. I launch myself at the nearest man, driving my knee into his stomach. He doubles over, gasping for air. I grab his head, slamming it against the wall with a sickening crack. Dmitri engages the second man, their struggle a blur of fists and elbows. I turn my attention to the remaining 2, who are finally overcoming their shock. One raises his gun, but I'm faster. I close the distance between us, grabbing his wrist and forcing up the weapon. A shot rings out, and the bullet embeds itself harmlessly in the ceiling. I twist his arm sharply, feeling bones grind beneath my grip as he cries out. The gun clatters to the floor. There's no muffler on this one, so the sound of it firing will have carried. The fourth man charges at me, swinging wildly. I duck under his punch, driving my fist into his kidney. He staggers, off balance. I capitalize on his vulnerability, unleashing a flurry of strikes to his face and body. There's no reason not to draw my gun now, but my hands are too busy. A grunt of pain draws my attention. Dmitri is on the ground, struggling with his opponent. The man has him in a chokehold, his face turning an alarming shade of red. I abandon my current target, launching myself at Dmitri's attacker. We tumble to the ground in a tangle of limbs. I drive my elbow into his face repeatedly, feeling cartilage crunch beneath the onslaught. Dmitri gasps for air, coughing violently. I spare him a glance, ensuring he's okay before turning back to the fight. The man I'd left standing earlier charges at me, tackling me to the ground. We grapple on the cold stone floor, each fighting for dominance. He wraps his hands around my throat, squeezing with desperate strength. Black spots dance at the edge of my vision as I struggle for air. I slash my fingers down his face, seeking any vulnerability. I find his eyes and dig in my thumbs mercilessly. He screams, releasing his grip. I gulp in precious oxygen, my head clearing. With a surge of strength, I buck him off, reversing our positions. My fists rain down on his face, each impact sending shockwaves up my arms. I don't stop until he goes limp beneath me, his features a bloody mess. I struggle to my feet, surveying the carnage around us. Dmitri stands nearby, leaning heavily against the wall. All four of Matvei's men lie motionless on the ground. "Are you okay?" I ask, my voice hoarse. Dmitri nods, rubbing his throat. "I'll live. You?" "Never better," I lie, ignoring the throbbing pain in my ribs. "Let's keep moving. We're getting close." We continue down the corridor, our progress slowed by the need for caution. Time presses down on me, with each second ticking away, bringing us closer to Matvei's deadline.
Chapter 32. Claire. A harsh shiver racks my body as the damp chill penetrates my cotton blouse and slacks, the stone floor beneath me leaching every bit of warmth. I long for the warm spring sunshine I was enjoying earlier in the day while Mom and I walked in the garden after tea and before lunch. Dr. Ivanova's abandoned brass lantern flickers against the moss-covered walls, creating dancing shadows that twist and writhe like spectral dancers. The flame gutters, sending a tendril of smoke toward the ceiling. "You may dress now, Doctor," Ivanova had said earlier, her thick Russian accent making the words sound more like a command than permission. Her steel-rimmed glasses had caught the light as she made careful notes in her leather-bound journal. Pregnant, as you probably know. The memory of her latex-covered fingers, cold and impersonal during the examination, makes me wrap my arms around my middle. The lantern continues its silent vigil, perhaps a small mercy left behind or simply forgotten in her hasty retreat. Either way, its glow does little to dispel the hollow emptiness filling me. I appear calm on the outside, but my thoughts race with desperate plans for escape. The syringe I managed to pilfer from her medical bag during the pelvic exam is hidden against my body, out of sight from the corridor. It was a risky move, but desperation fuels boldness. The faces of Mom and Dad swim before me. I picture Mom's gentle smile as she arranges roses in the shop window, and Dad's laugh lines crinkling when he tells another terrible joke. The images twist into darker iterations of Mom's flowers scattered across the floor, and Dad's glasses shattered. "Please be okay," I whisper aloud, digging my fingers into my palms and forming half-moons in the flesh. Please be okay." Sweat beads on my forehead despite the chill. What if they've hurt my family? What if they're lying somewhere, bleeding, or calling my name? The thoughts circle like vultures. I squeeze my eyelids shut, conjuring Valyrian instead. "Where are you?" The words escape on a shaky breath. He must be searching, must be tearing this city apart looking for me. Because if he isn't, If I'm truly alone. Number. I won't let my mind go there. Valyrian will come. He has to. The guard drags his metal baton across the bars of my cell, creating a grating screech that sets my teeth on edge. His thin lips curl into a smirk as he watches me through the iron bars. Getting cozy in there? He taps the baton twice. Boss says you might be here a while. I sit on the hard concrete bench, keeping my back straight and my face blank, despite the way my heart thunders against my ribs. The damp air clings to my skin, and mold creeps up the grimy walls, but I won't let him see me flinch. Nothing to say? He chuckles, a dry sound like dead leaves scraping concrete. His thin lips twist when I match his stare, a silent battle of wills through the rusted iron bars. The guard's pale eyes narrow, but I keep my expression neutral. Heavy boots scrape against concrete, growing louder with each step. I squeeze the syringe hidden in my palm until my fingers ache, feeling the plastic bite into my skin. Gavriel emerges from the shadows, his massive frame blocking what little light filters through the corridor. The gold chain around his thick neck sparkles dully in the lantern's glow as he approaches. His Russian accent drips with false warmth. Our little bird has finally been caged. Bile rises in my throat at his presence, with memories of his meaty hands and vodka-soured breath making my skin crawl. I swallow hard, keeping my face blank even as my pulse quickens. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing my fear. You're not authorized to be here, says the guard, stepping forward with his shoulders squared. His hand instinctively moves toward the holster at his hip. Boris told me Mr. Petrov pulled you off guard duty. You aren't to have any contact. The sickening crack of bone meeting bone cuts through the silence. Gavriel's meaty fist slams into the guard's temple with a brutal uppercut that lifts the smaller man off his feet. The guard's eyes roll back, his mouth frozen in a silent O as he collapses. He hits the concrete with a dull thud and a quiet moan, his limbs splayed like a broken marionette. Metal jingles as Gavriel yanks the key ring from the unconscious guard's belt, his thick fingers sorting through them with surprising dexterity. The lock clicks open with his third attempt, and the cell door groans on its hinges. I catch a glimpse of blood on Gavriel's knuckles. Whether it's his or the guard's, I can't tell. A vein pulses at Gavriel's temple when he ducks through the doorway, his massive frame filling the narrow entrance. A purple-black bruise spreads across his jaw where I struck him before. His lips curl into a sneer, transforming his face into something almost feral. You've caused me quite a bit of trouble, little mouse. He stalks forward, each step deliberate and menacing. Boris may have stripped me of my authority, but that doesn't mean we can't have a private conversation. My bare feet scramble against the floor when I push myself up, sliding my palms against the rough wall behind me. Cold seeps through my thin shirt where my back presses against stone. Stay away from me. A bark of laughter echoes off the walls, sharp and cruel. Gavriel's breath reeks of cigarettes as he crowds closer. Or what? You'll run again? His massive hand shoots out, slapping against the wall beside my head. There's nowhere to go this time, no one to hear you scream. His yellowed teeth flash in a predatory grin. Just you and me settling our score. My fingers tighten around the hidden syringe until plastic bites into my palm. The needle presses against my forearm where I've concealed it beneath my sleeve. I have one chance to get this right. My Shinnok. He drags out each syllable with a vicious smile that shows his yellowed teeth. His voice drops to a guttural whisper. Matvey wants you alive for now, but he never said you had to be unharmed. He flexes his fingers, cracking thick knuckles. I lift my chin, summoning courage I don't feel. Touch me, and Valyrian will make you wish you were never born. The words come out sharp as broken glass, even as my insides quiver. A deep chuckle rumbles from his chest. His vodka-soured breath washes over me when he leans closer, blocking what little light comes from the lantern. Valyrian isn't here, is he? His lips curl into a sneer. It's just you and me now. My pulse skyrockets when he takes another step. His eyes glint like a predator's in the dim light, and I'm surprised there's no animal shine. A promise of violence is written in every line of his face. I press harder against the wall, cold stone stealing warmth through my thin shirt. A small sob escapes my throat. And it's not entirely an act. The syringe is slick against my damp palm, but I keep my grip firm. It's the only thing standing between me and whatever sadistic plans lurk behind his hungry stare. That's right. Gavriel sneers, closing the distance between us. You should be afraid. He grabs my shoulder roughly, pinning me in place. I go limp, trembling as I keep my gaze downcast. His grip loosens slightly, a chuckle rumbling in his chest. Not so tough now, are you? He leans in closer, his breath hot on my face. The stench of cigarettes and vodka makes my stomach churn, threatening to trigger another round of nausea and dry heaving. The cool plastic of the syringe trembles against my palm when I squeeze my eyelids shut, blocking out the sight of Gavriel's thick fingers working at my shirt buttons. Population. The first button slides free. Population the second follows. His tobacco-stained fingernails scrape against my collarbone, and bile rises in my throat. Hot tears leak from beneath my closed lids. Please. My words come out paper-thin, broken. Don't do this. I'm trying to appear non-threatening, but there's no acting involved in the plea. I'm terrified. His harsh and cruel laugh sounds like gravel in a blender. His vodka breath washes over my face when he gets closer still. Begging won't help you now, Mishanuk. The last word drips with mockery. He fumbles the third button, giving me precious seconds. The syringe grows slick with sweat in my palm. My heart rate is erratic as time stretches like taffy. I'm tense and ready. I think of the quads growing inside me, innocent and unknowing. 4 precious lives depending on my next move. I strike like a viper. The needle pierces his eye with a wet pop. Blood and clear fluid spray across my face, making me let out a sound of disgust as Gavriel releases an animal shriek that splits the air. He staggers back, massive hands clawing at his face while blood pours down his cheek. His efforts to staunch the flow spread the rivulets to his white blonde hair. You fucking suka. A primal sound erupts from Gavriel's throat, half roar, half scream, and is something no human should make. He staggers backward, shoulders slamming into the cell wall hard enough to rattle the steel door in its frame. Oh, fuck! His words dissolve into Russian, guttural and raw. Blood pours between the gaps of his fingers where they claw at his face, spattering his white shirt in a gruesome constellation. The empty syringe bobs obscenely with each of his jerking movements, its clear plastic barrel now painted red from the inside. Bile burns the back of my throat. The metallic stench of blood fills my nostrils, mixing with the musty cell air. I swallow hard, pressing my palm flat against the wall to steady myself and force back nausea. My other hand shields my belly protectively. You... Gavriel's words slur as his massive frame slides down the wall. A wet crimson streak follows his descent, stark against the gray concrete. His movements grow erratic, and his limbs twitch. The needle must have gone deep enough to pierce his brain, just as I'd hoped when I'd struck with all my strength. Stay down, I whisper, though I doubt he can hear me now. Just stay down. I kick away his grasping hand as he reaches for me one last time when I slip by him. His fingers twitch uselessly against the cold stone floor. A final rattling breath escapes his lips, and then he's still. My mouth is dry, and my heart bangs like a timpani drum inside my chest. I stare at Gavriel's lifeless form. I did that. I killed a man. The realization should horrify me, but all I feel is grim satisfaction. He would have done far worse to me if given the chance. The open cell door beckons. Freedom is just steps away. I edge around his body, gaze fixed on the corridor beyond. Just a few more feet. What do we have here? Matvey's silky voice freezes me in my tracks. He suddenly stands in the doorway, flanked by Bruno. Their gazes flick from me to Gavriel's corpse and back again. I brace myself for Matvey's fury, for the punishment that will surely follow. This is it. He'll kill me now, ahead of whatever schedule he had planned. I'm certain his endgame involves my death either way. To my surprise, Matvey's lips curl into an amused smile. Aren't you a feisty one? He steps into the cell. If you're going to be this difficult, We might have to bend the rules a bit. My skin crawls at his words, and the predatory gleam in his eyes. He continues, his tone casual as if discussing the weather. Time's almost up for Valyrian anyway. Perhaps we can start the fun a little early, His laughter echoes off the cell walls. The sound ignites a desperate fury within me. Without thinking, I lash out with my foot, aiming for his groin. My kick goes wide, connecting with his thigh instead. His laugh cuts off abruptly, his face contorts with rage. You little... Bruno's meaty hands close around my arms with crushing force, yanking me backward so hard my shoulders scream in protest. My bare feet scrabble against the concrete floor while I thrash and buck, trying to break his grip. His thick fingers dig deeper into my flesh, sure to leave purple bruises. Let go of me, you bastard. I throw back my head in an attempt to crack his nose, but Bruno shifts just enough that I hit nothing except air. Matvey straightens, rolling his shoulders as he recovers from my kick. The cold fury in his eyes makes my blood run cold. His lip curls into an ugly sneer. You'll pay for that, Tavar. I don't know what the word means, but it's clearly an insult, and now isn't the time for a language lesson. I'm still trying to free myself from Bruno's hold as Matvey reaches beneath his jacket and emerges with a matte black pistol, the metal catching the dim light. I see his arm pull back and try desperately to twist away, but Bruno holds me firmly in place. The gun whips through the air in a deadly arc. Metal connects with bone in a sickening crack as the pistol's grip smashes into my jaw. White-hot agony explodes through my skull. Copper floods my mouth as my teeth slice into my cheek. The cell's grimy walls spin and tilt around me, darkness creeping in at the edges of my vision. The last thing I hear is Matvey's satisfied chuckle before consciousness slips away entirely.
Chapter 33. Valyrian. A piercing scream echoes through the dank corridors of Eastern State Penitentiary, followed by Matvey's enraged shouts. My heart leaps. I've found them. I sprint toward the sound, my footsteps thundering against the aged concrete floor. As I round the corner, a hulking figure lunges at me. Bruno, Matvey's right-hand man. His meaty fist swings for my face, but I duck under it, feeling the rush of air as it passes over my head. I drive my shoulder into his midsection, using his momentum against him. We crash into the wall, the impact rattling my teeth. Bruno recovers quickly, grabbing my throat with one hand. I struggle for air as he lifts me off my feet. My vision blurs, but I manage to slam my knee into his groin. He grunts in pain, his grip loosening just enough for me to break free. I don't waste the opportunity. My fist connects with his jaw in a vicious uppercut. His head snaps back, and I follow up with a series of rapid strikes to his face and body. Blood sprays from his nose as I land a particularly solid hit. Bruno staggers, dazed but still standing. I need to end this quickly. I feint left, then drive my right elbow into his temple when he moves to block. The big man's eyes roll back, and he crumples to the floor, unconscious. Breathing heavily, I turn toward the door where I heard Matvey's voice. I draw my gun, the weight of it reassuring in my hand. I burst into the cell, my gun raised and ready. The scene before me freezes my blood. Claire lies motionless on the grimy floor, her golden hair fanned out around her head like a halo. Beside her, a man's body sprawls at an unnatural angle, a syringe protruding from his eye socket. A thin trail of blood trickles from her temple, and Matvey stands over her, his face contorted with rage, a gun in his hand. Valyrian, how kind of you to join us. I keep my gun trained on him, fighting the urge to rush to Claire's side. Step away from her. He laughs, a harsh grating sound. Or what? You'll shoot me? Go ahead, but I promise you I'll take her with me. My jaw clenches as I assess the situation. Matvey's finger hovers over the trigger, his gun pointed at Claire's unconscious form. Even if I manage to hit him, there's a chance his dying reflex could pull the trigger. Let's talk about this, I say, forcing my voice to remain calm. Whatever you want, we can work out something. Matvey's lip curls in disgust. What I want my brother back, you bastard, but you took him from me, didn't you? It was different with Ancili, Matvey. Your brother started a war. Shut up, he roars, his gun hand shaking. You don't get to talk about him. You don't even get to say his name. I take a cautious step forward. I need to keep him talking and distract him long enough to get an opening. Think about what you're doing. Claire has nothing to do with this. She's innocent. Matvey's laugh is bitter. Innocent? She's carrying your child, Valyrian. Your legacy. Your family. Just like you took mine, I'm going to take yours. It's the second time he's insisted that, and I still don't know if he's saying it just to toy with me or if Claire is pregnant with my child. I struggle to keep my face impassive, but my pulse jumps. Suddenly, commotion erupts in the hallway. Dmitri bursts into the room, grappling with two of Matvey's men. They crash into the bed, sending it skidding across the floor with an ear-splitting screech. Matvey's attention flickers for a split second, shifting his gun away from Claire. It's all the opening I need. I lunge forward, tackling him to the ground. His gun goes off, the bullet embedding itself in the ceiling. We grapple on the floor, trading blows. His fist connects with my jaw, sending stars exploding across my vision, but I retaliate with an elbow to his nose, feeling cartilage crunch beneath the impact. Blood streams down Matvey's face as we roll across the floor, each fighting for control. I manage to pin him down, pressing my forearm against his throat. His eyes bulge as he gasps for air. It's over, I say harshly. Surrender now and I'll let you live. He spits blood in my face. Never. With a surge of strength, he bucks me off and scrambles for his fallen gun, but I'm faster. My fingers close around the grip, and I bring it up just as he lunges at me again. I fire, once, twice. Matvey stumbles back, red blossoming across his chest. He looks down at the wounds in disbelief, then back up at me. His lips move, but no sound comes out. He takes one more staggering step before collapsing to the floor. I rush to Claire's side. Claire, are you okay? My voice comes out low and strained with worry. She doesn't respond at first, and panic grips me. Claire, wake up. Please, wake up. Finally, her eyes flutter open. Her face is pale, but there's awareness in her eyes that makes my chest tighten with relief. I pull her into my arms, holding her close. The scent of her fills my senses. I never want to let her go again. Dmitri, I shout over my shoulder. Clear the building. Secure the perimeter. I want every inch of this place swept. Confine all the Petrov soldiers that survived. Shove them in these cells until I figure out what to do with them. Dmitri nods sharply and starts issuing rapid-fire orders into his radio. In seconds, my men move to carry out my commands. I turn back to Claire, gently cupping her face in my hands. Her skin is cool to the touch, and a bruise is already forming along her cheekbone, where Matvey must have struck her. Anger flares in me at the sight, but I push it down. She needs me calm right now. Are you hurt anywhere else? I ask, scanning her for any visible injuries. She shakes her head slightly, then winces. Just sore. My feet have some scratches, my palms and knees from a fall, but mostly my head. She trails off, her brow wrinkling in confusion when she takes in our surroundings. Valyrian, what happened? Where's Matvey? He's dead, I say simply. He can't hurt you anymore. You're safe now. Relief fills her expression, followed quickly by emotions I can't quite decipher. She opens her mouth as if to say something, then closes it again, her eyes filling with tears. I pull her close once more, pressing a fierce kiss to her forehead. It's over, Claire. The Petrov Syndicate's reign of terror ends today. I'll make sure of it. She nods against my chest, curling her fingers into the fabric of my shirt. We stay like that for a long moment, just holding each other. The chaos around us fades away, and all I can focus on is the steady beat of her heart against mine. She finally pulls back. We should go, she says softly. I don't want to stay here any longer than we have to. I nod, helping her to her feet. She sways slightly, and I wrap an arm around her waist to steady her. As we make our way out of the cell, she hesitates over the body of the man on the floor. I killed him. She sounds dispassionate, but perhaps with a hint of pride. It was him or me. I have no doubt, Layubimaya. I sweep her into my arms to preserve her tender feet, and because she's clearly dizzy. She feels like no burden at all in my current state as we navigate the maze-like corridors of Eastern State Penitentiary, passing by my men as they secure the area. We pass a woman huddling on the floor, looking frightened. I almost pause to ask, but a glance at Claire's satisfied expression keeps me moving forward. You know her? I know enough to say she deserves whatever she gets. I nod, and soon we exit the prison. The moonlight catches in her hair, giving her an almost ethereal glow. Seeing her mostly whole and uninjured, and out of that place, fills me with emotions I can't untangle, and a lump in my throat. I cough to clear it before blurting out, "Claire?" My voice is rough with emotion. "I love you." Her eyes widen for a moment before softening. She smiles slowly and tenderly. "I love you too, Valyrian." I gently set her down, but only to pull her into my arms, kissing her with all the passion and relief I've been holding back, though I'm still careful not to hurt her. Her lips are soft against mine, and she melts into the embrace. When we finally break apart, both breathless, I rest my forehead against hers. "Let's go home," I murmur. She nods, and I lift and carry her again. Once she's in the back of the SUV with me, and my pulse has slowed somewhat, I call Yuri. I want that meeting as soon as possible. Matvey is dead, but this Lev should be the key to undoing every facet of his empire. "Will do, boss." He hesitates. "Did you get back your woman?" I nod, though he can't see it. I tighten my arms around her. Yes, she's where she belongs. She lets out a contented hum and snuggles closer. "Rest now," I whisper, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "You're safe. I've got you." Victor returns to the SUV, looking a little battered and bloodied, but he gets behind the wheel without protest. Soon, he drives us through the dark streets of Philadelphia. Claire's breathing evens out as she drifts off to sleep, her body warm against mine. I tighten my arm around her, my mind drifting to Matvey's words about her being pregnant. Is it true? The possibility fills me with myriad emotions, chiefly fear, excitement, and protectiveness. Now isn't the time to ask. Claire needs rest and medical attention, so everything else can wait. For now, I'm content to hold her close and savor this moment of peace we've fought so hard to achieve. As the car winds its way through the quiet streets, I allow myself a small smile. A while later, when we pull up to the curb in front of the penthouse, which is the closer residence, I gently shake Claire awake. "We're here," I say softly. She blinks sleepily, disoriented for a moment before recognition dawns. I help her out of the car, carrying her once more as we make our way up the lobby. The private elevator whisks us to the penthouse, and I'm not surprised to see Anatoly has beaten us here from the mansion. "Welcome back, sir," he says, his gaze flicking to Claire with concern. "I took the liberty of calling Dr. Naranov." I nod my thanks as we enter the house. I carry her straight to my bedroom and she doesn't protest, which tells me more about how she's feeling than any words could. As we enter the room, Dr. Naranov looks up from where she's arranging supplies. Her eyes widen slightly at the sight of Claire, but she quickly masks her surprise with professional detachment. "Sit here, please," she says, patting the bed. "I'll need to check for a concussion and any other injuries." I help Claire sit, and my hand lingers on her back. She gives me a small, reassuring smile before turning her attention to the doctor. As Dr. Naranov begins her examination, I step back, giving them space. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Dmitri, no doubt, with an update on the situation at Eastern State, or perhaps Yuri with meeting details. I should take the call, but I can't bring myself to leave Claire's side just yet. Instead, I watch as Dr. Naranov shines a light in Claire's eyes, asks her to follow her finger, and probes gently at the bruise on her cheek. Claire winces occasionally but remains stoic throughout the examination. Finally, the doctor steps back with a satisfied nod. No signs of a concussion, thankfully. The bruising will be painful for a few days, but there's no serious damage. I'll give you some painkillers and anti-inflammatory medication. She pauses, her gaze flicking to me before returning to Claire. Is there anything else I should know? Any other concerns? I tense, wondering if she's picking up on something I've missed. But Claire shakes her head. No, that's all. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Naranov nods before she turns away to prepare the medications. You should rest now, I tell Claire, as Dr. Naranov hands her the pills and a glass of water moments later. She swallows the medication and slides under the covers. Will you stay with me? She asks softly. My heart swells at her request. Of course, always. I get on the other side, and she rolls into my arms. Thank you for finding me. I'll always come for you, Claire. Always. She snuggles closer, and she's clearly exhausted. Sleep now. I'll be right here. Always, she whispers, sounding half asleep and curls even closer. I hold on to her with everything I have, determined to never let her go again.
Chapter 34. Claire. I jolt awake, my heart pounding. Pain throbs through my body, but I push it aside. Panic grips me as memories flood back. Matvey, the prison, and my parents. Valyrian, I gasp, struggling to sit up. My parents. We have to save them. Valyrian's arms tighten around me, steadying me. His voice is low and soothing as he speaks into a phone. It's all right, Claire, he says, covering the mouthpiece. Your parents are safe, I promise. Relief washes over me, but doubt lingers. How do you know? Matvey said. Matvey lied. Valyrian interrupts firmly. We realized something was wrong when we saw signs of a struggle at Bloomhouse. I sent a team to rescue your parents while we came for you at the prison. I slump back against him, processing this information. So they're really okay? You're sure? He nods, his blue eyes intense. Linda and Robert were safe even before we got to you. I made certain of it. Tears spring to my eyes, a mix of relief and lingering fear. I curl into his solid warmth, needing his strength. I was so scared, I whisper. I thought I'd lost everyone. He sets aside the phone and gently cups my face. You haven't lost anyone, Claire. You're safe now. Your family is safe. I nod, trying to believe it. The horrors of the past day, or has it been longer, still cling to me like cobwebs. Can I see them? I ask. My parents, I mean. I need to know they're really okay. Of course. He reaches for the phone again. I'll have them brought here right away. As he makes the call, I take stock of my surroundings. We're in Valyrian's penthouse, the familiar luxurious bedroom a stark contrast to the grimy cell I was in before. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, warming my skin. I glance down at myself, realizing I'm wearing one of Valyrian's shirts. It swallows me, the soft fabric a comfort against my battered body. Bruises mottle my arms, and my ribs ache with each breath. Your parents are on their way, Valyrian says, setting the phone down again. They should be here in about 30 minutes. I nod, grateful. Thank you. Valyrian's expression softens. You don't need to thank me, Claire. I'd do anything to keep you safe. The intensity in his gaze makes my breath catch. There's so much we need to talk about, but for now, I let myself sink into the comfort of his embrace. I love you. I murmur against his chest. His arms tighten around me. I love you too, Claire. More than I can express. We sit in comfortable silence for a few minutes, both lost in our own thoughts. Eventually, he speaks again. How are you feeling? He asks, his arm still wrapped protectively around me. Better, I say, though my body still aches. The warmth of his embrace soothes some of the lingering pain. He shifts slightly, his blue eyes searching mine. Are you up for a question? I nod, bracing myself. Go ahead. Are you pregnant? His voice is gentle, but I detect a hint of tension. Matvey said you were having a baby, but how would he know? My heart races. This is the moment I've been dreading and anticipating. I take a deep breath. No, not a baby, I say softly. Disappointment flashes across Valyrian's face, and my chest tightens. Before he can respond, I continue. 4 babies. I'm pregnant with quadruplets somehow. 2 singletons and a pair of identical twins. Valyrian's eyes widen as various emotions play across his features. Shock, excitement, fear. Quadruplets? He whispers with awe. I nod, tears pricking at my eyes. Matvey must have guessed based on my nausea. He had that woman doctor, Ivanova, force me to comply with an exam to verify. Valyrian's jaw clenches at the mention of Matvey and doctor. Ivanova. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. His hand moves to my stomach, resting there gently. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The hurt in his voice makes my heart ache. I just found out a short time ago, I explain. I was trying to figure out how to tell you. I'm not sure you're happy about it. Valyrian pulls me into his arms, pressing his forehead against mine. I understand why you didn't tell me sooner, but I'll protect you. All of you. Tears spill down my cheeks as relief washes over me. You're not upset? Upset? He pulls back slightly, cupping my face in his hands. Claire, I'm terrified and excited and overwhelmed. But mostly I'm in awe of you and these 4 little miracles you're carrying. I laugh through my tears. That makes 2 of us. Valyrian's thumbs brush away my tears. I love you, Claire, more than I ever imagined could be possible. I love you too, I whisper, my heart swelling with emotion. His expression turns serious. I promise you, I'll do everything in my power to keep you and our children safe. I'm going to distance myself from the Mafia. I'll remain the leader, but I'll put someone else in charge of day-to-day operations. I search his eyes, seeing the determination there. Are you sure? Is that even possible? Valyrian nods. It won't be easy, but for you, for our family, I'll make it happen. We're going to build a future together, Claire. A safe, happy future for our children. As Valyrian's lips meet mine in a tender kiss, I feel the weight of everything we've been through melt away. In this moment, there's only us and the promise of the life we'll create together. The kiss deepens, and I lose myself in the warmth of Valyrian's embrace. His hands roam my body gently, mindful of my injuries. I run my fingers through his hair, relishing the closeness. When we finally break apart, both breathless, Valyrian rests his hand on my stomach again. 4 babies, he says, wonder in his voice. How are you feeling about that? I laugh softly. Honestly, terrified, excited, overwhelmed. I echo his earlier words. I never thought I'd be able to have children, and now we're having 4 at once. Because of the PCOS you mentioned? I nod. The doctor said the stress and changes in my life might have triggered some kind of hormonal shift leading to hyperovulation. Valyrian nods slowly, processing the information. And now we're having quadruplets. Life certainly has a way of surprising us. I smile, placing my hand over his on my stomach. It certainly does. Are you really okay with this, Valyrian? 4 babies is a lot to take on, especially with everything else going on in our lives. Valyrian's gaze is intense. I won't pretend it won't be challenging, but you and these babies are the most important things in my life now. We're going to need an army to help. I groan at the thought. Valyrian's laugh rumbles through his chest. We'll have plenty of help. Between your parents and my team, these kids will have an army of protectors and caretakers. The image of Valyrian's tough-as-nails associates cooing over babies makes me giggle. I can just see Dmitri changing diapers now. Valyrian grins. He'll probably approach it like a tactical operation. Team Alpha, secure the perimeter. Team Bravo, prepare the wipes. Our laughter fills the room, the joy of the moment pushing away the darkness of recent events. As our mirth subsides, my thoughts turn amorous. I lean in, capturing Valyrian's lips with mine. The kiss starts slowly and tenderly, but quickly deepens as passion ignites between us. Valyrian's hands wander over my body, gentle yet insistent. I thread my fingers through his hair, pulling him closer.
The following scene is too steamy to include in this version. For the full unedited audiobook, please go to bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Thank you. Chapter 35. Valyrian, 5.5 months later. My stomach clenches with nerves as a nurse directs me to change into scrubs. My hands shake slightly while I strip off my sweats and t-shirt. They've become practically a uniform during the past 2 weeks Claire has been in the hospital. Through the wall, I hear Claire speaking with Dr. Levin. "Your blood pressure is too high," says Dr. Levin. "We need to do the C-section now." I finish changing and stride back to Claire's room. She lies propped up in the hospital bed, her dirty blonde hair spread across the pillow. The past 2 weeks of bed rest have left her pale, though her eyes brighten when I enter. "Ready to meet our babies?" She reaches for my hand. I intertwine our fingers, studying the monitors displaying her vitals. "More than ready." Dr. Liv nods at me. "Time to head to the OR. We'll take good care of both of you." The orderlies transfer Claire to a gurney. I walk beside her through the sterile hallways, memorizing every detail. The squeak of wheels on linoleum, the steady beep of monitors, and the murmur of voices behind closed doors. At the OR doors, a nurse stops me. "Wait here while we get her prepped. We'll call you in shortly." Reluctantly, I backtrack to the small waiting area, pacing anxiously. The past 5.5 months replay in my mind. Claire's rescue, her recovery, along with my fear and happiness at learning we were having quadruplets. Now, we are about to meet our children. My phone buzzes with a text from Dimitri. "Jay's doing great in the rehabilitation program. My inside contact says he's a model inmate. Could be out in 6 years with good behavior." I smile, typing back, "Good. Keep me updated. Just not today. Dr. L decided the babies need to come out now." Dimitri's reply is quick. "Best of luck to both of you. I'll hold down the fort." I know he will. He's been doing more and more of that over the past several months as I've distanced myself from the Bratva side of my business and focused more on the legitimate side. The steel merger went through a couple of months ago, but I've let Alexei take the lead on that to preserve my time for what counts. My current and future priority is and will be my family. I continue pacing while hearing muffled voices discussing blood pressure readings and medication dosages through the OR doors. Movement at the end of the hallway draws my attention. Linda and Robert approach, their faces etched with concern. They must have gotten the text I sent earlier, when Dr. L was debating if today was the day for the C-section. Linda's silver-streaked hair is pulled back in a neat bun, while Robert's usually pristine button-down shows signs of being hastily tucked in. I stop pacing and meet them halfway. "Everything's going smoothly," I say, keeping my voice steady. No need to mention Claire's elevated blood pressure right now. They've worried enough these past months, especially since her early admission 2 weeks ago. Linda steps forward, placing her hand on my arm. Her eyes shine with warmth and trust I've earned through proving my devotion to their daughter and their family. "Thank you for taking such good care of her." Robert nods, his hostility from the early days now replaced by grudging acceptance. "The nurses said we can wait here?" "Yes. Dr. Levin will update you soon. I'll be joining her when the—" A nurse emerges from the OR, interrupting me. "Mr. Rostova, we're ready for you." With a nod to her parents, I follow the nurse. Inside, Claire is on the operating table, a blue surgical drape obscuring everything below her chest. Her face is pale but calm when she reaches for my hand. "Hi," she whispers. I interlace our fingers, positioning myself by her head. The anesthesiologist adjusts something on his monitor while Dr. Levin makes the first incision. "Baby A is coming," Dr. Levin announces minutes later. A sharp cry pierces the air. My grip on Claire's hand tightens as our first daughter emerges, red-faced and angry. The process repeats for babies B, C, and D before a nurse gestures me over. After kissing Claire's cheek, I move to stand by the incubators, examining our 4 tiny miracles. The steady beep of monitors and hum of medical equipment fills the air while I take in every detail of our children. We've already picked the names, but we anticipated Claire wouldn't be in position to assign which one to which baby, so she's ceded that to me. Deciding our blonde-haired daughter will be Natalia, I say. Natalia's doing well. Claire, who lies exhausted but radiant on the exam table, beams. 3 pounds, 2 ounces. The nurses say her lungs are strong for her size. She has blonde hair and blue eyes. I move to the next incubator. Simone is the smallest at 2 pounds, 14 ounces. She has curly brown hair and blue eyes. Oh, and look at how she's gripping that tube. She's a fighter. Claire smiles weakly, just like her papa. I chuckle softly. My gaze shifts to our sons, the pair of identical twins. Nikolai and Andrew have dark hair and brown eyes. Kolya is 3 pounds even. And Andrew? Claire asks, her voice tinged with concern. The biggest of the bunch at 3 pounds, 4 ounces. I place my hand on the incubator, marveling at his tiny fingers and toes. The neonatologist says his oxygen levels are excellent. I impart that after overhearing the conversation between him and the nurses. A nurse approaches, her rubber-soled shoes squeaking on the linoleum floor. We need to take them to the NICU now, Mr. Rostova. I nod, reluctantly stepping back. Dr. Fields, the neonatologist, and his colleagues begin disconnecting monitors and preparing the incubators for transport. Wait, Claire calls out, her voice cracking. Can we hold them? Just for a moment? Dr. Levin looks up from finishing the surgery, her face sympathetic but firm. I'm sorry, Mrs. Rostova, but it's crucial we get them to the NICU immediately. Their immune systems are very fragile right now. Claire's eyes fill with tears. I move to her side, taking her hand in mine. Soon, Lyubov Moya. We'll be able to hold them soon. Dr. Fields pauses by the bed, and he speaks in a soothing tone. They're all doing remarkably well for 30-week preemies. Barring any complications, you should be able to take them home in 4 to 8 weeks. I watch as our children are wheeled away, myriad emotions swirling within me, including pride, fear, love, and a fierce protectiveness I've never experienced before. 4 to 8 weeks, says Claire with a hint of sadness, squeezing my hand. That's not so bad, right? I bring her hand to my lips, kissing it gently. We've waited this long. A few more weeks won't kill us. She laughs softly, then winces. Speak for yourself. I feel like I've been hit by a truck. I brush a strand of hair from her forehead. You were incredible. I've never seen anyone so strong. She looks up at me with a small smile. We did it, Valyrian. We're parents. The reality of her words hits me. We're parents. To 4 tiny, perfect human beings who will depend on us for everything. The responsibility settles on me, but instead of feeling burdened, I feel complete. Yes, I say, my voice thick with emotion. We are. Why don't you go to NICU with the babies, Mr. Rostova, and I'll finish here with Claire and get her into the recovery room, says Dr. Levin. At Claire's nod of agreement, I follow the procession of incubators out, but stop at the waiting room to speak to Linda and Robert. How are they? Asks Linda. How is Claire? I quickly relay what I know, conscious of the babies getting farther away. I know where they're heading, but it makes me nervous to have them out of my sight. Robert clears his throat, shifting awkwardly. Congratulations, Valyrian. You must be proud. I nod, surprised by the sincerity in his voice. Our relationship has been strained, to say the least, but right now, we're united by our love for Claire and the babies. Thank you, Robert. I am more than I can express. Linda's eyes brim with tears. Tell us about them, Valyrian. What do they look like? I describe our children in detail. Natalia's shock of dark hair, Simone's delicate features, Nikolai's strong grip, and Andrew's alert eyes. With each word, the tension in Linda and Robert's faces eases, replaced by joy and wonder. As I speak, my phone buzzes in my pocket. I ignore it, focusing on this moment with my family. Whatever it is, it can wait. Right now, nothing is more important. After hugs and promises to return with Claire's favorite pajamas and some home-cooked food, Linda and Robert leave. I check in with the babies in the NICU until a nurse notifies me about an hour later that Claire is back in her room after recovery. I return and settle into the chair beside Claire's bed, taking her hand once more. I tell her about the babies again, though they didn't do much during the hour I watched them. She's yawning and clearly not fully ready for conversation. Sleep, Lubov moya. Claire's eyes flutter closed, and there's a small smile on her lips. As her breathing evens out, I allow myself a moment of vulnerability. Tears prick at my eyes when I think of our children, so small and fragile, fighting for their lives in the NICU. I've faced down rival crime bosses, navigated treacherous business deals, and survived attempts on my life. Yet nothing has ever terrified me as much as the thought of failing these 4 tiny humans who now depend on me. My phone buzzes again, more insistently this time. With a sigh, I pull it out, careful not to disturb Claire. It's a message from Dmitri. News about Petrov Sind. Call when you can. I glance at Claire's sleeping form, torn between my duty to my family and the responsibilities of my other life. For now, family comes first. I silence my phone and settle back in the chair, prepared to stand guard over the woman I love and our newborn children for as long as necessary. The steady rhythm of Claire's breathing and the distant beep of monitors lull me into a state of calm alertness. Hours pass, marked only by the occasional nurse checking Claire's vitals and the occasional buzz of my silenced phone. My phone buzzes again, the screen lighting up with another message from Dmitri. I glance at it and Claire, who is still sleeping. With a sigh, I pick up the device and read the text. FBI finished arresting last of Petrov's men. All will be charged by DOJ thanks to Lev's information. First trials, including Bruno's, are still scheduled for next week. Sneaky lawyers might try to get more time, but eventually they'll all be in prison. Relief washes over me, but it's fleeting. The world I've known for so long feels distant now, overshadowed by the tiny lives in the NICU. I type out a quick response. Good. I'm turning off my phone. Don't contact me unless it's an emergency. I power down the device and slip it into my pocket, returning my attention to Claire. She sleeps peacefully, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. The harsh hospital lighting softens the lines of fatigue on her face, making her look younger and more vulnerable. I lean forward, brushing a strand of hair from her forehead. Her skin is warm beneath my fingertips. For a moment, I'm overwhelmed by the depth of my feelings for this woman, who has changed my life so profoundly. The quiet beep of monitors and the occasional squeak of rubber-soled shoes in the hallway create a soothing backdrop. I allow myself to relax, taking in the sight of Claire at rest. Her lips curve slightly, as if she's dreaming of something pleasant. I wonder if she's thinking of our children, imagining the life we'll build together. After a while, restlessness sets in. I stand, stretching muscles stiff from hours of sitting. My gaze lingers on Claire for a moment longer before I make my way out of the room and toward the NICU. The hospital corridors are a maze of identical hallways, but I navigate them with purpose. I pause outside the door to their private NICU room, occupied by all 4. With a deep breath, I push open the door and step inside. Despite having already visited, the sight of our tiny, fragile children hooked up to various machines unsettles me. I approach the first incubator, where Natalia lies. Her tiny chest rises and falls rapidly, and her skin is still tinged with a faint bluish hue. I place my hand on the clear plastic, wishing I could touch her, hold her close, and protect her from the world. "Hello, Malishka," I whisper. "Papa's here." Moving to the next incubator, I find Simone. She's the smallest of our children, but her grip on life is fierce. Even now, her tiny fists are clenched as if she's ready to fight whatever challenges come her way. "You're a fighter just like your mama," I tell her, my voice low and filled with pride. Kolya and Andrew occupy the last 2 incubators. Kolya sleeps peacefully, his face a miniature version of Claire's. Andrew, who has an identical face, is awake, his gaze seemingly focused on me despite the nurse's assurances that he can't see clearly yet. I pull up a chair, positioning myself so I can see all 4 of our children. The reality of fatherhood hits me anew as I sit there, surrounded by beeping monitors and the soft whoosh of ventilators. I never thought I'd be here, I say to them quietly. I never thought I'd have a family of my own. But your mama changed everything. I lean closer to Andrew's incubator, watching as his tiny fingers flex and curl. I've done things I'm not proud of, I whisper. Things I hope you'll never have to know about. But I promise you, all of you, that I'll do whatever it takes to give you a better life. The words feel inadequate, but I press on, driven by a need to connect with these tiny beings who have already claimed my heart. I don't know how to be a father, I confess. My own wasn't really paternal, but I'll learn. For you, I'll learn. A nurse approaches, clipboard in hand. Mr. Rostova, I need to check their vitals now. I nod, standing to give her room to work. Watching her gentle, practiced movements, a thought strikes me. Would it be possible for me to help? To learn how to care for them? The nurse, her name tag reads Sandra, looks surprised for a moment before smiling. Of course. It's good for the babies to have as much contact with their parents as possible. I can show you how to change their diapers and take their temperature. For the next hour, Sandra patiently guides me through the basics of caring for premature infants. My hands, more accustomed to handling weapons and signing contracts, feel clumsy and oversized when I attempt to fasten a diaper smaller than my palm, but with each try, I grow more confident. As I finish changing Andrew's diaper, a task that would have seemed impossible just an hour ago, I feel a sense of accomplishment that rivals any business deal I've ever closed. Sandra nods approvingly. You're a natural, Mr. Rostova. These little ones are lucky to have you. Her words catch me off guard, stirring emotions I'm not used to feeling. Pride, yes, but also a deep-seated fear of failing these innocent lives who depend on me so completely. I clear my throat, pushing aside the fear. Thank you. I want to be here for them as much as possible. Is there anything else I can do? She nods. Kangaroo care is very beneficial for preemies. It's skin-to-skin contact. Would you like to try it with one of them? My heart races at the prospect of holding one of our children. Yes, I say, my voice rough with emotion. Yes, I'd like that very much. Nikolai's vitals are strong enough to start kangaroo care. It might be a few days before the others are ready for it. Sandra helps me prepare, telling me to remove my shirt and sit in a recliner. Then, with infinite care, she lifts Kolya from his incubator and places him on my bare chest. She covers us both with a warm blanket, leaving only Nikolai's head exposed. The feeling of his tiny body against mine is indescribable. His warmth, the flutter of his heartbeat, and the soft puffs of breath against my skin are overwhelming. I cradle him gently, marveling at how something so small can hold so much of my heart. Talk to him, Sandra encourages. Let him hear your voice. I swallow hard, searching for words. What do you say to a child who's barely begun to exist in the world? How do you express the depth of love you feel for someone you've just met? Nikolai, I'm your papa. I don't know much about being a father, but I promise I'll always be here for you. Your mother, and your sisters, and your brother are the most important people in my life now. I'll protect you, provide for you, and love you more than you can imagine. As I speak, Kolya relaxes against me, his tiny body molding to my chest. It's as if he knows he's safe and exactly where he belongs. The realization brings a lump to my throat. You're so strong, I continue, running a finger gently along his arm. All of you are. You've fought so hard to be here, and I'm so proud of you. Your mama and I will be right here with you, every step of the way. I lose track of time while I sit there, holding my son and talking softly to him, while watching my other children, longing for the moment I can hold them too. The world outside this room ceases to exist. Eventually, Sandra returns. It's time to put him back in the incubator, she says gently. But you did wonderfully, Mr. Rostova. Nikolai's vitals improved significantly during the kangaroo care. As she lifts Kolya from my chest, I feel a profound sense of loss. She settles him back into his incubator, checking his tubes and monitors with practiced efficiency. Can I do this again? I ask. With all of them? Sandra smiles. Absolutely. The more the better once they're all stable enough. If they continue at this pace and don't backslide, I'd expect you can be holding all of them within the next couple of days. It's good for them, and for you too. As soon as Ms. Bennett is up for it, she can join you. I nod, already looking forward to the next opportunity to hold my children, and to see Claire experience it for the first time too. As I put my shirt back on, I glance at the clock and realize I've been in the NICU for hours. Claire will be waking soon and I want to be there when she does. Thank you, I say to Sandra. Of course. She pats my arm. You're doing great, Mr. Rostova. Your little ones are lucky to have you. I take one last look at our children before leaving the NICU. The fear and uncertainty I felt earlier have been replaced by fierce determination. I don't know everything about being a father, but I'm ready to learn. For Natalia, Simone, Kolya, and Andrew, I'll become the man they need me to be. As I make my way back to Claire's room, I feel brighter than I have in years. My past and the responsibilities of my empire all seem insignificant compared to the 4 tiny lives in the NICU and the woman waiting for me. 6 weeks later, the car glides to a stop in front of our mansion, and I let out a long breath. The moment we've been waiting for has finally arrived. I glance at Claire in the passenger seat and she's clearly excited. So am I. Ready? I ask, reaching for her hand. She nods, squeezing my fingers. Let's bring our baby girl home. We step out of the car and I move to the back door, carefully extracting the car seat. Simone sleeps peacefully, her tiny face relaxed in slumber. She's gained weight over the past few weeks, and her cheeks now have some roundness. She and the others still have catching up to do, but they're all thriving. As we walk up the path to our front door, memories of the past 6 weeks flood my mind. The endless nights at the NICU, the worry on Claire's face, and the small victories we celebrated with each milestone our children reached seemed to blur together for a moment. Finally, our family is complete, and all home. Claire opens the door and we're greeted by the soft sounds of a lullaby playing from the nursery. Linda appears in the hallway, a gentle smile on her face. How is she? She asks, peering at the car seat. Perfect, says Claire in a voice thick with emotion. She's absolutely perfect. We make our way to the nursery, the room we've spent countless hours preparing and has been used for almost 3 weeks since Kolya came home. He was the first, followed by Natalia 3 days later, and Andrew a week after. Then we just had to wait for our sweet, tiny Simone to catch up with the rest. The walls are a soothing sage green, adorned with whimsical animal prints. 4 cribs line the walls, 3 of them already occupied by our other children. I set down Simone's car seat gently and begin the process of unbuckling her. As I lift her out, her eyes flutter open, unfocused but alert. I cradle her close, inhaling the sweet scent of her skin. Welcome home, Malishka, I whisper, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Claire moves to check on the other babies. Natalia and Andrew sleep soundly, but Kolya is awake, waving his tiny fists in the air. She lifts him out of his crib, cradling him close. Look who's here, Kolya, she says softly, moving closer so he can see his sister. Simone's finally home. Claire reintroduces the siblings, her voice soft and full of love. The sight of her holding our son and talking to our daughter fills me with an emotion I never knew existed before becoming a father. Love seems inadequate to describe it. Linda quietly excuses herself, likely sensing our need for privacy for this special moment. As the door closes behind her, Claire turns to me, her eyes brimming with tears. We did it, Valyrian, she says in a wet voice. All 4 of them, home and healthy. I cross the room to her, Simone still nestled in my arms. Carefully, we maneuver so that each of us is holding 2 babies. Their weight, solid and real in our arms, humbles and pleases me in a way nothing else ever has. We did, I say, leaning in to kiss Claire's forehead. For a moment, we stand there in silence. The only sounds the soft breathing of our children and the gentle lullaby still playing in the background. The world outside this room ceases to exist. There's only this, our family, whole and together at last. I think back to the man I was before Claire entered my life, the hardened crime boss and ruthless businessman. That version of me seems like a distant memory now, replaced by this new identity of father, husband, and protector, of something far more precious than any empire I've built. "What are you thinking?" she asks, searching my face. I look down at Andrew and Simone in my arms, then at Kolya and Natalia in Claire's. I'm thinking about how different my life is now, I admit. How much better. Her smile is radiant. I never imagined this either, you know. 4 babies, a reformed crime boss for a partner. She chuckles softly. Life has a way of surprising you. That it does. I think of all the twists and turns that led us here. I wouldn't change a thing. We fall into a comfortable silence again, each lost in our own thoughts while we hold our children. The enormity of the moment settles over me. This is real. And this is my life now. The challenges we've faced and obstacles we've overcome have all led to this perfect moment. Andrew starts to fuss in my arms, his little face scrunching up in displeasure. I shift him slightly, patting his back in a soothing rhythm. "Shh, Malenki," I murmur. "Papa's got you." Claire watches me with a soft expression. "You're a natural." I raise an eyebrow at her. "I've had some practice these past few weeks." She laughs quietly. "True, but it's more than that. You were meant for this, Valyrian, to be their father." Her words warm me, chasing away the lingering doubts that sometimes plague me in the quiet moments. Can a man with my past truly be a good father? Looking at my children, feeling the unconditional love that flows through me, I know Claire is right. This is who I was always meant to be. "We should put them down," she says after a while. While they're all calm, she glances at the wall. "It'll be feeding time again soon enough." We've discovered a schedule is the only way to maintain sanity with multiple babies. I nod, moving to place Andrew and Simone in their cribs. Claire does the same with Kolya and Natalia. We stand back, arms around each other, admiring our handiwork. "They're so beautiful," she whispers, leaning her head on my shoulder. I press a kiss to her temple, just like their mother. She turns in my arms, her eyes meeting mine. "I love you, Valyrian." "And I love you, Claire," I say, my voice rough with emotion. "You and our children are everything to me." I savor the moment. This is what I've been searching for all my life, even when I didn't know it. A family, a home, a love so deep and true, it transforms everything it touches. I pull Claire closer, breathing in the scent of her hair. "Thank you," I murmur. She looks up at me, a question in her eyes. "For what?" "For giving me this," I gesture to our sleeping children. "For loving me despite everything." Claire's eyes shine with unshed tears. "Oh, Valyrian, you've given me just as much. More even. You've given me a family, a home, and a love I never thought I'd find." We stand there, holding each other, watching over our sleeping children. The world outside may still be chaotic and unpredictable, but in here, everything is perfect. My new mission and purpose is to be the husband and father my family deserves. To create a life filled with love, laughter, and security for these 4 tiny humans who have claimed my heart so completely, and the woman who makes my life complete.
Epilogue. Claire, 2 years later. The Pennsylvania summer sun warms us on the sprawling grounds of Valyrian's estate. I stand at the edge of the manicured lawn, taking in the scene before me. White chairs line a path leading to an elegant arch adorned with cascading flowers. Our family and friends fill the seats, their excited chatter carried on the gentle breeze. My parents stand nearby, beaming with pride. Mom dabs at her eyes with a lace handkerchief while Dad gives me an encouraging nod. Jay, watching through the iPad Dimitri holds, seems like he might cry too. "Good luck, sis," he says. "You deserve to be happy." I touch the screen of the tablet, wishing he could be here in person. If he continues his rehabilitation, he might be eligible for parole in 4 years. I have a strong feeling he will. He's really changed over the past 2 years, and his presence, even if it's via the modern marvel of technology, with Valyrian pulling a few strings to get the warden to allow him to virtually attend, after everything we've been through, fills me with joy. You do too, Jay. He smiles. "You'd better get down the aisle. You don't want to be late." "You ready, sweetheart?" asked Dad a second later, offering his arm. I smooth my hands over the ivory silk of my gown. I've been ready for this moment for 2 years. The music swells and all gazes turn to us. I grip Dad's arm tighter as we begin our walk down the aisle. Each step brings me closer to Valyrian. Halfway down the aisle, I spot our children. Simone and Natalia, our beautiful girls, toddle forward, scattering rose petals with chubby hands. Their matching yellow dresses swish around their knees as they giggle and toss flowers with abandon. Behind them, our twin boys, Kolya and Andy, march proudly. Their little faces are scrunched in concentration as they balance the pillow holding our rings. My heart swells with love for these 4 miracles we created. And then I see him. Valyrian. I gasp as our gazes meet. He stands tall and proud at the altar, watching me. The years have only made him more handsome, with the hint of silver at his temples adding to his allure. Once I reach him, Dad places my hand in Valyrian's. The warmth of his touch sends a familiar thrill through me. His eyes shine with emotion as he whispers, "You are breathtaking, Lyubimaya." The officiant begins the ceremony, but I barely hear the words. I'm lost in Valyrian's eyes, and in the promise of our future together. We exchange vows, our voices steady and sure. When it's time for the rings, Kolya and Andy step forward, grinning up at us. Valyrian takes the ring, sliding it onto my finger. "With this ring I thee wed," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "I promise to love you, protect you, and cherish you for all of our days." I blink back tears as I place his ring on his finger. "With this ring I thee wed. I promise to stand by your side, to love you fiercely, and to face whatever life brings us together." "By the power vested in me," declares the officiant, "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." Valyrian cups my face in his hands, his touch reverent. Our lips meet in a kiss that seals our bond, tender yet passionate. The crowd erupts in cheers, but I only hear the beating of our hearts in perfect sync. As we turn to face our guests, I catch sight of our children clapping and jumping with excitement. Simone tugs on Natalia's dress, pointing at us with a toothy grin. Kolya and Andy high-five each other. Their job as ring-bearers complete. We make our way back down the aisle, hand in hand. Rose petals rain down on us as our loved ones shower us with congratulations. I lean into Valyrian's solid warmth, overwhelmed by the love surrounding us. At the reception, we twirl across the dance floor, lost in our own world. Valyrian's arms encircle me, strong and protective. "How does it feel to be Mrs. Rostova?" he murmurs against my ear. I pull back to meet his gaze, a smile playing on my lips. Like coming home, like I've finally found where I belong. His eyes darken with emotion. "You've always belonged with me, Claire, from the moment I first saw you." The memory of our tumultuous beginning flashes through my mind. "We've come so far," I say softly. He nods, his expression serious. "And I promise we'll go even farther together, just us and our family." As if on cue, a high-pitched squeal cuts through the music. We turn to see Simone toddling toward us, her arms outstretched. Valyrian scoops her up, settling her on his hip. "Dance, Papa," she demands, her little hands patting his cheeks. Valyrian chuckles. "As you wish, princess." I watch them sway together, my heart so full it might burst. Natalia soon joins them, not wanting to be left out. I feel a tug on my dress and look down to see Kolya and Andy, their matching brown eyes pleading. "Mama, dance?" asks Kolya, holding up his arms. I gather both boys close, swaying gently to the music. Always my loves. As we dance, surrounded by our children and the love of our family and friends, I catch Valyrian's gaze over Simone's curly head. The look we share speaks volumes. This is our world now, built on love, trust, and the unbreakable bond we've forged together. The music fades, and Valyrian pulls me close, our children nestled between us. "I love you, Claire Rostova," he whispers, his lips brushing my forehead. I lean into his embrace, savoring the warmth of our family. "And I love you, Valyrian Rostova, always and forever." As the sun begins to set, casting a warm glow over the reception, I take a moment to soak it all in. The laughter of our guests, the joyful shrieks of our children as they chase each other across the lawn, and the solid presence of Valyrian by my side. This is the life we've built together, brick by brick, overcoming every obstacle thrown our way. As the night wears on and our guests begin to depart, Valyrian and I find a quiet moment alone. We stand on the terrace, overlooking the twinkling lights of the estate. He wraps his arms around me from behind, and I lean into his solid warmth. "Thank you for giving me this life and this family." He turns me in his arms, his gaze intense. "You showed me what real love is and what it means to have a family. I should be thanking you." I reach up, tracing the line of his jaw. "Let's just be grateful for each other and for this life we've built together." He leans down, capturing my lips in a kiss that speaks of passion, of promise, and a love that will last a lifetime. As we rejoin the party, our children running to greet us with open arms, this is just the beginning of our greatest adventure yet.